Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the 2017 Great Yorkshire Show. Wonderful day's weather yesterday brought out the very best of the excellent main ring competition that we had. From start to finish, it really was top class, and a wonderful day had by all. A huge crowd here, and all set fair to repeat the days again today on Thursday the 13th of July. We get underway at 7:30 with three of our rings. Rings B, C and D will feature the three well sections, sections A, B and C, and then at 8:30 we'll be starting the mountain and moorland need rein. That's what's happening in the main ring. There will of course be action opening up now in the top spec White Rose ring, the Ridings ring, two others of the main arenas that feature on this wonderful showground. A reminder, of course, that the morning service in the bandstand will be starting at 7:30, so we will be remaining silent with the public address here in the main ring until that service has been concluded, but we'll be underway with the three classes for the well sections. Section A will be in ring A. That'll be the 4-year-old or over well section A, judged. Correction is judged by Mr. Miller. Section B will be in ring B. That's coming up from the members' end. Section B will be class 90. And section C will be class 91 for the Welsh. So those will be the three classes that we get underway. Class 89, Welsh section A. Class section B will be class 90. And 91 will be Welsh section C. Just a correction to those classes that come forward for those in-hand sections. It is sections A, B, C that will be featuring in the early part here in the main ring. Section A, judged by David Puddock. David Puddock judging class 131, the yearling colt. That'll be in ring A. Ring B, Mr. Partridge, the yearling colt for the section B. That's class 138. And then for the section C, it'll be Mr. Miller, the section C cob type, class 145. They'll be starting at 7:30.
morning prayers completed, we can now welcome you once more to the main ring. Here in Ring A, delighted to welcome David Paddock from Newent in Gloucestershire, judging our Wells Section A ponies. We've already had one class, that was class 131, the Yearling Colt class, which was a win for 1564, Kitty Bodley, with Glebedale Silver Fox, pony by Thistledown Valderrama, already a winner at the Royal Highland, and at the NPS Devon, just showing you the length and breadth of the country that these people travel with the show ponies. So that is our winner, Glebedale Silver Fox. Second to 1563, Mr. Anderson's Thistledown High Jack by Gart Connell Shooting Star, a pony that was supreme champion at the Northwestern Spring Show. So now on to the second class, that is class 132, the Yearling, Filly or Gelding class in the Wells Section A's.
Well, Mr. Partridge completes his first class in the Welsh Pony Section B, and it's the Yearling Colt class, class 138. Top of the line is Mr. Sandy Anderson's number 1603, the Red Colt Thistledown Jasmine. Thistledown, one of the very top prefixes in the Welsh Pony world, and this Yearling by Minfield Sandpiper. Started off the season with one of the first big shows down at Talons, with a very good win there, and has been well placed through the season at the major classes. Thistledown Jasmine, number 1603 with Colin Tibby. In the second place, 1607, Mrs. Sandra Sanderson's Calandra Summerstorm, shown by her son Philip, this yearling by Boston Braveheart. Second show, having had a very good opening show, being one of the leading young stock winners of that show. 1607 then in second place. In third place is Steph Mansfield with Miss Bruff's Calcadi Valentine Gift, the yearling by Jan P. Tom Thumb, that one, 1604. And then in fourth place, 1605, Mrs. Eastwood's Hazelmore Sky Blue. So first is number 1603, second number 1607, third 1604, and fourth 1605. Well, if you have just joined us, very good morning to you. We have the top three arenas with the Wells sections. That's the three arenas down from the bandstand. The section C's starting off in the top ring nearest to the bandstand. The section B's next to that, and then the section A's nearest to the members' end. The smallest of them, the Welsh ponies, 12 hands and above. The section D's will be in the arena nearest to the bandstand, following on from the completion of the section C's. And of course, we have the Mountain and Moorland lead rein class starting at 8 o'clock down in the bottom ring, the members' end of the Yorkshire Arena. The in-hand classes and the lead rein classes are featuring here until 10 o'clock. And then we have a very busy day ahead of us. Gary driving, 2 classes, the large class and the championship. We have, of course, 2 junior jumping classes this morning, late morning. And, of course, the famous Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, the feature of the show in the jumping phases. That will be this afternoon. Together with Parades of Hounds, the Grand Parade of Cattle, and, of course, the Band of the Royal Armoured Corps, we've got lots to enjoy here in the main ring.
In the filly or gelding yearling class here in the Wells Section Age, class 132, it is a win for number 1566. This is Tom Farrow with Wait With Red Clover. This pony by Friars Osbeck. Only went out once as a foal and was champion. Has been out twice this year and had 2 wins and 2 championships at the North Yorkshire County and at Lancaster. So an unbeaten yearling at the moment. That is Tom Farrow's Wait With Red Clover by Friars Osbeck. In second place is 1565, Sean Busby with Catham's Mad. This by Bethel Llewellyn. Third time out and again been to 2 local shows and had championships there. In third place is 1567. This is Miss Pryor with Wait With Toffee Apple, again by Friars Osbeck. The the same sire as the winner. And this pony was second at North Yorkshire County and fourth at Lincoln County. So that is our yearling filly or gelding, class 132, first 1566, weight with Red Clover, second 1565, Catham's Married, and third 1567, weight with Toffee Apple. So the next class in the A's will be class 133, the Colt 2 or 3-year-old.
Well, now to the result of the Welsh Pony Seized. First class there for the Colt filly or gelding yearling. This, of course, section C of Cobb Type and Richard Miller. Richard from Ferryside down in Carmarthenshire, our judge. And top of the line, it was Danny Prater with Anne Thomas Prater's Renkulin Rothschild, the yearling by Popster's Ricochet. Champion at Northreach just a few days ago, and actually now unbeaten in its 3 outings. 1649, the winner, Renkulin Rothschild. Second in the Section C yearling class, number 1647, Kelly Heppenstall with her own Glynwyn Annie Power by Glynwyn Gideon this yearling. Third show, already a winner of a bronze medal, finishing second here, 1647. Third was 1645, Graham Roberts with Mr. Baird's Custom Master Jack. This yearling colt by Donny's General Jack. This number 1645. Very big winner as a foal, this one, as lightly shown as a yearling. In third place here, 1645. Fourth is 1648. This is Miss Rhodes's Ringside Prima Donna, a Joyton Maybe Black yearling. And fifth was number 1650, Mr. Wadsworth's Tin with the Lad, the yearling by Brincinian Persimmon. This one, 1650 in fifth. Sixth was number 1651, Mr. Williams's Abergavenny Mighty Me. So first, 1649, second, 1647, third, 1645, class 145. Next class for Mr. Miller in the Section C's will be the 2 or 3-year-old, again open to colt filly or gelding, class 146. Well, just one forward for Richard Miller in the Section C's. This is the 2 or 3-year-old colt filly or gelding, class 146. One forward, and it's the 2-year-old of Lauren Beaumont. Shankly, She's a Tomboy, just second show. Combination come from West Yorkshire, and this 2-year-old by Moorcroft, the Master. The filly number 1652, the winner. In the Section C's, it'll be the stallion class that comes forward next. That stallion class, 147. Well, Bispottage, the judge of the Section Bs, just made his final line, and he now presenting the awards in the filial gelding for the yearlings. Top of the line, another from Thistledown. This is Sandy Anderson's Thistledown Karuti, another one by Minfield Sandpiper. Two winners of the yearling class, both by Minfield Sandpiper. Winner at Royal Cornwall this time, from a big winning family. Indeed, the dam of this really top mare. 16.08, the winner then with Weiselbert, Thistledown Karuti. Second in the class, this is Rebecca Knight with Lynn Wilson's Wolska Anna by Paddock Rio. Paddock Rio, of course, twice a Cuddy finalist for the Section Bs and a top sire of the Section Bs. Second in Norfolk, winner at Ashby recently. This is Wolska Anna in second place, 16.18. In the third place is Mrs. Wilden's Cream Filly. This Montpesson late Razzmatazz. This one by Paddock Lorenzo. That's in third place, 16.16. Fourth, then is Sarah Noble with Miss Bramwell's Palomino Filly, Crookback Penny Moon. This lightly shown in fourth place, 14.10. Fifth, 16.12. Mrs. G.M. Easton's Grey Filly, Hillin Tamara by Ayath Timer. First, 16.08, Thistledown Karuti. Second, 16.18, Wolska Anna. Third, 16.16, Montpesson Late Night Razzmatazz. And fourth, 16.10, Miss Bramwell's Crookbank Penny Moon.
So the class has just finished here in the Wells Section A. That was class 133, the colt 2- and 3-year-old, and that was a win for 15.68. Sean Busby with Arid Endeavour. This pony by Glenwood Sial was reserve champion here as a foal. It's been, or rather was second here as a foal, and sixth here as a 2-year-old. Reserve champion at Cheshire County this year, and now a winner here at the Great Yorkshire. That is Sean Busby's Arid Endeavour in first place. Second is 15.70. This is Mrs. Hampson's Friar's Ray of Sunshine. First major show for this pony, and standing second. Third to 15.69, Baildon Explosion, owned by Mr. Everett, shown by Adrian Chapman. They were placed at Nottingham County on their only other outing. So first 15.68, second 15.70, and third 15.69. So here in the A's, it is the stallion class now, class 134, for Wells Section A, stallion 4-year-old or over. Those of you waiting for the Mountain Moorland lead rein, class 110, that is due to start at 8:30 at the top end of the main ring. So Mountain Moorland lead rein will be 8:30 start.
Well, sad to relate, no stallions forward in the Welsh Pony of Cobb type, Section C. That's class 147, none forward. So now it's class 148 in the ring nearest to the bandstand here in this wonderful Great Yorkshire arena. Class 148 is for mare or gelding 4 years old or over, and brood mares must be with foal at foot or have a relevant certificate of pregnancy. So class 148, it is Richard Miller, the Henny Arthur stud from Ferryside down in Carmarthenshire, It's our judge of the Section C classes. Class 148.
class 110, Mountain of Moreland, Libre, the main collection seat.
Early class 117 for the riding selection.
Well, the award's just been presented now in the 2- or 3-year-old colt. That's for the section Bs, being judged by Les Partridge from Cumbria and Gwent, the Rosedale prefix that he, of course, has taken to great effect to the top of the breed. And in that class, another win for Sandy Anderson of Thistledown. This out of the very prolific and successful mare, Cottrell Anya. Thistledown Arctic Storm, the 3-year-old by Paddock Sahara. Craig Eleanor doing the honours for the Thistledown stud this morning. A winner at Norfolk and reserve 2 at the West Yorkshire Spring Show for the Welsh Pony Society. 1619, the winner of the 2- or 3-year-old. This a 3-year-old. 3-year-old out of the mare, Cottrell Anya by Paddock Sahara. Second, Deborah Wilson with her dun colt, the Violet Grange King of Hearts, the 2-year-old by Cadland Valley Eloquence. First time shown this year, but won here as a yearling, comes back and finishes second now in this good quality class. Then third is Helen Corus with Mesdames Lassie and Oris, the bay colt to Bunbury Sterling, the 3-year-old by Millcroft Thriller. That's third, 1623. Fourth, Mr. Hanson and Mr. Bennett's Chestnut Colt, Deepole Miami Reef. That's a 2-year-old, 1622 in fourth. And fifth, 1620. Carolee Bales' Chestnut Colt, Bunbury Zimba. This Bunbury Zimba by Bunbury Satin Wood. So first, 1619, second, 1625, and third, 1623. And that's the section B, 2- or 3-year-old colt. Well, in Ring C, currently judging the 4-year-old Merrill Gelding, or over. On the brood mares here, got to have folded foot. Nice to see one fold forward in front of Richard Miller. It's class 148. The last class of the section C's, that's of cob type, but then we do go to the Welsh cob classes, section D in that arena.
So just 5 minutes now before we start our Mountain and Moorland lead rein class, class 110 at the top end of the main ring, due to start at 8:30. So the pony's just been collected there, ready for class 110 Mountain and Moorland lead rein class. Continuing with our Welsh Section A's, being judged today by David Puttock. In the stallion class, 4 years old and over, it is a win for 1572. Paul Brightwell's Palomino stallion Cosford Wishes Vision. This 4-year-old by Thistledown Vieira was a champion at Glenusk, a champion at Royal Windsor, and a champion at the North Welsh Pony and Cob Show. So unbeaten so far this season and winning the class here today. 1572, Paul Brightwell's Palomino Cosford Wishes Vision. Second is 1571. This is Mr. Anderson's Thistledown Lord of the Flies, shown by Heidi Bennett, by Thistledown Van Basten.
So the winner.
Third is 1573, Michelle Henney's Penrose Carlo, just shown locally, this pony, but standing in third. Fourth is 1574, Mr. Piper's Amylus Motte by Sunwillow Jubilee, shown by Josh Hampson. And in fifth, 1575, Rachel Robson's Waitwith Red Rum, shown by Lucy Templeton. The pony that's been placed here as a yearling and placed at the Scottish Horse. So first, 1572, second, 1571, third, 1573, fourth, 1574, and fifth, 1575. So it'll be class 135 next, the 2- and 3-year-old filly or gelding.
Well, the result now of the senior class in the Welsh Section B's. Richard Miller, our judge. It's open to mare or gelding, 4 years old or over. Brood mares must have their foaled foot or have a relevant certificate of pregnancy. Top of the line was Mrs. Fell's bay mare, Lawton Little Gem. Gemma Paxford doing the honours this morning. 13-year-old mare has had foals, no foals at the moment. By Bryn Melian Llewellyn, this one, and this. The winner of the class has been a big winner over the years of this 13-year-old, but it's the first time being shown this year. Correction, actually was a supreme at the Carmarthen Association of the Welsh Ponies earlier in the season, has been shown before. That's 1659, Lawton Little Gem, the winner. Second, 1658, this is Justin Davis running up Messrs. Davis and Bennett's mare, Popster's Bootlicious, the 8-year-old mare with folded foot by Joyton Maybe Black. You can see why it has that name. And it's by Parvadine, the governor, this mare, an 8-year-old mare, which actually has been under saddle at the Horse of the Year show, and now back as a brood mare for the first foaled foot. 1658, that mare, Popster's Bootlicious. That was second. Third was 1660, Mrs. Gant and Mr. Smith's mare, Kirkham Gate, Lady Rhiannon. That was in third place. Fourth, 1662, Mrs. Roberts' chestnut mare, and Coolin Pretty P. That's a 7-year-old by Sinan Rock Music. Sinan, of course, one of the top prefixes in the Welsh pony world. Fifth, 1661, Miss Hanson's Fronath Giovanni. And sixth, 1656, Mrs. Boak's Oakbury Melina. The winner then, 1659, Lawton Little Gem. Second, 1658, Popster's Bootlicious. And third, the mare 1660, Kirkham Gate, Lady Rhiannon. The championship now for the Section B's, the section of Cob type. And then following on that championship, we'll be moving to the Welsh Section D's, the Cobs.
Well, here at the top end of the main ring, we have the start of the Mountain and Moorland lead rein, class 110 coming into the ring. Delighted to welcome our judge, Mrs. Carolyn Whiteley from Braintree in Essex, and she will judge these Mountain and Moorland lead reins. This for a mare gelding, 4-year-old or over, not exceeding 122 centimetres, that's about 12 hands, and the riders not to have attained their 9th birthday before the 1st of January this year. So Mountain and Moorland lead rein, class 110 coming into the ring.
Well, in the Welsh Pony Section B, we just had the one stallion forward, class 141. Another stallion, a very interesting one actually, from Thistledown. It was Craig Eleanor with Sandy Anderson's Chestnut stallion, Thistledown Arctic. Incidentally, out of the same mare as the winning 3-year-old colt, Thistledown Arctic Storm. Thistledown Arctic, the stallion, out of Cottrell Anya by Montpesson Wild Party, the one stallion forward in class 141, 16.27. Class being judged now by Mr. Les Partridge is the 2- or 3-year-old filly or gelding. It's class 142. That's the class in the middle ring, just below the president's box. Class 142. Three winners forward for the Welsh Championship for Section C's. The Welsh pony of Cobb type, the winner of the yearling class, number 1649, the chestnut colt Renkulin Rothschild. The winning 2- or 3-year-old, the bay filly Shankly She's a Tomboy, the 2-year-old. And then the winning mare or gelding class was over the senior class, Mrs. Fell's Lawton Little Gem, 1659. So those are the three forward for the championship of the Section C's. Well, today, of course, is Cuddy Day as far as the in-hand classes are concerned. Cuddy, the feature in-hand championship of the show world. Now being that championship that heads down for the Horse of the Year show. Very important competition for the breeders of all types. Always a popular day. And that Cuddy qualifier from the Great Yorkshire, always a very competitive one, is in the White Rose Ring. The White Rose Ring around midday. All of the champions going forward for that Cuddy title and the competitive ticket for the Horse of the Year show. So the champion of the Section C's, it goes to Mrs. Fell's Lawton Little Gem. Gemma Paxton showing for Mrs. Fell. Been a big winner. In fact, her foal won at the Royal Welsh last year, but has had 4 or 5 foals, but not with a foal at the moment. This year has been supreme at the Command Association of the Welsh breeds, and a lovely mare that's got a great record. Number 1659. Then as champion with the reserve, with Danny Prater, with Mrs. Thomas Prater's chestnut colt Renkulin Rothschild. This was the one that was champion at North Leach just recently, and is by Popster's Ricochet, the yearling. So champion number 1659, Lawton Little Gem, and reserve, Mrs. Thomas Prater's Renkulin Rothschild, the yearling chestnut colt. Well, incidentally, in that ring where the Welsh section Cs have been, the ring nearest the bandstand, the Welsh section Ds will be the next section to be judged. Welsh section Ds, the cops. Well, now on the lap of honour, the 2- or 3-year-old filly or gelding is class 142. And the winner, number 1632, Jane Newton. Jane over from Australia to see this Palomino filly win. Waxwing Glisten. Lise Aubert showing for Jane Newton. Waxwing Glisten, the 2-year-old by Ayath Pagest. Young stock champion of the big Lampeter show last year. And a winning filly that has got many who've been really taken by this 2-year-old filly. 1632, the winner. Second, 1631, that's Robert Hensby's chestnut filly, Lathil Hollyhock, another one with a very good winning family. This one by Lathil Oberon, a winner at Lincoln. Again, another winner too at Tudor Rose, West Yorkshire Show too, and again, a filly again with surely a big future. That's number 1631 in second. Third is Mrs. Wilson's chestnut filly, Melville Martinique, by the Melville sire, Moonstruck, number 1633, that is. That's in third place. And fourth, 1629. That's Miss Bale's Bunbury Playboy, a 3-year-old by Millcroft Thriller. First, 1632, Waxwing Glisten. Second, 1631, Lathill Hollyhock. And third, at 1633, Melville Martinique. So, one more class in the Section Bs. That result, class 142 from the Section Bs. Section 3, there's the Merrill Gelding 4-year-old or over. There is a foal class associated with that class. Class 143. Our judge for that Section B, Mr. Les Partridge from the Rosedale set down at Cwmbran in Gwent. Section B then, the senior class, class 143. Well, a reminder to Welsh Section D exhibitors, the Welsh Cobs, that we're now underway with that section. They are the second section in this ring, and the Welsh Cob classes for Section Ds, the Cobs themselves, are now underway. Class 150, under Mr. Miller, Richard Miller, now being judged in the main ring. Some of the Welsh Section D exhibitors may not be aware that we've completed Section C and are now going on to Section D.
In our Welsh Section A's here in the centre of the ring, being judged by David Puttock from Gloucestershire. This is the 2- and 3-year-old filly or gelding class, class 135, and it's a win for 1578. Sarah Pearce with Garnalog Hellard. This pony's bronze medals earlier this season, has been placed here last year, and only very lightly shown, and standing at the top of the line. 1578, Sarah Pearce's Garnalog Hellard is the winner. Second is 1576, this is Tom Farrow with Wait With Just a Gem, this 3-year-old by Tame Valley Sahara, was a winner at North Yorkshire, winner at Lanchester, and was reserve champion young stock there. And in fact, this pony's mother has been a winner here as a 2- and a 3-year-old. In third place is 1579, Alison Pryor's Wait With Demi, this by Friars Osbeck. Second here is a yearling, already had a win at West Yorkshire and placed at Lincoln County. In fourth, 1577, Jackie Holden's Holly Tree Ava, third at Cheshire County. And in fourth, 1580, Abby Walton with Mr. Walton's Wait With Jude. So first, 1578, Garnalog Hellard. Second, 1576, Wait With Just a Gem. In third, 1579, Wait With Demi. Fourth, 1577, Holly Tree Ava. And in fifth, 1580, Wait With Jude. So now it is class 136, mare or gelding, 4-year-old and over. And the brood mares within the class must be with a foal at foot or have a relevant certificate of pregnancy. So mare or gelding, 4-year-old and over class, class 136.
Carolee, is that right? No, you're Carolee. Is that right? What's your name? I know we're in that place, but what's your name? Because I wrote it down.
But I can't give you specifics.
Laura. Yeah. Sorry, I was watching.
Are you Mr. Small? What's your first name? Have you got several sections in that piece? Does this come from a good family? Yes. Winning piano? Real Welsh. Well, the cars just competed for the World Section Ds, and you can certainly hear when they come around the arena, can't you? Great great support, and of course not surprising with the wonderful action that the Section Ds have. Top of the line for the yearling class, and that open to colt, filly or gelding, was Mr. Schofield's Bay filly Dearne Valley Lady Mary. That yearling by Timor the Tramp, 1667, the winner. Second was 1665. This time the black filly of Mrs. Enyon stood second. Coldwell Grace, that one by Coldwell Brennan, 1665. Third, that was 1666. Mr. D. Jones's Linhelga Cheeky Girl, a yearling by a Linhelga sire, Billy the Kid. That filly number 1666, that was in third. Fourth was the chestnut filly Ben Rose Hawkeye's She's a Lady, owned by Mr. Bowes. That was in fourth, 1664. And fifth was Mrs. Victor's Bay filly Holden House Duchess Blue. That one by Timor Top Gun. First, 1667, second, 1665, and third, 1668, and first of the World Section D classes. Next class forward is again open to colt, filly or gelding. It's the 2- or 3-year-old due to come forward now, and that'll be class 151. Well, Les Partridge just presented the awards in that senior class for the Section Bs. The over 122 centimetres. The Welsh Section Bs, of course, known, particularly the man in ponies, known for their wonderful movement and their tremendous movement and balance off the Welsh hills. And top of the line is Mrs. Chris Jones's Bunbury Filigree, the 6-year-old mare by Millcroft Bellego, shown by daughter Georgina. The foal at foot, actually too young to register for the class, but again a lovely foal at foot, the actually second foal for this Bunbury Filigree mare. Reserve champion at the Welsh Winter Fair, this lovely mare, 1638, the winner. Second, 1636, Mr. Robert Hensby's Lath Hill Sincerity. And then another mare that's had foals here, 6 years old, by Stoke Tyrol. Won at Tudor Rose, and again at Leicester British. Twice out this season, twice a winner, finishing second in this class. Third was Ben Spohr, a young man who has Welsh Section A's and just a 1 Section B, and he had this in March. Lath Hill Harlequin is the sire of this third place Section B mare, Skelhorn Cindy Doll, 1641 with Ben Spohr. Fourth is Andrea Bruff's chestnut mare, Strands Gala, that one by Lath Hill Auberon. In fifth place was Mrs. Young's Eskdale Vanity Fair. This shown by James Croxford with the foal at foot by Lathe Jazz. And that's in fifth. And sixth was Mrs. J.J. Holden's Paddock Chiffon. Paddock Chiffon by Iath Rio. So first 1638, qualified for the championship. Second 1636. And third 1641. So that well, now the foal class, produce of that brood mare for the Section Bs. And again, it's Les Partridge, our judge. It's class 144. Well, there's the result of the foal class now, which is of that Section B mare. And it's Lucy Mackenzie's Lathill Celebrity with the foal by Waxwing Glimmer that wins the foal class. Waxwing Glimmer, now 4-year-old, was a winner at the Supreme Winter Fair, the Welsh Winter Fair, as a foal and a yearling, Waxwing Glimmer, and now 4 years old, being a stallion that is thought to produce some very good stock. So that's the winning foal out of the Lathill mare, Celebrity Lathill, of course, the prefix of Robert Hensby. So that's 1643, the winner. Second, 1644, that's Mrs. Young's colt foal with another Lathill side foal at foot. The foal out of Escaldale Vanity Fair. Born in April, incidentally, the winning foal, born in the 1st of May. And this by Lathill Jazz, another from the Hensby start. So first 1643, second 1644. That's the foal class in the Section Bs. The championship for the Welsh Section Bs. Just remind you, it is Cuddy Day today here at the Great Yorkshire, and that'll feature the champion of champions in the in-hand classes, feature in the White Rose Ring at around midday.
Oh, he's brought it out. We need a trench digging. Bring the stallion. Yes, it's not floppy either. He's more than well. He's got an itch on his flank.
Well, there's the lineup for the Section Ds. This is the 2- or 3-year-old colt filly or gelding, judged by Mr. Richard Miller. And top of the line is Catherine Brown's filly, Ridelian Morning Temptress. Only had this a couple of months, already winners, several local shows, Otley, Ashlington, and bought from Ashley Pears. Ashley, who's had some very good horses in the Section Ds. So this looks a good acquisition for Catherine Brown. Ridelian Morning Temptress, 1669, the winner, 3-year-old by Gwenlyn Dale. Second was Mr. Launder's Black Colt Redelian Morning Thunder. Again, this 3-year-old by Travais Black Flyer. That's 1673, that was stood second. And third was 1672, the Dun filly of Mrs. Ibbonson's. That was Hallier Bright Star. That's by Lanfillin Shooting Star. So first 1669, second 1673, and third 1672. That's the Welsh Section D, the comp class for 2- and 3-year-olds. So move on now, and perhaps the one class that attracts more people to a Section D ring, the Stallion class, 4 years old or over, with the Royal Welsh Show around the corner. That is the championship of championships as far as the breeds are concerned for the Welsh breeds, and the spectacular sight of the Welsh cobs in the parade with their wonderful trot out, always a great spectacle. So we can expect to see some great movement in the Stallion class now, class 152, your judge Richard Miller. Well, in Ring B at the moment, it is the Section B Championship. The World Section B Championship under the Judge Les Partridge, the championship for the Welsh Section Bs. Well, the Welsh Section Bs have put on a good show, some lovely stock for the Welsh Sections Bs and this year's Great Yorkshire. And Les Partridge just presenting the championship. It goes to Sandy Addison, Thistledown stud, huge supporter of the Welsh breed in general and the Section Bs. He's had some very good stock this morning, Sandy. And it's Craig Eleanor with the champion for Mr. Anderson, Thistledown, Arctic Storm. That's out of that prolific mare, Cottrell Anya, by Paddock Sahara. And the winner of the championship for the Section Bs this morning. Remember, this is the one that won at Norfolk recently, and then reserve in the West Yorkshire Welsh Pony Championships too. This out of the mare Anya, that was the dam 2 of the winning stallion here, Thistledown Arctic. The reserve, that goes to 1632. 1632 is Jane Newton's Palamine filly Waxwing Glisten. Australian-born Jane Newton here to watch this Waxwing filly take the reserve title. Was young stock champion as a yearling at Lampeter last year. Lampeter always one of the top shows in the Welsh Pony breeds. The 2-year-old in reserve place, Arthur Beaugest, the sire. So that is number 1632, Jane Newton's Waxwing Glisten. So a good turnout, and those awards now being made, and of course that's very much part of the jigsaw of the Cuddy, that famous Horse of the Year show, in-hand championship, so important to the breeders of all these wonderful stock. It is one of the top championships there is in the breeding of ponies, and show stock has a huge influence. So there's the champion, Craig Eleanor, with the yearling Thistledown, Thistledown Arctic Storm by Paddock Sahara, the champion. The reserve taking their lap of honour, Waxwing Glisten by Arthur Beaugest. Well, that's the last of the classes in Ring C, Ring B, I should say, of our sections this morning. That completes the Welsh Section Bs. We've already completed the Welsh Section Cs, and so it's the Welsh Section Ds now that hold centre stage in the ring nearest the bandstand. And we're currently judging the stallion class, class 147.
chips, I get a chip.
So the top of the line for the 4-year-old stallion, the son of Cathran Express, Edrenog Atomic, 13 years old, owned by Mrs. Launder and shown by Matthew Launder this morning to win the 4-year-old of the senior stallion class. This a stallion that's not only been shown successfully in hand with some very good winning stock, but also too a stallion which is successful on the stallion show jumps very successfully and has got points on the card. And so this a very, very versatile 13-year-old stallion. Edrenog Atomic this year was supreme at Staffordshire and has got a very good record here. Was second here as a foal, was also placed as a yearling and as a 3-year-old, and now wins the stallion class, 1680. In second place was Mr. Jones's Linog Norman. Again, this another very good stallion that's got a lot of success in the show ring. Linhelg Norman, the 5-year-old by Gobel Telenor. He too was shown as a foal and also was third here as a 3-year-old too. Emily Reed showing for Mr. Jones, the bay stallion, in second place. And then in third place was Rob Newman with Mr. Williams' bay stallion, Abergavenny Welsh Comet. Bought out of the Jonathan Butt Abergavenny stud. It's only a 5-year-old by Lanarth Prince of Wales. Lanarth Prince of Wales, of course, one of the famous stallions, and the Lanarth prefix, that of the Bigley family. So that is number 1682 in third place. First then, 1680, second, 1679, and third, number 1682. Well, the next class for the Welsh Section Ds, the fabulous movement of the Welsh Cob will now be for the senior class. This is the mare or gelding 4 years old or over. Reminder, the broodmares must either have the foal at foot or have a relevant certificate of pregnancy. So that is class 153 that'll be coming forward for the Section Ds.
In the Wells Section A, the mare class. A good strong class here in the Section A's, and a win for number 1598. This is Sarah Tibby with Four Oaks Coco Chanel. This pony was supreme champion Mountain and Moorland at the south of England on their only other outing this year. A pony that was placed at the Horse of the Year show last year in the Cuddy final, and standing top of a very big line of Wells Section A's this morning. 1598, Sarah Tibby with Four Oaks Coco Chanel. Second is 1594, Mr. and Mrs. Perrin's Shamrock Lake Royal Sharakila, shown by Will Perrins. Only their second show, or rather they've been out twice, should I say. They were champion and bronze medalists at Hamilton, and took a silver medal at the Northern All Welsh and were champions there as well. That is the second place, 1594, Shamrock Lake Royal Sharakila. Third is 1592. This is Mrs. Miller's Waxwing Raspberry Ripple, shown by David Russell. In fourth, 1591, Mrs. Holden's Holly Tree Aliona. Fifth to 1589, Mrs. Gardner's Ego's Evensong. And in sixth, 1586, Mr. and Mrs. Farrow's Wait with Zoe. So that is class 136. First is 1598, Four Oaks Coco Chanel. Second, 1594, Shamrock Lake Royal Sharakila. Third, 1592, Waxwing Royals Raspberry Ripple. Fourth, 1591, Holly Tree Aliona. Fifth, 1589, Ego's Evensong. And in sixth, 1586, Wait with Zoe. So just the foal class to go in the Section A's before the championship. Meanwhile, at the top end of the ring at the screen end, we continue with this wonderful class of Mountain and Moorland lead rein ponies. These ponies from the small breeds, Section A's, Shetlands, Dartmoors, it is a qualifier, this class, for various championships, including the Horse of the Year show. So class 110 being judged by Carolyn Whiteley from Braintree in Essex, the Mountain and Moorland lead rein. the Wells Section A, the final class there, the foal class. And that's a win again for the Pharaohs, this time with their chestnut colt weight with replica. Out of weight with Zoe. And this foal by weight with Sierra Star. Second, 1602, Mrs. Gardner's foal, Rengrove foal. That's out of Ego's Evensong by Rengrove Romeo. So it'll be championship time now in the Wells Section A's. Meanwhile, our final pony comes out in just a moment. The final one coming forward in this Mountain Moorland lead rein class, a phenomenal class. All these young riders, these are all the stars of the future. And lovely examples of our native ponies, these small breeds, showing the temperament of these ponies. They're ideal for young children.
Do you want us to get an establisher of the big wheel as well?
We've got the Wells Section A's, the Dartmoors, Shetlands in the ring. And we've got riders in the ring from 4 years old up to 9. So our winning ponies coming back in from the Section A classes, started at 7:30 this morning, and coming in now for the championship. Being judged today by David Puttock from Newent in Gloucestershire. Early classes was quality more than quantity. Eventually we went on to quality and quantity in the larger classes later on with the A's. So here in class 110, the Mountain of Moorland lead rein, judged this morning by Mrs. Carolyn Whiteley from Essex. A fantastic lineup of ponies for her, but it is 12:41 that she called out as the winner. 12:41 is Mrs. Wilson's Thistledown Van der Vaart, this 9-year-old, ridden by 6-year-old Olivia Brightmore. Has won the Horse of the Year show twice, was second at Royal Windsor earlier this year, won 2 classes at the Winter Championships and went on to be champion there, and now top of this big line here this morning. 12:41, Mrs. Wilson's Thistledown Van der Vaart with Olivia Brightmore. Second is 12:32, Mrs. Reeves v Nightingale, ridden by Bill Reeves, 9-year-old Bill. Won 2 classes at the Summer Heritage Show, was a winner at the Morton Marsh, qualified for the Horse of the Year show there. So that is in second place, 12:32 v Nightingale, Bill Reeves. Third is 12:29, Sadie Osborne's Woodend Marigold with Lola Carabine on board, 4-year-old Lola, riding this pony, Woodend Marigold. Qualified already for the Royal International and the Horse of the Year show. Second at the Horse of the Year show last year, previous champion here as well for the last 2 years. In fourth, 12:25, Mrs. Hill's Abbeyfell's Father Francis, ridden by 6-year-old Maisie Hill. They've already qualified for the Royal International in the Pretty Polly at the Summer Championships. In fifth place, 12:28, Mrs. Metcalf's Waitwith Juju with Molly Metcalf, 4-year-old Molly. Sixth, 12:34, Rachel Robson's Waitwith Santana with Grace Cannon. In seventh place is 12:19. This is Annie Shinwell with the Shetland Linmore Glen. 8th to 12:42, Isabella Baines, 4-year-old Isabella with Miss Willerton's Tworgan Cloudbreak. And in 9th, we have 12:15, I think, was it? Sorry, in 9th, it's 12:21. This is the Franks Bethel Rowena with Brooke Reed on board. 12:21 being 9th. So first, 12:41, Thistledown Van der Vaart. Second, 12:32 v Nightingale. Third, 12:29, Woodend Marigold. Fourth, 12:25, Abbeyfell's Father Francis. In fifth, 12:28, Waitwith Juju. Sixth, 12:34, Waitwith Santana. Seventh, 12:19, Linemore Glen. Eighth, 12:42, Tworgan Cloudbreak. And in 9th, 12:21, Bethel Rowena. Well, many thanks indeed to them all. It is jolly hard work getting ponies and children up into a main ring early in the morning, and they really have made a wonderful sight for us this morning. But special thanks as well to our judge, Mrs. Carolyn Whiteley, all the way up from Essex to support the Yorkshire Show by judging this class for us. And congratulations to the winner there, 12:41, 6-year-old Olivia Brightmore with Mrs. Wilson's Thistledown Van der Vaart. So here in the centre, David Puttock just having another look down the line of Welsh Section A's before choosing his overall champion for the breed. Remind you, of course, that the champion of each section in the in-hands goes forward to the Cuddy qualifier, one of the most prestigious in-hand qualifiers that you can compete in. And the champion from each section of the light horses and ponies in hand goes to that to qualify hopefully for the Horse of the Year show. So the champion and reserve, in fact, coming from that final mare class. The champion going to 15.98. This is Sarah Tibby with her mare Four Oaks Coco Chanel. This mare by Gwynrodden Frenin was Mountain Moorland supreme at the South of England show on their only other outing this season. Last year placed at the Horse of the Year show Cuddy final, and now the champion Section A, so they'll go forward to the Cuddy qualifier as the Section A representative. That is 15.98. Our Section A winner, Colin Tibby and Sarah Tibby's Four Oaks Coco Chanel, the mare. Reserve going to the second place mare, that is 15.94, Will Perrins, with Mr. and Mrs. Perrins, Shamrock Lake Royal Sharakila. A pony that's been to 2 shows. She was champion and bronze medalled at Hambleton, champion and silver medalled at the Northern All Welsh. Stood second to our champion in the mare class and now stands reserve champion for the Section A's. So many thanks indeed to David Puttock up from Gloucester to judge for us today, and congratulations to the Tibbies as they go to the Cuddy qualifier rather, with Four Oaks Coco Chanel. So that completes the Section A's. So it's just the D's to complete our showing here this morning.
Well, here's now the result of the Welsh Section D's. This for a strong Merrill Gelding 4-year-old overclass, the senior class, class 153. And we've got the foal class still to come. And top of the line is Mr. Schofield's lovely mare, Horan Undeg, 14 years old now. Scott Gibbon showing this winning mare. Was winner at Norfolk some 2 weeks ago, was winner here also 2 years ago, and a multiple winner. A Royal Welsh winner too, as a young stock, Cheshire, you name it, it's been a very big winner around the circuit. Has had foals, but a barren mare now, 14 years old, the winner 16.92, Mr. Schofield's Horeb Undeg. Standing second to that is Dr. Rob Allen, together with David Allen, in fact Kate Allen showing the second mare, Dragida, She's a Lady. She too been a very big winner, multiple winner at major championships, as well as a silver and bronze medal winner. Was a winner at the, or was rather third, it was at the Royal Welsh in 2012. Again, a mare who has many fans. Dragida, She's a Lady. She has a foal at foot who will be judged very shortly. That's number 1683 that stood in second place. Third in the class. Third in the class was Mrs. Galbraith's mare Quinfus Carwedon. Again, a 13-year-old mare by Gwynfus Culwilk. 1688 was third. Fourth was 1689. The mare of Mrs. Garvey, Kyle Beck Carmen, that has a foal at foot that will be judged in the foal class in the moment. The mare in fourth place by Thornyside Cream Boy. And then fifth in the class, that was Miss Dowker's Pennell Heartbreaker, the 6-year-old mare, 1687. And sixth was Miss Bowler's Hilgarth Simone, the 8-year-old by Gwendolyn Simon, 1685. So that's the broodmare and gelding class, the senior class. And now we have the 2 foals being judged for the foal class 154. And of course that'll be followed by the championship for the Welsh Cob, Section D's, being for the Keith Wass Memorial Trophy. So the winning foal, that is out of Dr. Rob Allen's mare. That's the foal by Clubman Owen Glunder. The winning foal out of the second place mare. With the second foal, that of Mrs. Garvey's Bay Colt. The foal out of Carber Carmen, that is by Quellen Sampson. Great to see the great addition of the Welsh Cobs with their wonderful movement and action, still giving so much pleasure. Two lovely foals for the future. First 1693, the filly foal born in May this year out of Drogheda She's a Lady by Crumlin Owen Glunder, and the second foal, the colt foal out of Carbeck Carmen. So just the Welsh Section D class championship to be decided, and then we shall be clearing all of the ring. Already action underway, because it'll be Scurry Driving that will be underway pretty shortly. Scurry Driving, junior jumping. Well, actually, Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream's got a mix and match where a top rider will be with one of our junior riders in an exciting relay competition. Then a very good junior jumping class, and of course the feature class of the day at the Great Yorkshire, always the famous Cock of the North, and that comes this afternoon with lots of other excitements to come with it, let me tell you. So it's Section D championship time. Well, Richard Miller, our judge, and Richard has forward the winners of the classes this morning. The yearling class, won by 1667, Dean Valley Lady Mary, the yearling filly. The 2 to 3 year old class, filly a winner there, Mrs. Catherine Brown's Redelian, Morning Temptress, 1669. The winning stallion, number 1680, that's the stallion 4 years old or over. That's the chestnut stallion, Erdnoig Atomic, number 1680. And then the senior class just completed, the mare of Mr. Schofield, Horib Ondeg, number 1692. So that's the championship contenders. It's not surprising you run out of breath, is it? You have to be fit to show the Section Ds. As we mentioned a little earlier, one of the most spectacular, in fact, the most spectacular side of all is at the Royal Welsh when they have the run out of the Welsh Cobs. And it really is one of the most spectacular in-hand moments there is of the whole season. And you just get a glimpse in this gorgeous arena of what movement they have. So it's championship time. Richard Miller, our judge, remember. The last championship of the morning of the 4 sections that we featured, the A's, the B's, the C's, and now the Section D, the Cobs, the championship. And of course, those champions go forward to the Cuddy Supreme in hand, the qualifier here, the Great Yorkshire, over in the White Rose Ring, later this morning around midday. The champion is the mare, the black mare Horeb Undeg. 14 years old now, but still a very big winner. With actually the foals 1693 as being the reserve. My apologies, it's the mare 1683, second in its class. Drogheda, she's a lady, but did have the winning foal as well. So, congratulations to Scott Gibbon with Horeb Undeg. Most recent win of this very successful mare was at Norfolk, won here 2 years ago, and has been, in its wonderful career, a Royal Welsh winner too. So that's 1692, the winner, with the mare second in the class and reserve champion overall, being that of Dr. Allen, Dr. Rob Allen, together with David and Kate too, all part of the team that have shown this mare. Drogheda, she's a lady, the reserve champion, with the winning foal at foot by Crwcmelyn O'Glandire. So, some very good classes. Our thanks to Richard Miller for the judging of the Welsh Section Ds. And that brings the native breed judging here in the Yorkshire Arena to a close. We're already getting well underway with the course set for the scurry driving, and there's plenty of action to come. So hope you'll join us, find a seat, and we'll certainly give you lots to cheer about.
You get yourself a bit of a breather. So whatever you need to do, you have a bit of a breather now. For your fingers as well.
Right, ready to go. We're off racing. We're off Formula One racing with the Pony World. It's the large ponies, those over 122 centimetres. Kevin Merry, the first up. New name in the scurry driving world with Eric and Ernie. They were certainly a great combination in the entertainment world, weren't they? Will they be a good pair now in the scurry driving? Kevin Merry then, first up. Remember, this is all about going clear through the cones. 4 seconds added for every cone that comes down. There's other rules, too, that we'll give you as we go along. And off they go, going perfect. Straight down across the arena, into the box. And 4 to add. Down under the screen now, right-handed turn, A, B, back to C, out in about 19 seconds. Now up the middle, through the slalom. Keep the rhythm, keep the pace, and Kevin Merry's doing well. And another 4. 8 now to add. 8 now to add, turns back round, and the rules of the game is you cheer, boys and girls. Come on. Coming for home. 8 at the moment, nasty little kink there, he's got another. As they head for home, down to the last. Through the last, I think it's 8 to add. 12 to add it is. And so 65.97 with those 12 seconds added for Kevin Merry. And Nelson King. Nelson, another new... Oh, in fact, it's Jeffrey Osborne. My apologies, Uncle Jeffrey. How could we miss you? In the Go Faster refrigerator. Osborne Refrigerator's been such great supporters of the horse and pony world, particularly the driving part. And Jeffrey, Alison Tucker acting as groom. Jeffrey from Chichester, down in that lovely part of the world of Sussex. And Dollar and Dime. Dartmoor ponies, really super Dartmoor ponies too. Registered, quite a handful, but Jeffrey, younger than ever, and has got no nerve whatsoever. He just flies. Down he goes. He's got that first line nicely worked out into the box. This is not an easy box. Kevin Millman is our course designer. He's made that quite tricky, but he's through. Now back, up, the slalom. Dollar and dime gleaming in the sunshine. This is a good drive. You can chat. You can cheer. Come on. Jeffrey qualified his small pair yesterday for the final. Alison working as a groom. The balance at the back, very important. That's a good drive. Wow. 48.14. The fastest yesterday was 46.56. So that's a good drive from Jeffrey Osborne. Now it is Sue Duggett. Sue, great enthusiasm, lovely match pair here, sugar and spice, and all things just nice. Sue Duggett didn't have a small pair yesterday, but will be certainly making herself felt, I'm sure, in this large pony section. Over 122 centimetres, the old 12.2. Once Sue says go, they get down low and away they go. Look at their little legs going. Dollar really working hard. Dime looks to be shirking his work a bit, but into the box. Through, round and out in 18 seconds. She'll be looking to up the pace now, put the turbocharge on. See the groom side to side. If they get that wrong, it's very easy to flip these little carts over. It's a real team effort. And the groom of Sue's really leaning into that corner. Down the home straight, nothing to add. 43, 44, looking good. Sue getting excited. 51.12, doesn't quite break the 60-second, but that, if it was in the section for small ponies yesterday, would have been quick. So, 3 gone. Now, the man from Dorset, Fruit and Nut. And believe me, this is a very well-named pony. And the driver, he probably comes in that league too. Qualified at the Horse of the Year show, for the Horse of the Year show at Bath and West. Really put the afterburners on. Nigel's 10th season. And Nigel used to be a show jumper, but he decided scurry driving was more fun. Fruit, well, Fruit on the left, 19 years old, had a couple of foals. And Section B, we've been watching the Welsh ponies, and you can see why they're so good for this. They've got to be quick on their feet. Nut, 25 years old, that's the roan. He actually competes in mounted games. The Olives have got some lovely children that love Pony Club. And Liz is the groom. Actually, I'm not sure it is Liz this morning. Through the slalom, out. This is quick. 32 seconds gone. Really leans into the corner, and Nigel's got enough in the tank to really open up. Here it is. Oh, the fastest time of the show. 45.32. Thought it was quick. Well done. Nigel, give him a hand. That is a great drive. Well done, Nigel. Go and save yourself for the championship. Now here's the young star, James Starr. Second year of scurrying. And he really has made a mark. Been driving since he was 10, he's now 17 years old. He's been training for the British trials team, training with the great Boyd Exel, Boyd world champion, based over here and in Holland actually, the Australian. And he really has got this boy working very well in scurry driving. And I have to say Charlotte Adams Lane has also been helping James, and this is a young boy who's going to really give us a lot of fun. Driving, balanced, fast and furious. They're very powerful. See how he's got them anchored, get them settled down. They can really take a hold. Quite cautious in and out of the box in about 19.5 seconds. Now he begins to open up. Are you going to cheer? Is it not going to cheer on Thursday, are you? That's better. That is better. Still room for improvement, but we'll save that for the championship. And this pair are being saved. Oh, four to add. That could be costly. Now he's got to open up to qualify. He might have made an error there. 48-20, 52-20. We've got a master mathematician on the scoring. He's just a wizard. How he counts his fingers and toes as quickly, I do not know. 5 gone, and there's the 4 left to go. Charlotte Adams Lane. She's won the championship. She won it in 2013. That championship, of course, had the Horse of the Year show. It's one of the great features, the Scurry Driver of the Year. And her husband, Ian, they run the balanced horse feeds from their farm in Chessington in Surrey. And Ian, well, luckily, he's unflappable. If he was, I don't know how Charlotte would succeed. You've just got to calm her down, Ian, haven't you? She does get a bit carried away. Rip and tear, and they can. They can do both. Check into the box. In 12. Keeps the wheels moving. Out in 16. That is quick. That's why she's won a title. And these ponies really know how to open up. Again, though, Charlotte is keeping them well constrained. There's a championship to come later. They're into the home straight. We take the top 6 of the large ponies through to the finals. It's a bit competitive at the moment. Charlotte's got such a lovely soft voice. 49.53. I think you'll have to have a few elocution lessons, you know, Charlotte. 49.53. That goes 3rd at the moment, balanced Rip and Tear. Should get them home, but there are 3 to go. And here's one who'll be speedy. She's been a speedy one for many years. That's with the driving ponies, of course. It is Alison Tucker. Chip and Dale. Been managing the Osborne Refrigerators stable for many years. Hasn't always driven herself. About 6 seasons she's been driving, but she's been showing Geoffrey Osborne's hackneys, grooming for Geoffrey. And she won a lot of classes last year, actually. Chip on the left, 12 years old, Dale on the right. Again, she is being very conservative this afternoon. Into the box, round, out in about 17.5 seconds. Has had one down. 4 to add. Again, easily through the slalom. They're being very cagey, these drivers. They're trying to get through with the least amount of effort. It's sound policy, but sometimes if you get one down late on, it can count. It can cost you. Home comes Chip and Dale. And the last is gone. That's serious. .55.08. Alison Tucker with that last fence. House Bollard down. You are on the edge of not qualifying. Chip and Dale, 55.08. Still the leader, Nigel Olive, 45.32. He's booked his way through for sure. Now, Gareth Roberts, he is engaged. He's getting very excited about his wedding in September. Gareth with his fiancée, acting as groom, Kelly Sawyer. Gareth qualified for the Horse of the Year at the Hickstead Derby meeting. He was Scurry the Driver of the Year 3 times, actually, well, twice, 2006, 2007, and was runner-up in 2012. Comes from Hertfordshire. Gareth Roberts. Gareth with Dark Horse, Fred and Barney. They're probably the fastest pair there is in the business, but they take some controlling. They tend to take off and then make mistakes. But Gareth, look, is sat up, the little rubber ball of a man. He's sat up there looking absolutely dressage-like. Nothing more like dressage. Our man Gareth into the slalom. Just giving them an inch or two now, letting them off because he's got to qualify. I think he's still clear. Confirmed that he's still clear now. Here he comes, and now he's opening them up. He's not going to make the same mistake as Alison Tucker. Oh, wonderful. Wasn't it so charming? Go on, go on. Oh, he's had a late one down. 53.23 with that late 4. Wow, I think it'll be enough. 53.23, Gareth Roberts. Where does that put him? It means that he is in 6th place, and there's 1 to go. Gareth Roberts, you might have undercooked that one. Oh dear, he's looking serious. He is looking very serious. Gemma Millman now. Qualified already for Hoy, South of England. Now this lady has won the title 4 times, 08, 09, 14 and 15. And she won at the Royal Windsor Horse Show. She was in cracking form there. Gemma Millman, Piglet and Eeyore. Full brother and sister, Piglet on the left, Eeyore on the right. And butter wouldn't melt in their mouth at the moment. So Nigel Olive way out in front, fastest time of the show so far, 45.32. And Gemma Millman is away. They look absolutely up for it. Yep, one's gone at 6. Up went the stick. So now she's got a motor. She's got to be quicker, I think, than 53.23. I think he's in 6th at the moment. And she has got 4 faults, 4 seconds to add, and so did Gareth. It could be close. Oh, good enough, 45.38. Not quite the quickest, but there's 4 to add, 49.38. Get that checked by the judges, they've got to do something. 49.38 with the 4 added. So, what about Nelson? What about Jack Austin? Well, there's some surprises in this presentation of award for the larges, and there are 1 or 2 that are going to miss out. What a morning. Nigel Olive, he just smashes his way to the top of the leaderboard. Fruit and Nut, 45.32. Then Jeffrey Osborne, 48.14. Well done, Jeffrey. 3rd was Gemma Millman with 4 to add, 49.38. 4th, Charlotte Adams Lane, 49.53. 5th, Sue Duckett with Sugar and Spice, 51.12. And then 6th was James Starr. He too was a bit lucky, 52.2. That's the 6 that we'll go through, and we're in for the presentation of awards in just a moment. Well, that certainly is quite a surprise. Well, we're delighted to say we really have got a man who's been such a great man to the world of racing. He been a great trainer, and more recently, of course, his name has been hitting the headlines because of the wonderful Jack Berry House. Like Oaksey House down in the south, one of the great rehab and recuperation centres for not only the racing world, but for other equestrian sports too, and they do a great job. And Jack Berry, he has been such a star in getting the Jack Berry House up and running. It really is a world-class centre. So great to have you here, Jack. Jack's involved with the Cuddy down in the White Rose very shortly. And knowing Jack's love for something racing, I'm quite sure he would have really loved that. The red shirts, the hallmark of the great Jack Berry. So well done to Nigel Olive and Fruit and Nuts. I think that's the best drive I've seen Nigel do. Broke the track record, 45.32 for the Great Yorkshire at this show. That's the fastest we've done so far. Has he used his pony's Fruit and Nut just a shade too much? Time will tell. Our championship comes later in the day. Second, Jeffrey Osborne. No secret, I'll whisper it. Jeffrey is 81. 81, and he just goes faster every single day. Well done, Jeffrey. Second, Dollar and Dime the Dartmoors. Third, Gemma Millman. And a little bit of money on that in the final wouldn't go amiss, because she had a fence down and was quick. 49.38. So only just 600 of a second behind Nigel Olive. She's third here though, but qualifies. Fourth, Charlotte Adams-Lane, 49.53. She too made some errors. She'll be looking to sharpen up. Balance, Rip and Tear. Fifth, Sugar and Spice. Sue did get through. And sixth is James Starr, Fast and Furious. So Gemma Millman just been congratulated by Jack. Now it's Charlotte Adams-Lane, Balance, Rip and Tear. Now down the line, that's Charlotte. In fifth place, it's well done to Sue Diggett. Sugar and Spice. Work to do. It's going to be a really exciting championship, and that championship comes just a little later in our programme. Timed the Surrey Championship for 1:10 between the heavy horse teams and our hound parade. And then finally, squeaking in, lucky boy, James Starr, 17 years old. James Starr, Fast and Furious, and he can go certainly faster and more furiously than what we've seen this morning. Well, a very big thank you to Jack Berry. Hope you enjoyed it. And again, so many congratulations on the tremendous work that Jack Berry House does here for the whole equestrian world, particularly, of course, focused for the racing worlds. It's lap of honour time. Let's give them a hand. There's more to come. You've only just got a little mouth-watering hors d'oeuvre to start. The winner this afternoon's qualifier is Nigel Olive, Fruit and Nuts. Second, Jeffrey Osborne. And third, Gemma Millman. Well, the ponies will be back to the stables, quick rub down in some nice cool water, and they'll be fresh as a daisy for the final. 12 of them go in the final for the Osborne Refrigerators Great Yorkshire Championship. And that's time for 1:10. Well, believe it or not, we're back on time, thanks to our ring crew. And we're going to come to what is a great tradition at the Great Yorkshire Show. Thanks to the support of Harrogate International Festivals, the band of the Royal Armoured Corps are with us. And of course, Harrogate International Festivals are celebrating their 52nd year this year. They've got another great summer ahead. And the likes of Sir Bryn Terfel, the Proms favourite John Wilson Orchestra, and a children's concert amongst some of the wonderful Theakston's Old Peculiar Crime Writing Festival. They've got a great summer, and we're so delighted they're once again sponsoring our military bands. So as our winner goes out, now jolly with fruit and nut, it's time to welcome a band that's stationed at Catterick. They are very much involved in the scheme where young 16 and 17-year-olds can join the Corps of Army Music, training at the Foundation College, the Army Foundation College at Harrogate, and then on to the Royal Military School of Museum, that's in Twickenham, and getting paid to train as well. All part of what can be done in Britain's modern army. In fact, if you go down to the Army Village here on the showground, you can see and hear a lot more about the Army, and the band actually have got a Facebook page for more info. They are under the band of the Royal Armoured Corps. So they're going to play for us again as we build towards our first show jumping of the day. So let's give them a very, very warm welcome. Based in Catterick, North Yorkshire here, under their bandmaster, Staff Sergeant Paul Mason, it is the band of the Royal Armoured Corps. Well, this wonderful Yorkshire arena in the sun has seen many colourful sights with military music over the years, and we're delighted it's a tradition that's carried on. The band of the Royal Armoured Corps, one of 22 bands that now exist in the British services, and we're delighted to have this famous one from Cadrick here. Taking the salute on behalf of Harrogate International Festivals, we have Charlotte Woods. Well, there's surely nothing better than sun and military music to get you in the mood for some great entertainment. And there's just one more little treat we can suggest to you, and that's some of the Yorkshire Dales ice creams. They'll be sponsoring our next class, but believe me, a little of their wonderful ice cream will go down very well for the entertainment we have in store. Well, I may ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to give our band a very big round of applause. Delighted to say they'll be here to build us up towards the famous show jumping championship, the Cock of the North. The band of the Royal Armoured Corps. Well, we've got two courses for two competitions. The first we're going to have is the Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Mini Major Whip Round, and it's one of our senior riders, the ones that have been in form, have qualified, joining forces with the minis. The minis that have qualified in the Yorkshire area. There's very good prize money at stake in this Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Mini Major Whip Round. £1,000 to the winning adult, 175 good pocket money for the junior riders. It's a relay, and there'll be, of course, seconds added for fences down. And then that'll be followed by the Yard Equestrian JA Classic. Sponsored by Yard Equestrian, it's supported by Penny of the Year Show, and it's for the top JA ponies, and it's up to 130. It's an A9, so it'll be a jump-off class. The best 5 scores are all the clear round, qualifying for the second round. Junior jumping hasn't always been one of the sections of British show jumping that's been featured here, but this is a welcome return for an important part to help our juniors develop their skills to become perhaps senior stars internationally in the future. So that's the two classes. We'll be jumping back to back, and it is the first class that's being walked now by those 9 riders with their minis alongside, getting the instructions for, of course, the majors, and once the course is walked, we'll be underway. Have you got a little music? Well, it looks if all the decisions are made. So our judges are about to ring the bell and get us underway. Just remind you of the details of the course. The ponies, well, they'll jump fences 1 to 6, and then the horses jump 7 to 12. And we have a judge down in the ring, very tall judge down in the ring, pretty ferocious. And if the senior riders go before everything is ready in the changeover, then there will be 4 seconds added. So it's all against the clock, quick is the best. And I think Mr. Fletcher alongside me could be fun.
It certainly will be, Mike. Yes, we've got the kids that have qualified all from the, all in Yorkshire, the area shows, and certainly I can't see one senior rider down that list there that isn't going to give it the absolute best. They're all very fast riders. You know, it's take your pick of who's going to be the quickest. You've got James Smith, Annabelle Shields, always goes quick. You know, the Joe Whittaker, Paul Barker, and nobody's quicker than him. So we're Alfie Bradstock, my that rides for me. I've actually said to him, his parents won the Gold Cup, trained the Gold Cup, should I say, Gold Cup winner Coney a couple of years ago, and I've told him to forget about show jumping and get his racing colours back on.
Good stuff. Right, I think we're all ready to go, so that sounds like we want lots of cheering and support. There's a lot at stake, a lot of these young riders, not that old, and they will be, as far as they're concerned, doing something that they will have dreamt of doing about and perhaps never thought they would. Firstly, actually to ride in this wonderful arena. That in itself will be a great thrill for many of them. So all set to go. First pair will be James Smith, a man who's been bang in form. Actually spent quite a long time around competing in Yorkshire, because he was with Paul Barker for a season or two, was it, I think, Graham? So
yes.
He knows the area, he knows the place.
He knows the place, knows the area, and he's inherited all Paul Barker's determination. Expect this first pair to go very rapid.
So James Smith will be the first senior rider, and it's Paige Wright who will be the first junior rider.
Yep, for sure, on Jimmy Cricket. Recently, in fact, last week, qualified for the prestigious Host of the Year show at the Bigton Arena. So this is one that's already in form, and let's see what they can do.
So that'll be the first pair out onto the arena. Just a reminder that the famous Rip and Select Foods Cock of the North Championship, that's going to be away somewhere around 10 to 4 this afternoon. And that always does provide a very, very dramatic and exciting hour or two of top sport. So make sure you're free to be back around the main arena for that Cock of the North.
Yes, as you said, Mike, a great competition, the Cock of the North, and for those of you in the stands round the arena, as a foretaste of what's to come, just have a look at that double of walls. A double of walls. You never see that anywhere else, not just in the country, in the world. It's something that is unique to that, as I say, prestigious trophy, the Cock of the North. And believe me, when they get the rest of the jumps at that height, it's a very formidable task for horse and rider. 3:45 it starts.
Well, that's what's to come later this afternoon. We await now that mini major competition. So here they come. James Smith, the man born from north of the border, twixt the rock.
Yes, with Paige Wright and Jimmy Cricket.
Well, certainly won't be one of the biggest ponies, will it? Jiminy Cricket to go first. Now the ears are pricked, now we'll be off. Come on, Paige.
Oh dear, that's just what we didn't want. Come on, show him the fence, let him have a little look at it. Let it now, give him a kick. Well done, come on, get behind these kids. Now we're travelling. Oh, James, I think you're going to have to take over, isn't he? Sorry, it's sadly to refuse elimination.
Well, see if you can jump these fences then, James. Sadly, the pair out. James are going to head on with twixt to the rock. Come on, you can't get out of it, James. No, you can't.
But
no, you can't.
You're going to have to go very fast to get it, but in out, kid.
So, you can see what the senior riders have got to do. Little free feel of this Harrogate grass, because James Smith will certainly be one in contention for the Cock of the North. It's that sort of competition that you dream of winning. Twixt to our rock. Horse that's gone well here. And a man who's very much in form. You get these purple patches, Graham, where you can't do anything wrong, whatever, and win a lot of competitions. That's exactly what this man's been doing.
That's for sure. Is it a real good patch? And as you say, make the most of it, because when things go the other way, they can do. But certainly at the moment, he's on top of his form.
So that's the way they're going to go. But bad luck to James Smith and Paige Wright. Jiminy Cricket. No Mars bars for Jiminy Cricket tomorrow. Well, now it's Annabelle Shields with Ruben VHF, and here's a lady who's gone very, very well. And the first to go for the youngsters, the minis.
Yes, this is Isabel Snowden. And she's 8th in the goal league at the moment, and she's going to show why. Look at that, that's some strike. And away we go. Come on, there you go. And Annabelle will be pleased to have a partner like this, because trust me, when Annabelle gets hold of the baton, she's going to go.
This is quick. Look at the clock on the screen. 4 to add. 4 to add, but away goes now Annabelle Shields. What a great job Isabel Snowden did. Well done. Pity the one fence down, Isabel, but great round. Now, Annabelle Shields for this big grey Ruben VHF. They've been in form. They come from Middlesbrough. 2 left to go. 1 left to go.
1 left to go, yep. And this is quick. Good strike, yep, good time.
62.26, 4 to add. 66.06. 26. 66.26, 4 seconds to add. So 2 gone. In all, there was 9 in this Great Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Mini Major Whip Round. And it's now Morgan Kent with Furoseo to go with...
And it's Madeline Archibald with Tasmania the Second. And this actually has been in the winning pairs twice. So I expect this pony to go. That's with Hannah Barker. Paul Barker is the trainer. This is certainly one to watch.
This looks stylish to me.
Oh dear.
Spoke too soon.
I'll keep quiet from now on, Mike.
Oh dear, it's a great occasion for these children. It really is not just as easy as it looks.
Yes, we'll all keep getting behind it because it is. Not only are they coming in this ring, these riders for the first time, massive big arena, big stadium, hard call for them, but we're asking them to go as quick as they possibly, or as fast as they possibly can. So it's a tough one. Okay, okay, don't start that clock going quite yet, judges. Okay, right, away we go.
He knows all the tricks of the trade, this man. Now we're going. They don't seem to like those people in the president's box, do they? They definitely, the ponies, definitely a bit awestruck there.
They certainly are. I was always awestruck for the president's box.
Over the last, and away goes Morgan Kent. Yeah, Furosio. Morgan from just down the road in Wetherby on her yard there.
And Morgan's a quick rider.
Well, don't forget...
quick across there. Fast to the lash. She's so...
Oh, 4 to add. And there's... Well, there's 6 seconds to add for that refusal for knocking the fence down and having to reset it. So we end up in all with 10 seconds to add, which means 72.33. 72.33. That's for Morgan Kent and Madeline Archibald. Julie Andrews now. Julie Andrews, the senior rider with Ayrton the fourth.
And this is Ellie Burrell Squibb with My Little Liesel, winner of the Bixton Grand Prix only last week. And Squibb's a very famous name in pony jumping. Come on, Ellie, let's go.
Well, you can see why young Ellie has...
oh, no.
Dear. That's so unfortunate. Dear, oh dear. And that's an ouch too, I think. Just on that corner. Having hit the fence, lost the balance and turned, and right down they went. Julie rather, doing the rescue relay. New interpretation of the rules. My judges are so generous, aren't they? They're really open-hearted, so some say. And Julie showing where she should be going. Quite a dramatic start to this Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Mini Major Whip Round.
Yes, let's hope we have no more dramas, but let's also feel really sorry for Ellie there. I mean, that's awful. You know, you qualify, you come all the way to jump in such a prestigious class. She's up and about. She's going to be at the races soon. Come on, let's give her a big hand. Big hand for Ellie.
Well, hope Ellie, all that bump goes away and that you'll be back jumping again, winning more Grand Prix. And thank you very much indeed, Julie Andrews, for giving us an exhibition round. Our next pair up, it's young Alfie Bradstock, KBR's Everett, one of our top young riders, based with Graham. And what about the youngster that's with Alfie then, Graham?
Yes, this is Charlie Atkinson, top of the Gold League on Bunbury Conquest. So come on, Charlie. And he's off.
He is in overdrive.
Come on, Charlie. Oh, no faster. You're frightening me. Oh, Jesus.
Follow that, Alfie Bradstock. Follow that. Well.
Come on, Alfie. Don't let him down.
So 40 seconds gone. Come on, Alfie, let the handbrake off. Come on. Nothing to add at the moment. Alfie coming to the last two.
Don't let him run out, Alfie, squeeze. Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, these Fletchers. Oh!
What's he doing? Alfie. P45 coming up, lad.
Oh, dear. 68-1-1, 4 to add, 72-1-1. And at the moment, it's still Annabelle Shields and Isabel Snowden out in front. 66.26. Alfie Bradstock and Charlie Atkinson, they're in second place. Thanks to Charlie Atkinson.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Charlie, give him a right rollicking when you get hold of him.
Well, now the pair of Master and Mini, Sarah Billington with Euphora JX. Jeffrey Billington training that one. And what about the Mini?
The Mini, we've got Oliver Stanley on Sea Horn Sweetie. And his dad's a farrier, so don't expect this one to slip round a corner.
So, Oliver Stanley setting out at quite a sedate pace, and the way things have been going, that's perhaps quite a good idea.
Yes, they're playing percentage show jumping now.
I think you might hear a bit of vocal training for the senior here. Getting ready to go, Sarah Billington. And well done.
Away.
Well done, Oliver Stanley. Ollie Stanley adds nothing. Now, all on you, Sarah Billington.
It is. I think this is to go in the lead. Come on, Sarah.
Let's not do any of this sit-up and smart stuff. Let's kick on.
Yeah, kick on. Remember, husband Jaffrey's got the beers already lined up.
Biting her lip is our Sarah. Round to the last. Is this going to be the first double clear? Oh, down he goes. 67-1-3-3-3 and 71-3-3. That's for Sarah Billington and Oliver Stanley. That puts them at the moment into second place. Still Annabelle Shields, Isabel Snowden leading. Sarah Billington, Oliver Stanley in third. And then in fourth is Alfie Bradstock and Charlie Atkinson. Now Chloe Smith. Chloe Smith, Robert Smith's daughter, Candy Boy. Riding with
Talia Nuttall and Just Aussie. Come on, Aussie. Oh.
Very colourful with the red cap and the red saddle cloth.
Yes, you can certainly see them coming on that grandstand side. So give them a big cheer. Come on, let's go.
There's plenty of room for lowering these scores, that's for sure. Chloe looking to get a flying start, and away goes Chloe.
And does. And Chloe's quick. She'll be quick.
Four to add at the moment. .66.26, the time to beat. Don't think we're going to do that. Still got a bit more than 10 seconds. We might. 4 seconds to add at the moment. Round to the last. Come on, Chloe. Safely home. 67.10. 71.10. Actually, quick enough to go into second. Well, now it's Joe Whittaker. Here's a speedy one, joining with young Rachel Proudly. If she comes in any faster, they'll break the sound barrier.
Yes, on Painted Lady, and this one can have a little bug between its jumps. It's got its own little way of going, but I'll take this combination, these two to go in the lead, so let's see what they do.
Big support team down below. So, come on, Rachel, Painted Lady.
Yeah, the competitors' box are certainly getting behind him. Come on.
Joe Whittaker getting ready for the flying start.
Now, Little Buck flies the last, and away goes Joe.
Changeover in about 29 seconds. Time to beat 66.2. Oh, Joe's got one
Joe!
down.
How come these top pros are letting these kids down? Come on, Joe, make up for it.
So 4 to add. 1 left to jump. Time 55 seconds.
Yes, you just about make up for it, Joe. Foot down.
Still might be good enough. 60.26, 4 to add, 64.26, and that's the new leading pair. Joe Whittaker, Rachel Proudly.
Yep. Into the lead, but I'm not sure he's going to last too long because last to go, Mike.
Yep, last to go, Paul Barker. And Paul Barker riding Happy Boy, and he's got with him the speedy little Sophie Wicks.
With sweet baby James, and this is already, she's already had her Christmas present for this year because this combination is already qualified for the Great Olympia Show over Christmas. I'll have these down as favourites. Not to put any pressure on, Paul.
So, Sophie Wicks, sweet baby James, lining up the first. Well, they're working well together. Come on, Sophie and sweet baby James. Paul Barker playing it cool.
And they're off. Come on, Paul.
Sophie's clear. Paul's got to go clear now and put himself in with a chance.
Yes. Favourites chance, not actually riding the Happy Boy as it says in the programme, but I know Paul's going to be a very happy boy with 3 jumps to go.
So far, so good. 48 seconds gone. Time to beat 64.26.
This is winning. This is winning. Come on, Paul. No
misses.
What's
the jumps this?
That's a good one. Well done.
And it is the winning time. 58.01 wins it for Sophie Wicks and Paul Barker.
Well done, Sophie. Come on, let's give him a big hand. Great win.
Paul Barker wanted to qualify for this. He left it late till last night, but it was worth it, Paul, wasn't it? So, first it is Paul Barker, Sophie Wicks. Second is Joe Whittaker with Rachel Proudly. Third is Annabelle Shields with Isabel Snowden. We'll give you the rest in just a moment. 71.10, I think, will be fourth, won't it? 71.33 will be fifth. So let's give you the full rundown. Paul Barker and Sophie Wicks winning the Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Mini Major Whip Round. What fun. Second, Joe Whittaker, Rachel Proudly. Third, Annabelle Shields with Isabel Snowden. Fourth is Chloe Smith with Natalia Nuttall. Fifth, Sarah Billington with Oliver Stanley. And sixth, Alfie Bradstock and Charlie Atkinson. So those are the top 6 for the place. Remember, we've got another jumping class to come. This is the Yard Equestrian Junior class. So that'll be following, and then it'll be the heavy horse turnouts. Well, we prepare for the presentations, and I wonder whether there's an ice cream all round for the successful riders. Don't be missing out on a chance to go down to the Yorkshire Dales ice cream parlour just around the corner here. It really is wonderful ice cream. Incidentally, that Yorkshire Dales ice cream traditionally churned on the family farm. It's only about 20 minutes down the road near Bolton Abbey. And it contains real lashings of fresh whole milk and double cream collected from the neighbouring farms in Yorkshire Dales. That's why it tastes so delicious, fresh and creamy. It's just absolutely real ice cream. Some great flavours. Farmhouse vanilla to cinder toffee crunch to rum and raisin, they're all there. It's located actually on the family farm, just off the A59 between Skipton and Bolton Abbey. Great competition. It's such a thrill for these young riders to be riding in this wonderful arena. One can't overemphasize the importance of that. The ability to feel comfortable and enjoy yourself in an arena like this with crowds around. It's something that's very important to learn at an early age, and this is what's so good about this competition. So we're delighted to welcome Mandy Rogers on behalf of Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream to present the awards. So very well done. It's very appropriate that it's Paul Barker, because the Barker name has been ringing around this ring literally for decades. They've been one of the great names of Yorkshire show jumping, and Paul's certainly upholding that with his partner Sophie Wicks. Well done, Sophie. Well done, Paul Barker, the winning pair of the Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream's mini whip round. Then second place, it's Joe Whittaker. Joe with Rachel Proudley. They've done well. In third, well done to Annabelle Shields, who pairs up with Isabel Snowden. Her pony really did enjoy himself. Pench Winton Glennie. Fourth, being presented now is Chloe Smith. Chloe, who partnered Talia Nuttall with Just Aussie. Talia just being handed her rosette, and I bet I know where these rosettes will be pinned for these youngsters. They'll be up in the bedrooms. Sarah Billington next. Sarah, who partnered Oliver Stanley. Seahorn Sweetie. Sarah riding Euphoria. And again, for these riders to be the young riders riding with the seniors, again, one of those wonderful things that really gives these riders so much confidence. In sixth place, Alfie Bradstock. Alfie was pairing Charlie Atkinson. And Charlie, I think you should ask Alfie for his prize money. Dear, oh dear, Alfie. You have Alfie's prize money, because you would have certainly got him more money than he's won. Then it's Morgan Kent with Madeline Archibald. Julie Andrews with Ellie Burrell Squibb. They sadly didn't have things go right for them, but never mind. It's great to have them as part of the competition. Julie Andrews, Ellie Burrell Squibb. And the final pair, James Smith. James partnering Paige Wright. Paige on the little grey, Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy really wasn't keen to play ball, was he? Well done. Thank you to all the senior riders, and great to have you with us with the youngsters. Hope you'll be back in this arena enjoying yourself and doing great things in the future. And a very, very big thank you to Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream, huge supporters, and have been now for a number of years, of the Great Yorkshire Show. That's thank you to Mandy Rogers and the team. Away we go, lap of honour. The winners, Paul Barker, Sophie Wicks. Well, you may have noticed the soldiers helping us out in the arena with the course builders. And the soldiers helping out today are junior soldiers from the Alamein Company of the Army Foundation College in Harrogate. These young men and women coming to the end of a year of training at the Armor's Premier Recruit Training Centre. They're drawn from all over the country, the soldiers having formed platoons and spent 11 months learning field skills and leadership. And that's whilst developing their academic ability before they graduate, actually in August, so a few weeks' time. The soldiers we have with us between 3 and 6 months specialist training to undergo, and then they will serve in the wider army with their regiments and units. So a very big thank you to the junior soldiers of the Alamein Company. Well, they're setting the course. Jason Abbs, our course designer today, assisted by Bob Ellis. This is one of the ways where the course designers who are climbing the ladder to firstly top national status, and then they hope international status, and they're assisted by Bob Ellis here, of course. Bob, the mastermind of so many World Championship courses, none more so than the London Olympics. And this is a wonderful system that very definitely works for the benefit of British show jumping. So they're setting the course for the Yard Equestrian JA Classic. It's what they call competition under A9 rules, which simply means we'll take the top 5 scores if there aren't at least 5 clear rounds. If there are 5 or more clear rounds, we take all the clear rounds, but we definitely take 5 through. And if they get faults in that top 5, then they'll take those faults through to the jump-off, which, of course, is against the clock for those on equal scores. Well, the course set by Jason Abbs for this 2-round competition is over 11 fences. Fence 11, coming up from the members' end of this great ring, is the blue and white upright with the balustrade underneath it. That's fence 11. In all, 13 efforts with no water in this JA Classic, and more about the JA bit in a moment. And the time allowed is 84 seconds. Got to be ridden at a speed required. That's 350 meters a minute, which then gives you a time allowed. And you get time penalties if you go over that. 84 seconds, the time allowed. Now, we mentioned the JA bit. Well, like the seniors who jump grades A, B, and C. C is the bottom grade. And in fact, there are competitions below grade C, and it's the same in the ponies. JA is the top grade, grade JB, the second, and so on, and grade JA, the top grade for the ponies in the competition, which is for riders 16 and under. So just setting the scene. Very shortly, the riders will be in to walk the course, and then we'll be looking for a start in about 10 minutes' time. That's the start for the Yard Equestrian JA Classic. Well, just while waiting for the final touches to be put to the course and the riders to walk it, let's remind you of some of the busy parts of the showground. And the Great Yorkshire has, if not the best showground in Great Britain, it's certainly one of the very best of the showgrounds. It's full of action, lots of livestock rings, of course, the main ring mostly for horses, but of course we do have the Grand Parade of Cattle this afternoon. We have busy horse rings in the White Rose Ring, sponsored by Top Spec, and the Ridings Ring. The pig rings have young handler classes today. It's a very good way of educating young people how to handle pigs. Same in the sheep rings too. And on the flagstones, that's the name of the stage for the hounds that play a big part in the judging here. The judging of foxhounds today will be with the bitch hounds 2 o'clock this afternoon, actually. The art show demonstration, the next one down there, is at 1:30. And in the demonstration and events, there's a virtual pig tour, pig centre, and a short interactive wood presentation, one at 2 o'clock and one at 2:30. And the other very popular area here is the VetSpec Country Pursuits Arena. It includes ferrets, Simon Whitehead, the ferret man, the Packfield ferrets. 2 o'clock will be the decoying wood pigeons with Chris Green. He's a wonderful man with the wild birds. There's a fly cast demonstration at 2:30. Brian Tyer's doing that. And there's also a display of hounds, falconry display, and a gun dog demonstration as well. So a lot going on, and of course on top of that you've got the garden show, the game cookery theatre, and the Great Yorkshire Food Theatre as well. So much to see. Well, all set to go. This is very definitely one of the big days of British show jumping, and it's great that the juniors are sampling the atmosphere and sampling this wonderful arena. These days, the big jumping scene is really not appearing as much in Britain as it should be, and big occasions are important in these youngsters' careers, Graham, to make them understand what pressure and atmosphere is all about.
It certainly is. You know, a lot of the shows now are just club shows at surfaces, but when you get to major championships, you have to soak in the atmosphere of what it's like at the Calgarys, the Arkans, the Hicksteads, and this great arena gives these young kids a chance to experience that. And we are certainly, it's several years since the 148, so for those of you familiar with the old equation, that's 14 twos, competed here. Yeah, quite a few years since, and it's really good to see we've got so many good combinations coming forwards. I think we should see, you see the height of the jumps, they're pretty impressive considering the ponies that are jumping these, and it's the first time in this arena for them. So, yeah, I think we're set for a really good competition.
Well, where we go. First we have is one who's got two ponies in this competition, the Art Equestrian J Classic, Tanya Jordan-Jones, and the first to go with the pony Jumper the second. It's 1-1-4.
Yes, this is the younger of the two ponies, one that's qualified for the host of the year, both in the newcomers and the Fox Centre. And yes, made the long journey from Wiltshire, and certainly a very good jockey to hand the fact that she's got two ponies in this. I'm sure she'll be featuring in the jump-off.
So 4 down, 16, time actually quite well underneath the time allowed at 84 seconds.
Yes, just a young pony that, and what he did, got a little bit phased down the line of 5 to 6. But she held it together and he finished off well, so it was a good experience for him, but nevertheless, you're always disappointed when you've had 1 or 2 jumps down.
Turn of Antonio Platt now, another one with 2 ponies. Antonio riding Rosalind Platt's Sligo Furisto Flights. So there's our first clear round for Antonia Platt. You'll notice she's got a yellow background to a flag on her breast pocket. That means she's ridden for Britain internationally.
Yes, a very good round from Antonia there. You know, she's one of the top pony riders, and she showed it there. A very, you know, cultured, nice round that.
Well, next up is Sophie Bowen-Howard. All these early ones all got 2 ponies. This another one. Riding down Howard pony, Whitehorn Girl.
Yes, she's bred to ride, this young lady. Grandfather David Bowen, Sarah Bowen, her mother, you know, both real big winners. And this young lady following in the footsteps.
Safety over the last. And the time well inside 2. So clear round number 2 goes to Sophie Bowen-Howard, Whitehorn Girl. Now the turn of Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. Riding Christine Graham's Clagon Gypsy Delight. The last one actually that's got 2 ponies in this first round. Another experienced combination, and they show it, don't they? 3 clear rounds so far.
Yes, and Nicole's certainly one of our top pony riders. They're, you know, they make it this big course look relatively easy, but it isn't. And we take 5 through whatever, so 4s can go forward, but it's looking very much like as though you're going to need a clear to make the second round.
Well, now the turn of Madison Heath. Madison Ryan Great Heath's Airflow.
Oh, that was tough for Maddie. Just the last jump down, and she's our youngest competitor. So yeah, give her a big hand. That was a good round from somebody so young.
Well, now the turn of Perdita Digby. Perdita riding Sophie Digby's Kaylee Starr. Kaylee Starr.
Yes, well done, Purdy. Really good clear round. So pleased with that. All the way from Wiltshire. Qualified that pony for Horse of the Year show last week and trained by my wife Tina, so she'll be pleased with that one.
Well, now it's the turn of Harry Wood. Harry Wood, riding Victoria Wood's Landlord the Third. 4 clear rounds so far. So it looks as if we're taking all the clear rounds. Remember, we take 5 through whatever, but it's a clear round at the moment 4, and we haven't jumped half of the class. So 4 jumping for that one refusal. And over the time allowed. Total 12 to add, total 16. That's for Harry Wood and Landlord. Well, now another name, very well known in British show jumping, the world of the Sutton family, been at the top end of British show jumping for quite a number of years. And it's Faye Sutton now with Jacqueline Sutton's Robe Ruat.
Yep, another clear. Well done, Faye. And the selections for the Pony European Championships have just been announced. She's on the team to travel to Slovakia. So good luck there and good luck in the jump-off.
Well, now it's Ollie Fletcher. Ollie, 14 years old. He jumped in one of the senior classes on day one. Really went very well indeed. Part of the Graham team. Ollie riding the Bobster. Lovely round, classy. Ollie only 14 years old and he's already ridden for Britain in the Children on Horses, one of the very successful new European Continental Championships. So Ollie Fletcher jumps us a clear round. Our new starter now is Bobby Heath. Bobby Heath with Graham Heath's Cisco Bay. Bobby Heath now with Graham Heath's Cisco Bay. Number 10 to go, of 16 due to go altogether. So far for Bobby Heath. Bobby Heath, who also jumps in senior classes these days, 4 though with the pony Cisco Bay. Well, now a family that have been at the head of show jumping for many years, both internationally and for the county too. It's the Barkers. It's Ian Barker's daughter Hannah Barker with Ammon Valley Santino. So the markers have one through.
Yes, a really good pony that, and she gave it a very, very nice trip.
7 clears, and there are 5 more to jump in the first round. Tanya Jordan-Jones now. Tanya Jordan-Jones with Tanya Andrews' AKM Beachcomber. Beachcomber number 115.
Yes, a good clear for Tanaya. That's the pony she's got to be travelling reserve with to the Europeans, showing the ability and quality that you need to be in that division.
And one of those faster clear rounds too, which means that she'll come near the end of the draw. The times for these rounds will in the end give us the draw for the jump off against the clock. 4 left. Antonia Platt now. Antonia Platt with Rosenplatz's Carnhill Luna. So 4 this time for Antonia. 4 with Carnhill Luna. Already one of the 8 clear rounds with her first pony. That was Sligo Furist of Flight. Now another one with a clear in the bag. It is Sophie Bowen-Howard again. From, of course, David Burns' family, one of the great chumpers of Britain for many years. Sophie riding Dan Howard's Quincy the Fifth.
Captain Fred.
Well, 8 jumping, 1 down and 1 refusal. Lost time, of course, that refusal, so 14 for time. Total 22. That's for Sophie Bowen had. Quincy.
Yes, Fraser Reid next. And Kildagan, OG Clover. And this, Scotland has produced a lot of good jocks over the years, and this certainly is one of them. Watch this young man ride. Very cool. Yes, sadly 12 plus time for that pony. Not one of his probably better rounds, but you could see there, even when he stopped at the double, he rearranged himself, got the pony home, and, you know, he'd be better for his trip.
Yeah, Fraser Reid, 12 jumping, 17 time, total 29 with Kilclogan, TG Clover. Last to go then, another one with a clear round in the bag. It is Nicole Lockhead-Anderson, her second pony, and the last to go in the first round of the class, Downs Howard's Star Surprise. Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. So 1 down. It's a total of 4. That's for Nicole Lockhead-Anderson, Star Surprise. So no one with 2 ponies through, and we've got 8 clears to go through to the jump-off.
Yes, Mike, we certainly have 8 of the best, and certainly sit in your seats, hold tight for a few minutes, because you will certainly see a great jump-off.
Well, Graham will give you the course in a moment, but the jump-off order, it'll be Antonia Platt to go first, Sligo Furist of Flight. Then 101 will go next, Hannah Barker, Amon Valley Santini. You'll bet that one will go against the clock. 103 with third to go. That's Sophie Bowen-Howard with her Penny Whitehorn Girl. 102 will go next, Perdita Digby, Kaylee Starr. Fifth to go will be 112. That's Faith Sutton, Robe Ruad. Sixth to go will be 105. 105 is Ollie Fletcher, the Bobster. 115, second last to go. That's Tania Jordan-Jones, AKM Beachcomber. And then the draw, who gets pole position, the last to go, will be Nicole Lockhead-Anderson, Clagan Gypsy Delight.
Yes, jump off. The first three jumps as the first round. So fence 3, the green and white oxer, that then go right-handed to what is our big double at number 8. That, and how tight will they turn into that? After the double, fence 8, back to 9, again, a tight turn to the Palisades, and then it's a run down to the plank, yellow and black oxer, and then how quick can they come to the last jump? Because that will really take some jumping. Fence 11, remember that a vertical, not easy to jump when it's a measured stride, but they will be going full pelt at that and see how quick they can jump it.
Well, how good to see the banks and the stands looking full for these children. It really does make the occasion, and it's good to see these 148s back in this Yorkshire Arena. Sponsored by Yard Equestrian. So 8 to go against the clock. And it'll be 117 to go first. Jumped a lovely first round on this pony of Rosalind Platt, Sligo Furista Light. First to go in the Yard Equestrian jump off, Antonio Platt. Four it is. Time 53.01. There's plenty of spare there, particularly that one fence down for Sligo Furista Flight, Antonia Platt.
Yes, I think when she'd had the jump down, she eased up a bit. Expect them to go quite a bit quicker than that. Yeah, quite a bit, I would say.
And here's one who'll certainly be instructed to get on with it, I would think. Hannah Barker, she's been very good. She has ridden on more than one occasion in that whip round relay competition we saw earlier, riding Ian Barker's Amon Valley Santino. Bottom fence down, and that'll be a disappointment. 46.70. It's a lot quicker, but perhaps that 4 faults is a disappointment.
Yeah, 7 seconds quicker. I think that was on the pace, definitely. Second fence out again, that's proving to be a difficult one to jump, but these jumps are all big jumps now to be going against the clock.
Sophie Bowen-Howard next. And it's with Dan's Howard, White Horn Girl. No clear round in the jump off of the Yard Equestrian JA Classic. Sophie Bowen-Howard. This could be setting the standard. Oh, down goes the last. 47.66, not the fastest time, goes second. It's Amon Valley in front at the moment. Amon Valley Santino, Hannah Barker.
Yes, it certainly was. And just to look at that, she rode a great round. That, as I say, that last vertical, very difficult to ride just at a normal pace. But when you're going flat out like she was then, it becomes increasingly difficult.
Next up, number 102, Perdita Digby with well, 4 penalties for the refusal. 65.
Yes, that was a real shame. I mean, she's actually the first one to jump all the fences, so awful start when something like that happens, but she kept her nerve, give the pony a good trip round after everything went wrong, so, you know, she can take a bit of comfort from that, but I'll guarantee she's disappointed.
So 4 jumping and 10 times, so total 14 in that time, so drops her back. Now Rope Brouard, 112 Faye Sutton still no clear round with 4 left to go in the jump-off. And there is the first clear round. 49.82. The gauntlet is thrown down by Rope Rouard and Faye Sutton.
Yes, a really good round from Faye. The time can be beat, yes, but that was a really good round. Showed there why she was selected for the British team.
Well, we've been talking about Yorkshire names ringing around this fabulous arena for many years, and here's another, of course. It's the Fletcher name. It's won many occasions. Could this young 14-year-old start in style? Ollie Fletcher then, riding Dad's The Bobster. Clear round, 49.82 to beat. Oh, lovely round again. And look at that clock. 46.86, takes nearly 3 seconds off. My word, it's game on for this Yard Equestrian JA Classic. And Dad is lost for words.
No, I'm speechless, am I, mate?
So, 2 to go. And it's AKM Beachcomber next. This is Tania Jordan-Jones. She really has got to go now. 46.86 for the clear round to beat. $46.86 to beat. On it goes. Look at the time, 43.03, but the last goes. It's still the Bobster who leads. Ollie Fletcher ahead of Rope Rouard, 1-1-2, Faye Sutton, and then the fastest 4 faults, that does go to AKM Beachcomber and Tania Jordan-Jones. So, Father Graham breathes again. 1 to go. And that is Clagan Gypsy Delight. Clagan Gypsy Delight, ridden by Nicole Lockhead Anderson. Clear 46.86 to beat to win the Yard Equestrian JA Classic. This is quick. 46.86. And that jumps the last. Look at the time for Tanaya Jordan-Jones. Correction, Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. I wonder why that is. Clagan Gypsy Delight, and a fine ride to finish it off in style. 41.93. Clagan Gypsy Delight and Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. So that's the winner. Give you the full result in just a minute. The bobster, Ollie. 112. Then 101, fifth. 103, sixth. How many do you want? Well, then you need, the next is Sligo, number 117, and eighth is 102. Well, what a very good competition. Certainly ended up as an absolute flyer. And Nicole Lockhead-Anderson with Downtad Star Surprise did the business in style. 41.97. A lovely round. Set the pattern, though, from Ollie Fletcher with the bobster. He's second. Third is 112. That is Robrouard, Faye Sutton. There, 112. In fourth is AKM Beachcomber. That's 115. That is Tanaya Jordan-Jones. In sixth is Sophie Bowen-Howard with number 103, Whitehorn Girl. Seventh, 1177, Sligo, Fioristo Flight. 117 in seventh. That, of course, Antonia Platt. And then in eighth, Kaylee Starr. Kaylee Starr, number 102. That Perdita Digby. Very good to see the 148 ponies back again. And that, of course, is where the future stars will come for the sport. And Britain will be very much relying on that group to really get back onto that world stage and give the rest of the world a real run for the major competitions. So let's just have a quick look at our programme, as we'll be shortly presenting the awards on this Great Yorkshire Thursday. And once our awards are presented, it'll be the heavy horse turnouts. The teams, it is the finest sight of all of the heavy horse classes, the heavy horse turnout teams. We have the Scurry Championship to follow that. It's the top 6 of each of the 2 classes, the small ponies and the large, back to do battle for the Great Yorkshire title. Parade of Hounds has 4 packs. And then 2 o'clock, and we will be running a little behind, I should say, of time. It will be the cattle parade. That cattle parade actually likely to be sometime after 2 o'clock. And let's remember how the afternoon builds, because we'll follow that with Yorkshire's very own Atkinson Action Horses. They are some team to provide us with very, very spectacular action. That'll follow the cattle parade. The band of the Royal Armoured Corps will set the scene for the feature jumping event of the show. It is the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, the best of the best, coming for one of Britain's major show jumping championships. And then sometime after 6 o'clock, it will be the band of the Royal Armoured Corps that'll be bringing the curt down on the 2017 show. Well, Yard Equestrian, a wonderful facility for equestrians, and they very much support the Pony of the Year. Really, there's everything in the Yard Equestrian shops for riders, competitive competition riders or fun riders, and it's great to have them here as sponsors for this grade JA competition coming back to the Great Yorkshire. And delighted to welcome Vanessa Robertson to present the awards on behalf of Yard Equestrian. And well done to our winner, tremendous victory for Clagan Gypsy Delight and Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. Lots of pressure, had to do it. Others had had a go at that time set by Ollie Fletcher, but had a fence down. But not only clear, but fast too for Nicole, with Christine Graham's Clagan Gypsy Delight. Second then, Ollie with the bobster. Ollie Fletcher really has ridden absolutely superbly, taken the atmosphere and really produced classic style and good performance both on his senior ride earlier in the week and now in this JA class. Finishes second on the pony owned by Dad, Graham Fletcher, the bobster. Third is Rope Reward, that's Faye Sutton. Faye Sutton carrying on the family tradition. The Rope Reward owned by Jacqueline Sutton, they were third. Fourth, AKM Beach Coma, that's 115, owned by Tanya Andrews and ridden by Tanaya Jordan-Jones. Fifth is Amon Valley Santino. Here again, finished on a 4, but a good time at the point in the competition. So that Amon Valley Santino and Hannah Barker. Now Barker's name will be ringing around the rings for a while yet. 6, Sophie Bowen Howard. And there's another family still involved in the very top and best show jumping. Sophie with number 103, and they are the top 6. So lap of honour time. Good to see the children back, the JA 16 and unders in this classic, sponsored by the Yard Equestrian. Congratulations to our winner this afternoon, Nicole Lockhead-Anderson with Christine Graham's Clagan Gypsy Delights. Well, great moment, the Yorkshire Arena to ride around it on your own, having been a winner. Some special moment for Nicole Lockhead-Anderson. Well, our arena party again, hard at it. They do a great job. Those soldiers from the Alamein Company of the Army Foundation College of Harrogate. Really is tremendous to have them. And of course, we've the best of the best still to come in the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North. That's the one competition that is all about world-class show jumping. But more to come before that. It's the heavy horse teams to come shortly. And then it's the Scurry Championship before the Parade of Hounds. So down in the ring, waiting for the heavy horse teams to make it up to the Great Yorkshire Arena, Christine Barber.
So as we just start to clear the walkway right down to the horse lines, delighted to welcome our judge for the heavy horse class. This the 3 or more horse teams turnout. Our judge Richard Green, very well known in the heavy horse circles, used to drive for Thwaites Brewery, and very experienced at both driving and judging. He's already had some interesting classes over the 2 days. 3 days rather, I should say. On the first day, we had the single trade, we had the ladies' cart, the 2-wheel vehicle, and the single agricultural. Then we had the pairs to come in. And so today we build up to the 3 or 4 of heavy horses that will be coming in shortly. 4 or 5 teams to come in, and Richard Green waiting to judge those. He's done some preliminary judging down in the horse lines. Once they've put 2 and standing ready, he'll have been along looking at the turnout, checking that they're all immaculately clean, checking under the harness as well as on the top. If the harness is clean underneath, then the horses are clean. He looks in the vehicle. The vehicle itself must be immaculately clean. It must have the carriage lamps on, it must have the bucket, the feed bags, all correctly appointed for coming into the show ring. So all that is done with the preliminary judging, and when they come in today, we'll then see them do their stand show. That is an individual driving show in front of the judge. And also, of course, see them all go round together to judge one against another, compare one against another. So it's just about clear right down to the bottom. Once they set off from the bottom, it is quite a steep incline, and so once they're on a roll, we have to make sure that they can come straight up, straight through the collecting ring and here into our main ring. Well, our heavy horses, of course, brought to us today by the generosity of sponsorship from Acril Media Group, the Harrogate advertiser. They're part of the Johnson Press Yorkshire, first published back in 1836, and one of the largest and most respected weekly titles in the country, providing wide and positive coverage of events throughout the district, in print and, of course, online. The Harrogate Advertiser, the hometown newspaper of the Great Yorkshire Show, and the newspaper and the Yorkshire Agricultural Society have enjoyed a long and supportive relationship throughout the years. Delighted to see Jean Macquarie here. She always takes a great interest in these classes, and she, of course, the editor of the Harrogate Advertiser series and the group weeklies, and editor for Johnson Press Yorkshire. So Jean Macquarie here in the President's box, and she will help us with our presentation following the class. Well, I can see some action. They're on the way up and into the collecting ring, the first turnout, so they'll be with us in just a few moments. For Class 23, 3 or more heavy horse teams turnout, sponsored by the Harrogate Advertiser series. So first to come in, David Walker and Beverly Brown with the Galcantry Clydesdales. Driving in the Unicorn, I'll tell you a little bit more about that once we get all our teams in. Looks like the Shire's coming next, all the way up from Kent. John Goodwin comes into the ring with the Shires. The team of 4 from the Millard Clydesdales. This is Hugh Ramsey. And another team of 4 come in. It is the Macmillans, Jock Macmillan. Jock Macmillan from Rothsay, Isle of Bute. So the gates close on the 4. 4 to compete for this class 23. 3 or more horse teams to turn out. Well, 3 lots of Clydesdales for Scotland, but what about the Shires for England? John Goodwin there just passing the President's box with his Unicorn. Well, a fantastic amount of work has gone into getting these ready for you today. Remember, they were here yesterday in the pairs, so all that harness has had to go back and get all spruced up again for today. The horses themselves, all those hairy feet washed and cleaned. The vehicle, again, would have to be polished over and made in immaculate condition again, ready for today's class. Well, each one is going to do a stand show. And while we're just standing here, I just have a word with John Goodwin. John, driving a unicorn, a little bit different to driving a team of 4.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as she says, driving a unicorn slightly different to a 4. The reason that is, you need a real brave horse out front. He's out there on his own, he hasn't got his mate as company. And what you don't want to do with your leader is let him do too much pulling. So you just want the chains slightly slack so that the whipple tree is just bouncing around. And then you want your wheelers doing all the work. Well, you've got to understand, we spend a long time with these horses training them. I've got 3 ton of horse in front of me. I weigh 12 stone. If they don't listen to me and my commands, we're in trouble. And if you listen as we're going round, we're talking to our horses constantly. It's probably something you don't hear, but everything we do is by our voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Well, the first out is the unicorn that we've just heard about, and this David Walker with the Galcantry Clydesdales. Here we've got Storm, Lightning and Clyde. And again, the stand show is showing off how they can corner together, how they go left, go right, but more than anything, how they go straight. As John says, you need that brave horse out front, and this is where it really shows. If you can keep them absolutely dead straight with that horse at the front. He's a long way away from you, and he's only got those chains either side of him, nothing to hold him firm. So it is a real art, a real skill, keeping him out in front, directly in front of the wheelers. So back on the turn again. The first of the Clydesdales. Clydesdales slightly smaller than the Shires. More elegant neck on a Clydesdale perhaps. And they have the very elastic, very extravagant paces. A bit more knee action maybe than the Shires. The Clydesdale also recognised by the amount of white on them. A lot of white on the legs, right to the top of the legs, the splashes under the belly, and plenty of white on the face. When we see the Shires come out later, you'll be able to see a bit of difference between the Clydes and the Shires. So David comes back into line. Being watched all the time, Richard Green doesn't take his eye off them, whether they're just pulling out of the line, whether they're coming back into the line. He's watching every little bit of the time while they're here in the ring. There'll be only the smallest difference, probably, between the first and the fourth. And it's just maybe when somebody isn't quite concentrating and our judge sees it, that could just make that difference. So Hugh Ramsey comes out now with the team of 4. So here the 2 wheelers, 2 leaders. The horses side by side, perhaps a little bit easier than the unicorn because horses do like to have company. But again, those 2 front horses are a long way away. They're only controlled by those loose chains on either side of them. So it's quite difficult again to get them to go really straight. But looking here to get the whole team working together. A well-matched team, matched in the paces. And Hugh, of course, our most senior representative here in the ring this afternoon. I'm sure he won't mind me saying so. A man who actually was awarded the MBE for services to the Clydesdale horse. He's done a tremendous amount to help the heavy horse world, particularly with the Clydesdales. Had a special presentation for over 50 years of showing at the Royal Highland. A man that has just more experience, I think, than any could wish for. Again, it's a family setup, though. He not only has daughters here, but granddaughter as well. They all help together to produce these horses for the show ring. So as they come across that diagonal, Richard Green watching. Are they working together? Are they absolutely side by side, the pairs? Just the lightest of touch on the reins, but I can just hear, as Hugh Ramsey comes past, you can just hear him talking to each of the horses. They recognise their own name. They know that he's telling one maybe just up a bit, another one just hold back a bit. The voice just so important. So Hugh Ramsey, the Millard Clydes, come back to us. So Hugh Ramsey there from Newton Stewart, Dumfries and Galloway. Now from Rothsay, Isle of Bute, we have Jock Macmillan. And again, we see the team of 4 Clydesdales. A slightly different vehicle here. This a vehicle they did, in fact, make at home. Father John overseeing it all. The vehicle based on the American design of a dray. You'll see also the high collars on these Clydesdale horses, typical of a northern type harness, north of England or even over the border. The Scottish harness have the very high collar. But with any of the harnesses, it depends a lot on the harness maker. Everybody like to put their own little stamp on harness, so different areas of the country having slightly different designs. But more often than not, you would get your Clydesdales with the high peak on the collar. You'll notice as well the white metal, the chrome metal on all the Clydesdales. When we see the Shires come out, they've got the brass. But all of it takes an awful lot of work to keep as shiny as we're seeing today. Well, keeping horses like this, these are all, as you'll see, private enterprise now. At one time, a lot of our turnouts would have been sponsored by the breweries or by commercial enterprises, but nowadays we're seeing private enterprise, something self-funded, and that is where having all the family helping does come into it. And certainly within the ring here, we have a lot of family enterprise. Jock's whole family involved, the Ramsey family, again, all involved in the heavy horses. And it is important that they pass on the skill and the interest to the next generation. It could very easily be a nostalgic thing where just the older generation enjoy heavy horses, and it could soon be lost. So it's important that when we have things such as turnout classes, that the younger element also get involved and will continue this tradition for many years to come. So our Clydesdales come back, the pride of Scotland, the Clydesdale horse, and then we'll see the Shires come out. There are 4 basic breeds in this country, and 2 of them being exhibited here, the Shires and the Clydesdales. We also had some Percherons in yesterday, and the Suffolks, the Percheron and the Suffolk, both being more of a clean-legged horse without all the feather from the knee downwards. John Goodwin comes forward with the unicorn turnout again. He told us exactly how he wanted the horse to go, didn't he? Remember to watch those chains at the front. He's hoping that they are not too tight. The original idea, of course, was that your 2 horses, the wheelers, would do all the work, but for pulling off a heavy load or for going up a steep hill, that is when your extra horsepower was required, and that is your lead horse. So you want him to save his energy a little bit to be that extra power. But he is the bold one, particularly in the unicorn, the one that goes out in front, keeping straight, and the chain's just moving. Well, as I mentioned before about keeping these horses and it being private enterprise, of course they do take an awful lot of food, but mostly bulk food. They are the marathon type animals rather than the sprinter, so they need slow release carbohydrate, a lot of hay, a lot of straw, chop in their feed, and not too much protein. You want them to be able to work over a long period of time, but you certainly don't want too many fireworks. So the Shires, I mentioned earlier, slightly bigger than the Clydesdale, slightly shorter in the neck. And these all stand at about 17.2, 17.3, maybe even 18 hands. The white on the Shire only coming up as far as the knee, or maybe just slightly above. And of course there's less white on the face here and less white underneath the bellies. Always shown at the trot, the commercial or trade turnouts. When we have agricultural turnouts in, they go at the walk. But these vehicles always shown at the spanking trot. Get as much work done as they can within the day. Well, the last one comes into line. And just standing here with Richard Green, our judge. Richard, you've had 3 days judging heavy horses. Just tell us a little bit about what you've seen over the 3 days.
The last 3 days has been fantastic, really. Some tremendous competitors, good going horses like I like to see, good big fit animals moving on. It's just been an absolute dream to judge.
And today, how close are they all, these four?
Extremely close. I'm just running through my mind now which to pick, but it's been a very, very close thing today.
Lovely, thank you very much. We'll let you finish off your job of judging. So I'm sure everybody else has got their favourite. Will it be a Clydesdale? Will it maybe be the Shires? 3-1 chance of a Clydesdale. And don't forget, of course, it's not just how they've gone here in the ring. They have all been prejudged before for the actual turnout as well. The bowler hat's off. Where's it going to go? And it's Jock McMillan. He's already having a great season, but he'll be delighted here at the Great Yorkshire to be pulled out in front with his team. John Goodwin into second. Many a time they've been the other way around, but today it's Jock McMillan at the top, John Goodwin into second. The Galcantry, David Walker into third, and Hugh Ramsey to come forward into fourth. So John Goodwin coming forward at the walk there. That is probably one of the hardest things to do, is to actually get these horses to walk forwards. They're so used to setting off at the trot, and that in itself a skill to bring them forward at this pace. Well, delighted to have Jean Macquarie here on behalf of the Harrogate Advertiser Series. Supported this competition for many years now, and I know that Jean herself greatly enjoys watching the heavies. The whole series, Harrogate Advertiser Series, always covering the show so well, not only during the show, but before and after, and great supporters of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society. So delighted Jean Macquarie is coming forward to present the trophy here in the 3 or more horse teams turnout. It is the Harry Gray Memorial Trophy. And of course it goes to Jock McMillan. All the way from Rothesay, Isle of Bute, to be here to entertain us today, and his lovely team of Mill Clydesdales. Second prize to John Goodwin, all the way up from Kent. John, who's been coming here for so many years and supporting this show. He drives the Shires in the Unicorn. David Walker with Bev Brown from Ayrshire and his Galcantry Clydesdales. And to Hugh Ramsey with the team of 4, the Mill Isle Clydesdales, all the way from Dumfries and Galloway, Newton Stewart. Daughter and granddaughter assisting today. So many thanks indeed to Jean Macquarie, the editor of the Harrogate Advertiser series and the Group Weeklies editor for Johnson Press Yorkshire. We do appreciate the continued support from them for our heavy horses. And so our thanks also to Richard Green for judging the classes over the 3 days. And congratulations, of course, to the winner. It is Jock Macmillan, and I know that we'll get a pretty good lap of honour from all of these. But led away by the winner then, the Macmillan family, a great family enterprise with his Mill Clydesdales. Come on, you can do better than that round the outside. Cheer them on as they come past. A huge amount of work has gone into bringing these, and what a sight they make. 4 heavy horses, 3 heavy horses. What more could you want than teams? I think it's good to say it was a popular win. So 3 of them will leave us. We'll just keep the one in. So give him a cheer, John Goodwin, back to Kent. We'll look forward to seeing him next year. We wish them the very best for the rest of the season. David Walker heads north, back to Ayrshire, and Hugh Ramsey back up to Dumfries and Galloway. So leaving the ring to the man of the moment, Jock Macmillan with the Mill Clydes. So 3 wonderful days of heavy horses, and our thanks indeed to the sponsors that make it all possible, to the Harrogate Advertiser Series.
What a great spectacle, no doubt about that. And we've got a lot more to come. Already, the scenes are changing in this wonderful arena because the cones are appearing and the course being set by Kevin Milman and his team for the Osborne Refrigerators Scurry Challenge Championship. We've got, in all, 11 teams, 11 pairs coming forward to do battle for the championship. That's 5 from the small ponies, 6 from the large ponies. And you might think the large ponies have got an advantage, but don't believe it. Do not believe it. The little ponies, they've got bigger hearts, believe me, and they just chug away, and they don't get beaten by the large ponies every day of the week. So that's what comes next, scurry driving. Then we have a parade of hounds, 4 packs this afternoon. 4 famous packs here in the north of England, the Middleton pack of foxhounds, the Billsdale, then the Blencathra Fellhounds with the great Barry Todd Hunter, and we finish with the Catterick Beagles. 4 packs that do Yorkshire proud in the wonderful Yorkshire countryside. Following the Parade of Hounds, then we'll be going to the Grand Parade of Cattle. We look like being about half an hour behind schedule. We'll keep you posted, but that Grand Parade of Cattle was timed for 2 o'clock. It may well be closer to past. We will keep you posted. So on top of that, we've got Atkinson's Action Horses, and then, of course, the build-up to the very valuable Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, the big jumping class, the most valuable jumping class of the show. So there is plenty to come before we draw down the curtain for the 2017 show, sometime after 6 o'clock. Well, these days, of course, grass arenas aren't necessarily all the thing for the world of the horse, but this arena, with its size, is absolutely superb for a major agricultural show. It has the size to move things around, and of course, with the weather we've had, a damp old day on Tuesday, but lovely drying weather with a bit of a breeze since, and that perfect going out there is not only going to help the jumpers later, but it's going to help these little scurry ponies as well. Very simple rules, basically quickest the best. We do get odd hiccups, but essentially what you need to know is that every time you see one of those coloured balls go down on the cones, it's 4 seconds to add. And believe me, our judges, they have got X-ray eyes. That's with a little bit of help from our men on and boys and girls on the ground. So important for you to know in the grandstands and around the ring, you need to cheer the ponies on. The louder you cheer, the faster they'll go, and that is fact. So pick your pair and let's get rolling. Well, as we prepare, you can see why the arena are so important to us. The wonderful group from that Alamein Company of the Army Foundation College over in Harrogate, they have to work long hours together with our course design team. Well, they build those show jumps day in, day out, sometimes twice a day. They do it very efficiently and very quickly. And even Kevin Milman is running. Well, that's quite a sight. And if you notice the man who's coming towards us here in the commentary box, he's the man who sets the course. He has to check exactly that distance in between, because it's a set distance. And of course, the carriages have set rules on how wide they can be. And believe me, there is not a lot of wiggle room in that. So up goes the sign. We're ready to go. Kevin Millman looks a little hot and bothered. No, you're much better at the job, Kevin Millman. So away we go. First pair in, and it's a Pony Club mum driving in the Scurry Great Yorkshire Championship. Liz Olive, she and the children have a great time in the Pony Club competitions, the mounted games, but Liz and her husband Nigel, they both qualified for the championship. And it's Liz Olive from Christchurch, rock and roll. There's got to be a few from that era here. We're off and running. Husband Olive, Nigel Olive is the groom. And watch the groom, because it's absolutely vital he gets it right. That little carriage will turn over as nice as ninepence if he gets it wrong. They're into the box. We'll take a check time out. They're out of the box in 15. I don't hear any cheering. Where are you? Where's the cheering? That's better. We're in Yorkshire. We cheer in Yorkshire. Come on. Down the slalom. The ponies have got to be fit. They've got to keep going right to the line. Rock and roll. Rock on the left, roll on the right. Four to add. Four to add. They're both sections A. They're 18 years old. No, they don't look it. Do they hear? They're coming home. Come on, cheer them home. Come on, come on, come on, come on. One to go. Four to add. 47.36, 51.36. Our timekeeper, he's such a wizard. He's the Wizard of Oz, that man. Four to add, 51.36. As in comes young James Starr, the youngest in the field. He's 17 years old, second year of scurrying, and mum, dear mum, she is the groom. My word, she has sweated absolute ounces over the months and years watching this man grow up and learn scurry driving. He is now National Junior Trials Champion, National Intermediate Trials Champion, Reserve Indoor Champion. He's a very, very exciting young, fast and furious man, and he drives the ponies fast and furious. Section B ponies, a little bit bigger. They race with Charlotte Adams Lane last season. They were champions at Hicksett in the first season, and they are really enjoying young James driving them. Down to the box. You can see they take a real hold. In, out, 17 seconds. He needs helping, and you help by cheering. Even in the president's box. Let's see you cheering and clapping. Chasing 51.36. 34 seconds gone. He is on target. He is, come on. Watch his face. He's through the last 44.54. We've got 6-7 seconds off their time. Wow. Now, we have young, old, fat, thin, you name them. We have got a lot of athletes in this scurry driving team, but the granddad of them all is the next one in, Uncle Jeffrey Osborne. He's the man who's, through the great world company Osborne Refrigerators, has been such a benefactor to the world of the horse. He loves his scurry driving, and look at this flying fridge. It's an absolute flyer. Alison Tucker's on behind. She drives too, but manages the stable of horses of Jeffrey Osborne. And Jeffrey has got 2 pairs in the championship. Twitter and tweet. Yes, Uncle Jeffrey does it all. And watch this. Not bad for an 81-year-old. Here we go. Come on, all you of the senior generation, you can cheer Jeffrey. In, oh, down, 4 to add. Brakes weren't so good. 4 to add. Twitter and tweet got carried away. Alison Tucker now, swings left, swings right. Back she goes. Twitter and tweet are taking a real hold. You're gonna have to help Uncle Jeffrey down the final line. 35 seconds gone. 4 to add. Come on, Jeffrey. Lift them. Come on. Through the last. 4 to add. 52.29 with the 4 seconds to add. Or actually added 4, making it 52.29. He goes third, and we've now got another 8 to come. We have granddads, grandmums, aunties, uncles, all driving. And now it's the turn of Alice. Alison, correction, it is Alison Millman now. This is when our course designer goes a little white as he watches his wife fly round. He knows he'll be to blame if he gets it wrong. Years of experience he's had. Alison Millman is away. Branston and Pickle. Come on, mums, this is one for you. Alison won at the New Forest last year. She had a very good season indeed. Runs a livery yard and riding school down at Addleston in Surrey. And Branston and Pickle are 2 great favourites. In they go. 16 seconds gone. It's pretty quick. They can go faster with your help. Look at the ponies really getting down. It's a bit warm for them out there. These, most of them Welsh ponies. They're so quick on their feet. Their balance is amazing. Actually, these ponies trot up to the pod with Alison and Kevin. That's how they get fit. At least that's what they tell us. Here they come home. Nothing to add, it's on the clock. 49.29. That is good enough for second place. 49.29. Leading is James Starr, Fast and Furious, 44.54. That is going to take some catching. Branston Pickle second, 49.29. And then it is Liz Olive, Rock and Roll. Sally Marshall now. Sally Marshall with L for leather. Husband Danny, he's the groom on the back. They qualified for this year's Horse of the Year show in Suffolk County. So only Sally's 4th season, but she's got the hang of it very quickly. And L4 is on the left and leather on the right. Fascinating names, isn't it? And would you believe Sally is a master saddler? So it's a good advert. And they live down by the Thames in Marlow, where they have a saddlery shop, but they travel the country with the scurry driving. And this little pair, under 12 hands, they are real fighters. Straight down the middle. That's good. Into the box. Out of the box, take a time, 15 seconds. 15 seconds. You're going to have to raise their grain. Sally Marshall, would you believe Danny and Sally spent their honeymoon at the Horse of the Year show, doing scurry driving. Coming for home to go into the lead, 44.54. Won't do that, I don't think. No, they won't. But they could go in a second. Come on, Sally, looking pretty determined. Nothing to add, 46.45. 46.45 on the clock, goes second. Pushes Branston and Pickle down to third. Rock and Roll 4th, Jeffrey Osborne, Twitter and Tweet in 5th. Sue Diggett's now, Sugar and Spice. Lovely little red headgear, all beautifully synchronized. Now we want them to go fast. Sugar and Spice, number 6 to go of the 11 that we've got for you. And the best of those 11 at the moment on 44.54, the young 17-year-old James Starr. You just take it easy. You've got a little way to go. Now you can go, boys. Mum says go. And when Mum says go, you gotta go. They really do love it, isn't it? You watch those little red ears. They just prick and fly. Into the box. Oh, 4. 4 at B. Now up the slalom. And these ponies are really trying for Sue. Absolutely trying 100%. Little section A's. Down the home straight. Come on, help Sue on. Lots of shouting. 48.58. 52.58. 52.58. Sugar and Spice. Sue Dickey. We're over halfway. And still the one to beat is James Starr. 44.54. That is quick. But here is one that could give James a run. It is the lovely pair. Piglet and Eeyore. They've qualified for the final at the Horse of the Year Show, South of England this year, some 2 weeks ago. Reigning Scurry Driver of the Year, won last year. She's also won in 08, 09, 2014 and 2015. She is a flyer, so no wonder she's very fancied to win this Great Yorkshire. Piglet and Eeyore, full brother and sister. Piglet on the left and Eeyore on the right. These are flyers, and we're running. Yep, cheer them on. Cheer them on. They are galloping. They are flying. Down to the box. Into the box in 10. Good turn. Out of the box, 15. Second up. Now, what are you made of, Gemma Millman? Let's go. Let's go, go, go. Come on, boys and girls. Come on. Come on. Louder. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Go on, Gemma. Great drive. It's fast up. 42.70, but 4 to add, 46.70. Oh, it's beatable. Give her a hand. That was a great drive. So near yet so far. Gemma, well done. Oh, she'll be pleased with those ponies. Right, on we go. Stacey Leach now. Twist and Pulse. Husband Craig. He's another experienced driver, but he's got to sit in the back seat. Stacey Leach from Dover and Quent. Twist and Pulse. They qualified at the Hickstead Derby meeting. It's Stacey's 4th season. And she actually runs a boarding kennel together with an equestrian centre. And there's also a family fruit and veg business. They keep very, very busy, the Leaches. They started well. My word, they've started well. Twist on the left, Pulse on the right, both well section A's. Oh, they got away with it. 14.8. It's quick. It's quick. Are you going to help? Yes? Come on then, louder. Louder. And again, louder. Oh. This is another fast one, but 4 to add. Look at husband Craig's face. Well, 44 seconds, again a cracking round. 4 to add, 48 seconds. So, where do they go? Still in the lead, 44.54 is Fast and Furious. In second place is 46.45, Sally Marshall, L for Leather. And third, 46.70, Piglet and Eeyore. 1, 2, 3, 3 left to go. It's in the balance. Now, Jeffrey, we're right behind you, so come on, dollar and dime. Jeffrey Osborne, Alison Tucker acting as groom. So, these are 2 little Dartmoors. Jeffrey will definitely want to win this one up here. He loves coming to Yorkshire. And these Dartmoors are strong. They really stay the trip. Jeffrey's putting the brakes. Oh, no wonder. He's got 4 to add there. Oh, so quick out. Just on 15, 4 to add at the moment. That's probably 4 too many, I suspect. But let's help Uncle Geoffrey. He's such a good sport. Down the home line, come on. That one stays. It's the 4 to add, 39, 40, this is quick. 44.61, 48.61 it is. 48.61 with those 4 added. What a pity. Probably get in the top 6, but this is world-class driving. We've got 2 left. Chaz and Dave, Fruit and Nut. And it's Chaz and Dave to go first. Charlotte driving the ponies. Balanced horse feeds Chaz and Dave. Charlotte Adams Lane, husband in on behind. She's won Scurry Driver of the Year, very talented. She's helped and coached a lot in scurry driving. These are Section A's. They're actually Dutch Section A's, but they're quick. Chaz 18, Dave 16, Chaz on the left. And this lady does not know what fear is about. Good drive. Good drive. Are you going to cheer? In the box. Loses a bit of moment. Out in less than 15. We can do this. We can do this. Come on. Come on. Come on, Charlotte. The crowd are running out of steam, don't you? We're turning for home. The ponies are full of it. 37, 38. We're going to do it, are we? Come on. 44.54, not quite. Yes. 44.28, new leaders. Didn't you do well? Charlotte, great drive. Ian is trying to look prim and proper, sitting up straight. He's so thrilled he'll nearly jump out of the vehicle in a minute. That was a great drive. But we've got 1 left. And he is a mad thing when he gets a pair of ponies in front of him. It is the last to go. Nigel Olive, Christchurch down in Dorset, with a wonderfully named pair of ponies, Fruit and Nut. Fruit and Nut. Wifley's had one down, 51.36, so he'll be out to beat that, but he'll out to beat the rest too. And Charlotte Adams Lane, new leader, Chaz and Dave, 44.28 with that target. James Starr now in second. So save yourself for one last massive cheer. They're strong, these ponies. They're really strong. They're big ponies. They beat the track record yesterday. He had the fastest time overnight. He's going to have to do it again. He's going to have to be quicker. Out in 15. He's got to make up time. It's gone. 6 is gone. Can't do it. It's too quick, I think. But he'll try. Let's give him one last cheer down the home straight. Come on for another 4. Fruit and Nut got on 8. Good try, Nigel Olive. Oh, 43.10. It was quicker still, but 8 to add, 51.18. Well, did you enjoy that, boys and girls? Yes, great stuff. And it means the winner is Charlotte Adams Lane with Chaz and Dave. We'll give you the full rundown in just a moment. Well, great competition and a fine win for Charlotte Adams Lane, Chaz and Dave. Well done, Charlotte. Second, James Starr, Fast and Furious. And my word, that young man is going to go places. Third, Sally Marshall, one of her best drives, L for Leather. Fourth, Gemma Millman, Piglet Eeyore. She had one down. She would have been right there, but it finishes fourth. Fifth, Stacey Leach, Twist and Pulse. And sixth is Jeffrey Osborne, Dollar and Dime. So in they come for presentation of awards. Well, delighted to have John Henderson with us this afternoon, past president of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society. And the scurry drivers, they go up and down the country with this Osborne Refrigerators series, trying to qualify for the all-important Scurry Driver of the Year. They provide huge entertainment and are very, very skillful. They really are. So delighted that John Henderson is coming down now to present the awards. Charlotte Adams Lane from Chessington in Surrey works really hard, and works really hard too to encourage others into the sport and hone their skills. And if they're as good as this one, then they're very, very, very good. Well done, Charlotte Adams Lane, with the ponies, balanced horse fees, Chaz and Dave. Second, James Starr with Fast and Furious. He really will be taking them all on, I would say, before the year's out, the way he's going. So James Starr about to receive his second placing. Mum standing at the head of the ponies. James Starr second. Third, Sally Marshall. The ponies really have gone well. They've loved this Yorkshire arena. It's a big ring. The ponies have got that much more freedom, so they've got to be fit for one, and then two, have the genuine speed to do the fast times. So John Henderson now congratulating Sally Marshall, the saddler from Marlow. Then in fourth place, Gemma Millman. Gemma Millman, family dedicated to the world of scurry driving, the Millmans. Mum, daughter, and obviously Dad too. So, well done, Piglet and Eeyore. They end up in fourth place. Fifth, Stacey Leach, Twist and Pulse. Craig holding the ponies at their heads. And then in sixth place, Jeffrey Osborne with the lovely Dartmoors, Dollar and Dime. And I want you, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, to give Jeffrey a huge big round of applause, because his support of the equestrian world is sensational. And he just loves the scurry driving. Let's give him a big round of applause. It's six today, but Jeffrey, thank you so much for all that you give us. Well, a very big thank you to our past president of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, John Henderson, for presenting the awards this afternoon. And some great scurry driving. Great Yorkshire once again sees some of the best we've seen this season. And the winner, yep, it's Charlotte Adams Lane, Chaz and Dave. Don't they make a great sight? The Formula One of the pony world. And the Great Yorkshire champion, Charlotte Adams Lane, Chaz and Dave. Well, we're going to settle down now to bring you a sight which is a little out of season. But it's a sight, let me remind you, that gives Britain its wonderful countryside, its varied countryside, and it's one when you have visitors from all over the world, they just appreciate the tremendous variation of countryside that we have. And the world of hunting, whichever particular type of pack you follow, has over the centuries been made thanks to the work of the followers of the hunting scene. They are the ones that have made the wonderful fields, the boundaries, the walls, the hedges, the rails, the covers. All that which is so much part of the British countryside is very much thanks to the scene we're going to enjoy now. So it's always so appropriate that we welcome on our final day the Parade of Hounds. The hounds, for instance, which give Yorkshire as many packs as many other counties put together, and have created the wonderful countryside that Yorkshire County is made up of. Whether it's the Dales or other parts of the county, it is the world of the hunting scene that provides the background to what we're about to enjoy. 4 packs this afternoon, and 4 famous packs from the north. We're going to start with one of the famous packs of hounds from Yorkshire, from Malton, and how very appropriate, as our president this year is Lord Middleton, is that we should parade the Middleton hunts. The Middleton pack, their joint masters, Charles Carter, the huntsman, and John Cottingham, whose permission they come in with this afternoon. They are, of course, a pack that are owned in trust by Lord Middleton, who was himself master from 2009 to 2013. Their kennels are at Bursell. They moved there in 2015. And Edward Whittington, whipper in with Charles Carter this afternoon, kennel huntsman, and a very important part of making this wonderful pack one of the very best packs there is in the country. Ian Steele, he's employed as kennelman and countryman to look after the kennels and country, and he moved to Birdsall just over a year ago. There are some 9 hunt horses kept in the low stable yard at the wonderful Birdsall House. And Nick Lothian is the stud groom, and Faye Prothero, the undergroom, who moved to Birdsall to give us this fine sight. Their country, well, the east side is the York Wolds country. That was traditionally the Middleton East Hunt, which amalgamated the 2 packs in 1951. The west side around Sheriff Hutton, and the Saturday country around Birdsall, Garraby, Kirkham and Butter Cram. So that is the Middleton pack in their lovely red livery. And of course, that livery is something that is the pride of every hunt. From the Middleton, the next pack we welcome is the Bilsdale Hunt. The oldest pack in England, the Bilsdale Hunt can trace its origins back to the Duke of Buckingham in 1668. George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham, kennelled his hounds just outside Hornby at Bumper Castle and hunted country around Bilsdale, some of which is now Sinnington country. George was the original playboy, and it was thought that the nursery rhyme, Georgie, Porgy, Pudding and Pie, was based on him. One tale has it that while hunting up in Tripsdale in Bilsdale, his horse died under him and while waiting and caught pneumonia and died in Buckingham House. The hounds paraded today by Joint Master and Huntsman Richard Wade and assisted by Hunt Green Kate Musgrave. Again, the red livery of the Bilsdale, one of the great packs. The Bilsdale country continues with no significant breaks in the area that lies to the north of Helmsley, nearly as far as Stotsley, Bransdale in the east, and bounded by the A19 and Thirsk in the west. They have deep wooded vales around Horby, 2 large blocks of forestry, together with the lowlands of Felixkirk to Kepwick. And they continue to ride the hills, restricted by the confines of the current legislation, much hoping in due course that a return to more traditional ways can be made. The Bilsdale make a fine sight in this Yorkshire arena as one of the oldest packs that there is in the country. Now to one pack that has all the history there is in the world. Bilsdale may be one of the oldest, but when you start talking about Dick and John Peel, this is the pack that it's all about. The Blencathra Foxhounds, let's give them a huge welcome. Their masters, Michael Thompson and Larry Slattery. Parading today with one of the great legends of the hunting world, Barry Todd Hunter. He's in his 30th season as huntsman, and would you believe it's the 45th season with the Blencathra, and is only the 7th huntsman to the pack since 1825. They hunt that wonderful countryside. It is the most northerly fell pack in Cumbria. The country's some 25 miles long by 12 miles wide and includes 3 of the highest mountains in Cumbria: Skiddaw, Blencathra and Scarfell. Their country, if you walk it, is sensational. And the way the hounds work, the cry that they make through this unbelievable country, quite sensational. Give them a big hand. We're very privileged to have them here. Their kennels are at Threckle, 5 miles outside the town of Keswick, and the pack hunts 3 days a week from the 1st of September to the end of March. The Blencathra Foxhounds, the John Peel pack. And finally, we've been talking about foxhounds, hunting in different parts of the world, but of course, there are more types of hounds than foxhounds. There's the staghounds, there's the bloodhounds, but there is also the beagle, the real happy chappies that love to hunt the hare in their countryside. The beagles represented today by the Catterick. Their master and huntsman, Philip Sever, the whip and stalwart of the Catterick Beagle country, Margot Brewer. They bring in a couple of hounds. Hounds always counted in couples, of course, and they actually can be seen in the country pursuits area. They are a military pack. They're based on Catterick Garrison, They hunt from Leyburn and Northallerton in the south and up to the River Tees. The country is made up of mainly arable on the east side and pasture and moorland on the west. The best hunting is certainly to be found on the military training area. And of course, anyone interested in seeing beaglings should speak to either Phil or Margot, because they present a wonderful sport and a wonderful way to see the great countryside. The beagles, they may be short in the leg, they do have a great cry, and when in full cry, they often go in circles, as hares do, and they have been very responsible for the major help of the hare and ensure that the hare is still one of our great wild animals that are found on our countryside. This afternoon, we're delighted to welcome Colonel Eddie York, who of course has been so much part of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society for many years and done great work for the show, together with his wife Sarah York, who was of course past chairman of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society just last year, and a great supporter of the scene we witness this afternoon. Remember, this is a scene that has not only been an important part of making sure that we have fit wild animals in our countryside, and that is what hunting over the years has been about. Although that rule and law changed in the mid-2000s, and we now have different rules to hunt under, the most important step going forward has to be that we end up with an animal population, a wild animal population, that is fit and healthy, and that has to be one of the targets of the hunting world of years to come. This scene is one that backs not only so much of Britain's great tradition in the equestrian world, many of the successes that we see in international championships of all our major disciplines are based on this site. This site which gives us the world of the horse, the employment in the rural areas, and also too the training of the young horses that are so much part of the sport that is these days so important to the British scene. Whether it be equestrian sport or any other sport, sport is so much a part of the general culture of Great Britain, and very much does reflect the mood of the country. Take Wimbledon, for instance. Johan Conte finding out the semi-finals in Wimbledon this afternoon, and the country right behind her. And this scene of hunting has founded so much of the equine world. And don't forget too, the racing world, another wonderful, important industry, big in Yorkshire, big in the north, but the racing industry again based on the site we see. It is wonderful. Well, there's lots of tradition that we see there, the colours of the hunt staff, all part of a great history that has been handed down the line. And of course, those colours are there in tradition, so that the officials that lead the hounds by the horn, that is one of the great ways of creating the communication between huntsmen and hounds, and of course huntsmen too, and the followers, the field, which are all part of the scene of this, that educate the young in crossing the country and knowing the countryside that they're going over. It's a scene, and let's take the Middleton for instance, that starts in the autumn when the hounds are taken out to learn what the countryside is about and to learn the training and what is involved in their job of following trails. They then, in the autumn, have the opening meet, the traditional opening meet, normally at the end of October, early November. And from then till then, early spring, hunting can be something that takes place 2, 3, and in some hunts, 4 times a week. Followed by the youth, and these days there are more people from more walks of life hunting than we've ever known. And that has to be extremely healthy in the world that we currently live in. It also forms an enormous part of the social scene that is important to the rural areas. Each hunt will have its own supporters club that follow and give the locals, the hard-working people that work in the countryside. And let's remember, this scene would not be possible without the generosity of the farmers, land-owning estates and land-owning people. It would simply not be possible. But it's a scene that, thanks to the hard work of communication between hunts, their officials, their staff, and the population in general, that there would not be the hunts that are in this country without that great support. Indeed, the hunts still, for many of them, provide a fallen service of stock that has to be destroyed, put down, and they are very much part of the scene that involves the communication between hunts and the landowning community. Generations and generations of support provides us the wonderful countryside we live in, and this is a scene that is so much part of that. As Colonel Eddie York returns to his base, let's celebrate the Parade of Hounds at the 2017 Great Yorkshire Show, and hope that this is a scene we can maintain for future generations, because it holds so much that is dear to the countryside. Dear to the countryside that we need to let the British public know. And this is a site that it's all about. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a very big hand. The Middleton Hounds, hunted by Charles Carter and joined by the kennelman Edward Winnington. The Billsdale here this afternoon by their joint master and huntsman Richard Wayne, and assisted by hunt groom Kate Musgrove. The Blencathra Foxhounds, and what a sight, what a hunting country they have. Barry Todd Hunter and whipping in James and Diana Todd Hunter Robinson and Daniel Atkinson and Gillian Todds. The Blencathra have a long and proud history, and of course it's the John Peel pack. John Peel's hounds were bought after his death and included in the Blencathra country, as most of his country now. And finally, the Catterick Beagles. Again, another pack that shows great sport and a lot of supporters. Horemon, the Middleton Hounds, and the Billsdale Hunts. Great sight, and long, long may it last. It is our job to help make people understand what this site is all about. It really is so much part of Britain's glorious countryside. The sound of the horn and the cry of the hounds is truly one of those magic moments in the winter in the countryside. Thank you to the Middleton Hunt and to the Billsdale. And let's now see the great Blencathra, and also to the lap of honour for the Catterick Beagles as they blow for home. And let's hope we shall see them back in the Yorkshire Arena again to celebrate the great sights. So our parade this afternoon unwinds as our foot packs leave us. The Blencathra. If you haven't been on the wonderful peaks of the Blencathra country, you haven't lived. Barry, great to see you here, and may you enjoy the wonderful sport that you have in the country around Cumbria. And finally, those Catterick Beagles. As you heard, the Catterick really enjoy hunting around the garrison and provide great sport in there. Great characters with a great nose. The Beagle. You've left me behind, come on, please. One left, but the control, wonderful. Great sight. So with the time 2:25, we turn our attentions to one of the highlights of the Great Yorkshire Show. The stock at the Great Yorkshire is known as one of the most competitive show areas there is in the country, and 2017 has been no exception. And so now we have a chance to see the parade of the cattle, both in the dairy and the beef sectors, that they've been here for 2017. Your commentator, ready to pick up commentary as the hounds go out, and in a moment, the cattle come in, will be Christine Barber. Well, just before...
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a few moments as we muster the cattle, obviously having to wait until the collecting ring was completely clear. But just first of all, give me a chance to tell you about the sponsorship of the cattle parade. Once again, we're very grateful to ASDA for their continued support here of our cattle parade. ASDA pride themselves in providing good quality food for their customers. They want to make sure that putting a healthy, great tasting meal on the family table doesn't cost the earth. That's why the commitment to British agriculture is so important, making sure that ASDA offers the best products both now and in the future. ASDA is committed to supporting British farming by helping the farmers to improve their expertise, efficiency and income, whether they're dealing with dairy, beef, pork, poultry or lamb. They support over 4,000 British farmers and growers with this work. And do visit them. There is a big stand here, as I'm sure many of you are aware. But we certainly are very grateful indeed to ASDA, and particularly to have Joe Blaze here representing the sponsorship. Well, there's quite a deal of activity there now on the edge of the cattle rings. Again, I just stress that to get a couple of 100 head of cattle out from the cattle sheds and ready to come in the ring with so many people about, it does just take a bit of time. So please be patient with us as we just wait for the cattle parade to come up to the main ring. Well, delighted to welcome our parade into the ring. And let me again tell you that they are brought here by the generous sponsorship of Asda. And delighted to have Joe Blades here again, taking such an interest in the cattle. So the parade led by the Supreme Beef Champion. This, again, the championship kindly sponsored by Asda. It was judged by Mr. Macmillan from Brecon in Angus, and it was the Simmental Pope's Princess Cleo that he chose as the overall champion. Bred and exhibited by J.H. and V.G. Wood from Preston, and led today by Hannah Wood. They were part of the Blythewood pairs at last year's show here. Breed champion, reserve interbreed champion at last year's Royal Welsh. This year, the successes include reserve female at last month's Royal Highland. Part of a 40-cow herd belonging to this couple who have a meat trading business in Lancashire. Well, as I say, they're judged by Mr. Macmillan, a well-known face in the cattle show ring over many years, both showing and judging. Jimmy was, for several years, herdsman for Mr. and Mrs. Peter Donger's renowned large Seawell Charolais herd at Towcester, winning the top prizes at all the major shows, including the Royal Highland Show, the Royal Show, and winning the famous Burke Trophy, the Great Yorkshire Show, the Royal Welsh, plus many other county and local shows. And many will remember him showing the Sewell Celia Charolais cow. Jimmy, a credit to cattle showmanship, with his ability to bring an animal out to perfection, plus keeping himself immaculate whatever the weather. So he judged the Supreme Beef. Following is the Supreme Interbreed Dairy Champion, and that was judged by sponsored by Asda and Arla, and judged by Mr. Logan from Bangor in County Down. He chose the Holstein Newberk's Jazz. Newberk's Jazz, bred and exhibited by Robert and Gain Butterfield from Bentham and led by Robert. Part of yesterday's winning dairy Blythewood pairs competition. Mark Logan, the judge for that interbreed from County Down in Ireland. And for over 25 years, Mark has managed the 2,000-acre privately owned Clandeboy estate, some 10 miles northeast of Belfast. His dairy herd consists of approximately 70 Holsteins and 30 Jersey cows, plus followers. Winning many prizes at major shows over the years, including Supreme Champion at the 2007, 2008 and 2012 Irish National Holstein Show. So that was the judge of the interbreed dairy. The third animal was the Junior Interbreed Beef Champion, judged by Mr. G. Scott, and this was Foxhill Farm Mamma Mia, from the Team Alford from Columpton in Devon. Well, the first breed that you see lined up in front of the grandstand is the Beef Shorthorn. Beef Shorthorn has a proud history, with its pedigree registration going back to 1822, the first Coates herd book. Originating and developed in the north of England and known worldwide as the Great Improver, Shorthorns have been used as a pioneer breed to develop the foundations in the world's leading beef-producing countries. The inheritance of a Shorthorn born today is over 200 years of specialised development and over 170 years of recorded ancestry, a unique claim in the world of cattle breeding. Next to them, we see the deep red-coloured Lincoln Reds, a breed developed from the ancient large cattle brought to the east of England by the Viking invaders. The Lincoln Red is now enjoying a resurgence in popularity, one of the oldest native British beef breeds. It is an excellent converter of roughage into meat, hence an obvious choice for the production of beef naturally from pasture. Both purebreds and crossbreds perform well in a range of feeding systems, producing the delicious succulent beef for which the Lincoln Red is renowned. Today, the consumer wants traceability, and the Lincoln Red Cattle Society introduced the first independently observed beef recording scheme. The black cattle, directly in front of the President's box, are Aberdeen Angus, a breed that was developed in the early part of the 19th century from the polled and predominantly black cattle of northeast Scotland, known locally as Doddies or Humleys. Aberdeen Angus is the fastest growing breed of beef cattle in the British Isles, or perhaps in the world, and this reflects growing consumer demand for quality beef with the guarantee and assurance of quality. Following in the footsteps of his grandmother, the Queen Mother, His Royal Highness Prince Charles is the patron of the Aberdeen Angus Cattle Society, and in fact has a herd at Highgrove and takes an active interest in the Castle of Mayherd in Caithness. The Hereford. With his white face, the Hereford is one of the UK's oldest native beef breeds, originating in the county of Herefordshire in the mid-1700s, later spreading to most parts of the UK and the rest of the world. The Hereford herd book was opened in 1846, and since 1886 has been closed to any animal whose sire or dam had not previously been recorded. So for over 120 years, the purity of the breed has remained intact. More than 5 million pedigree Herefords now exist in over 50 countries. Crossing the ring, another of our Scottish breeds now, the Galloway. One of the oldest and purest native cattle breeds, they're famed for their hardiness and can live off the poorest of land. The Galloway female, the ideal suckler cow, and produces excellent beefy calves, which of course great demand by people wanting highest quality, natural grown beef. Galloway cattle have a great deal to offer and fit into any system, whether a traditional hill farm or a lowland farm, and their popularity is growing due to the interest in British native cattle and, of course, environmental issues. Entering the ring now, we have the belted Galloway. The origin of the belted Galloway is not entirely known, but references are made of belted cattle in Bohemia during the 12th century. And in the UK, sheeted cattle are alleged to have existed during the reign of Charles II. Belted Galloways were first mentioned in Scotland around 1790 and were to be found in the shires to the south of Glasgow. One of the most visually distinctive breeds of cattle, its many merits lie not only in its unique appearance, but also in its hardiness and top quality beef. It's slow to mature, which gives the meat a special flavour and texture, the envy of many breeds. The cows live well into their 20s, producing more calves and reducing replacement costs. Another easily recognised breed, we see the Highland. A long and distinguished ancestry, not only in the traditional areas of Scotland, but also in far-flung parts of the world. As one of Britain's oldest and best-known breeds, the Highlander has remained unchanged over the centuries. Written records go back to the 18th century, and the Highland Cattle Herd Book lists all pedigrees since 1884. Highland cattle are naturally reared, thriving in the hills and uplands of the country, without the need for intensive farming practices. They produce an excellent modern beef carcass with the lean, well-marbled flesh that ensures tenderness and succulence with a very distinct flavour. Guaranteed pure Highland beef comes wholly and exclusively from 100% pure pedigree Highland cattle, and commands a significant premium in specialist retail butchery outlets. Coming into the ring now, we see the South Devon. The South Devon is the largest of the native British breeds of cattle, and it's well known for its maternal and beefing qualities. It's ideally placed in the modern suckler herds, both intensive and extensive, and both commercial and purebred. The South Devon of today originated in the southwest of England and had established itself as a breed by the year 1800. During the middle years of the 19th century, careful selection of breeding stock improved the breed considerably, with the South Devon Herd Book Society being founded in 1891, when it was recognised by the government as an official body. The South Devon's docility enables it to be easily managed and handled. Now we move to the Longhorn. A bit of assistance there needed between cattle stewards, but the Longhorn coming across the centre now. The English Longhorn originated in northwest and central England and Ireland. The English Longhorn became the first breed in the mid-1700s that were improved by Robert Bakewell in his pioneering use of inbreeding techniques of cattle selection. His selection efforts led the breed to become the most widely used throughout England and Ireland until it was surpassed by the Shorthorn breed in the early 1800s. The breed declined rapidly for nearly 200 years until it was rescued by the Rare Breed Survival Trust. The efforts of the Trust in 1980 resulted in some 255 registered English Longhorns. The Longhorn Cattle Society was first formed over 100 years ago and has certainly reflected the mixed fortunes of the breed. Finally, for the natives, the British white cattle. They can claim direct links with ancient indigenous wild cattle of Great Britain as early as 1553. Naturally polled, that means no horns, and distinguished by their black points on the muzzle, ears, eye trim and feet. They are bred to turn grass into milk and quality beef, ideal for the low input of today. The British White is an easy-feeding beef breed which excels at easy calving, efficient rearing and high-quality beef production. The British White cattle owe their survival to a handful of dedicated breeders who have persevered to retain this ancient native breed. But again, it is still listed with the Rare Breeds Survival Trust. So we move to the Continentals, and the big cream cattle that you see crossing the ring are the Charolais, the first continental breed of cattle to be introduced to Great Britain, and it revolutionised our beef industry. The initial importation of bulls, which was led by dairy producers seeking a superior sire to improve their calf's conformation, arrived in the late 1950s. The importations were met with fierce resistance in certain sectors, particularly since Britain was reputed to be the stockyard of the world. But the breed's general acceptance was confirmed in 1962 with the establishment of the British Charolais Cattle Society. The Charolais, a terminal beef sire, noted for its fast growth and excellent conformation. The honey and cream cattle just crossing at the far side are the British Simmentals, introduced into the UK in 1970 from their heartland of the Alps, and they now have a presence across all 5 continents with differing emphasis on meat and milk production. The Simmental is renowned for its docility, superb mothering qualities and an extraordinary ability to breed regularly. The offspring achieve fast growth rates from a young age, and it's a breed that adapts easily to the most varied conditions, from the rural smallholder to the large extensive farming operations. Since importing Simmentals, UK breeders have concentrated on improving the terminal sire qualities whilst retaining the maternal characteristics of the breed. The red cattle coming in now, below the commentary tower, are the Limousins, the British Limousin. These golden red cattle originated in the west of the Massif Central, between central and southwest France, a rather rainy region with harsh climatic conditions and poor granite soil. As a result of their environment, Limousin cattle evolved into a breed of unusual sturdiness, health and adaptability. First imported into the UK in 1971, the Limousin breed has built its reputation on being the carcass breed, a breed able to produce quality beef with a low proportion of bone and fat. And within 15 years of being imported, the Limousin breed was confirmed as the leading AI beef breed in the country. It's an early maturing breed and provides young but mature beef in the medium weight range, demanded by both butchers and supermarkets. Coming straight towards us, the British Blonde, originating from the Aquitaine southwest district of France, and that embraces the area of the Garonne Valley and the Pyrenees. Selection from the 3 local breeds, the French farmers developed a breed of hardy, lean animals with light but strong bone structure, thus producing a carcass of good conformation with a high killing out percentage. The breed is established in the UK for over 30 years and offers qualities to all sectors in the beef chain, from the breeders through fatteners, butchers and finally to the consumer, the latter appreciating the tenderness and the flavour of the beef. The British Blue. Belgium imported top Durham shorthorn cattle from England from 1850 to improve their native breed in the Ardennes. And by 1930 the beef breed was beginning to show, and by 1960 the distinct meat animal as seen today had begun to emerge. The breed today is a specialist beef meat producer of large size, prominent double muscling, sloping rump, hidden hips, a straight back and strong fine legs. It was first imported in 1982 and at the last count about 45% of the UK's beef inseminations are by blue bulls. The meat is very lean and has a much lower fat content than some other breeds. And the last of the pure breeds is the Solaire. Solaire originating in the southern half of the Massif Central in Auvergne region of France. Again, a rough and variable climate, and though higher, is very similar to our Lake District and Highlands of Scotland and Wales. The Solaire appears to be closely related to the old Celtic breeds and the African breeds, and were probably located in the Massif Central when red cattle migrated from Africa through the Iberian Peninsula and on into Europe. The first recorded herd in the UK was in Cumbria in 1984, comprising 60 females and 4 bulls, with as wide a genetic base as possible. Growth rate, docility, femininity, straight top lines and correct legs were the main criteria for selection. And finally, in the beef section, we have the commercial cattle, an animal that is both a show animal and a butcher's beast. So looking specifically for the beefing qualities of the animal, and always very strong entries in our commercial beef section. Well, as we see the commercials come in, we'd also just like to welcome 3 overseas visitors from the rural area of Adelaide, South Australia, who are helping us in the main ring. These 3 are winners of the Rural Ambassador Award, run by the Royal Agriculture and Horticultural Society of South Australia. Their prize? To visit the UK from the 8th to the 19th of July, visiting farms and agricultural shows. What better chance for them than coming here to the Great Yorkshire? So a warm welcome to William Bray, Tom Hunter and Shannon Donoghue, who are assisting us with the cattle parade. So the dairy cattle come in next, and they're led in by the black and whites, the Holsteins. In the UK and many countries across the world, the Holstein is the predominant dairy breed because of its ability to produce high volumes of milk efficiently. led in by the interbreed dairy heifer champion. This is Littlebridge Gold Chip Honey, bred and exhibited by J. Miles and Sons from Northallerton, and led today by Lizzie Miles. The Holstein breed in the UK currently averages over 8,600 litres of milk per lactation, averaged over 3 lactations. In fact, the history of the breed is rather interesting in that during the 19th century, black and white cattle were imported into the east coast ports of England and Scotland from the Low Countries. In 1909, some enthusiastic breeders formed a society for the registration of these cattle, calling it the British Holstein Cattle Society. In 1914, the society changed its name to Holstein Friesian, and in 1918 to the British Friesian Cattle Society, keeping that name for the next 70 years. During this period, the breeding focused mainly on the British cattle. But in the 1980s, the society agreed to the registering of Holstein cattle in the herd book, so the name changed back to the Holstein Friesian Society. With influence of importations of the Holstein from America and Canada, the society then changed the name again, and it is now the Holstein UK. Well, just coming under the clock tower there, we have the dairy shorthorns. Shorthorn breed of cattle, which we know today, has evolved over the last 2 centuries from Teeswater and Durham cattle, found originally in the northeast of England. As mentioned earlier with the beef, the breed was used in the early part of the 20th century, primarily as a dual-purpose breed. But specialisation for beef and milk led to the beef breeders starting their own section of the herd book in 1958. The dairy breeders sought to improve the dairiness of their animals, and the diversity of type means that the shorthorn can be used in a variety of different systems. In Ireland, the majority of shorthorns are used for their suckler beef capabilities, whereas in the UK, the milking qualities have been developed. Shorthorn genetics have been used worldwide in the development of over 40 different breeds. Fertility, locomotion, longevity, the one breed that has its claim to fame for all these made by the shorthorn. The brown and whites just coming to the centre are the Ayrshire cattle. Originating in southwest Scotland, the Ayrshire breed was first recorded on an official basis in the 1870s, with the formation of the Ayrshire Cattle Society herd book in 1877. The classic cow is any shade of red or brown, including mahogany and white, although either colour may predominate. She's famed for her breed character and style. A breed that can efficiently produce large quantities of high-quality milk from forage and renowned for her foraging ability. They've become very popular in the organic systems. Finally, our Jersey cattle. As the name implies, originating from Jersey, the largest island in the Channel Islands, and just some 14 miles away from the French coast. There are fewer than 6,000 Jerseys on the island in total, with nearly 4,000 of these being adult milking cows. The purity of the breed is maintained by a strict ban on imports, a ban that's been there for some 150 years. There are in fact no other breeds of cattle on the island. Jerseys are known to have existed in UK mainland since 1741, and maybe well before. One of the oldest herds in the country is now owned by Her Majesty the Queen at Windsor. Jersey milk, noted for its high quality, it is particularly rich in protein, minerals and trace elements. It's also rich in colour and is naturally produced from the carotene, an extract from grass, and that of course the cow's natural food. After the Holstein, the Jersey is the second most popular specialist breed in the world. So while we just get our final cattle into line, there's one thing I can tell you about the Herefords as they're lining up there. The North of England Hereford Breeders Association, they were winners this morning of the People's Choice competition in the cattle lines, but they would like to thank the public for donating £436 to cancer research. Now, I'll just explain a little bit more. The men showing the cattle in the People's Choice competition were dressed in pink tutus, and I think some of the cattle were even made slightly pink, all because of the cancer charity. But overall, with their donation as well from the Breeders Association, they raised over £550 this morning for cancer research. So well done to the Hereford Breeders Association. Well, whilst they're all just standing there, we have a competition for the handlers. They are all issued with a raffle ticket, and we draw the raffle ticket here. Oh, the Aberdeen Angus has got so bored with me that I'm afraid he's laid down. Don't worry about it. So we have a box here with lots of raffle tickets in it, and we're going to draw 2 out, and they do win, I think it's something like £100, the winning raffle ticket. So we're going to ask Mrs. Mills Senior. So Charles Mills is the honorary show director, and delighted that his mother is here watching the cattle, and she is going to make this draw for the handlers in the ring, and 2 of them are going to be lucky recipients of money. So £100, I think, to the first one. They're all frantically searching in their pockets now to see what number they were given. So whilst Christine's writing on the board, I hope as soon as it's written, she will also bring it to me so that I can also see the winning ticket numbers. 425. So can I see anybody there waving a hand with 425? You are the winner. And 429 is the runner-up. So we'll keep those tickets and put it on the board here so that you can see 425 and 429. Has anybody got the lucky ticket that can wave to me? Anyway, we'll sort them out afterwards, but just a nice little touch for the handlers in the ring. Well, having got all these wonderful cattle into the ring, we now ask them to come past the front here along the grandstand, and we'll tell you all about some of the prize winners in the various different classes. So we ask the Supreme Beef Champion to lead off. Remind you again that the Supreme Beef Championship that was sponsored by Asda was judged by Mr. Macmillan. The Supreme Beef from all the beef breeds, the winner of each breed coming together, and it was this lovely Simmental Pope's Princess Cleo, only 6 years old, who was the Supreme Champion, bred and exhibited by J.H. and V.G. Wood from Preston, and led today by Hannah Wood. Reserve champion in the Supreme Beef went to the Limousin, Foxhill Farm Lord of the Rings, a 2-year-old, bred and exhibited by Mr. and Mrs. Michael Alford, but I think we'll probably see that one again with the Limousin breed. Well, our Supreme Beef animal has bred a lovely frisky calf there for you to see as they come in front of the President's box. Following on, the Supreme Interbreed Dairy Champion, judged by Mr. Logan. This is the Holstein that we mentioned earlier, New Boaks Jazz 1574. Robert and Gain Butterfield have brought this animal. Part of yesterday's Dairy Blythewood Pairs competition, gave 13,500 kilograms of milk at 4.32% butterfat. She is giving 60 kilograms a day and calved in April. She was champion here last year and also represented the United Kingdom at the Holstein European Championships in France, where she was second. Junior Interbreed beef champion, judged by Mr. Scott from West Lothian, was Foxhill Farm Mamma Mia, 18-month-old Limousin, exhibited by Charlotte Alford from Cullompton in Devon. Champion Stars of the Future last year and Interbreed champion at the Highland this year, and one of the winning Continental Blythewood pairs yesterday. The Beef Shorthorn class is part of the UK Beef Shorthorn Championships, were judged by Mr. Launders from Wigtonshire. It was Millicent Jester that was the champion, the 2-year-old, exhibited by Tracy Seven from Halifax and led by Mark Seven. There's one Interbreed at Holney Show, breed champion at the Highland. Reserve was the 15-month-old Milliston Casper from the Ramseys at Ayrshire. Ailey Ramsey leading this one. And other winners in the Beef Shorthorns were D&C Sanderson, LEP Farms, the Horrell family and JP Ramsey. The Lincoln Reds, kindly sponsored by Lupton Fawcett Solicitors, judged by Mr. Bambridge from Norfolk. It was the male and junior champion who went on to be breed champion, Yarnhill Vulcan, a year and 4 months old, bred and exhibited by Natasha Mann from Suffolk. Was reserve champion at the Essex Young Farmers Club and has been shown successfully at Suffolk and Lincoln shows. Reserve was the female, Arkamoy Wren, bred by Sharon Buchan from Lincolnshire. Aberdeen Angus. Class is kindly sponsored by AB Contract Services, judged by Mr. Houston. It was the female who went on to be champion, Linton Gilbertine's Rosebud Willabar, bred and exhibited by the Gordon Brook Estate from Earlston. She was reserve female champion at the Highland this year and was part of the Interbreed winning pairs at the Highland. Reserve went to Linton Gilbertine's president, again from the Gordon Brook Estate, led by Ian Campbell. In the Angus's, there was the Turnbull family, the Brells Livestock, Swires and Rankins, all winning prizes. The Herefords, judged by Mr. Blandford from Ledbury in Herefordshire. It was the female who went on to be breed champion, Denda 1 Jennifer the 15th, a 3-year-old bred and exhibited by Boomer Birch from Stafford. Was Hereford Female of the Year in 2015 as a heifer, and mother to the highest priced Hereford calf in the Hereford breed last year. Reserve was Coley 1 Pippa, bred by Heather Whittaker of Coley Herefords and exhibited by Tom and Di Harrison, Di leading this animal. Won a class and junior champion at the National Pole Show last year. Was supreme champion at Northumberland, Otley and the Highland this year. In the Herefords we had Morrisons, Kemps, Masseys and Elliots all claiming prizes. The Galloways coming towards us now, judged by Mr. Heard from Oakhampton in Devon. He chose the female and junior champion, Lady Silverbell the 12th, as the breed champion. A year and 8 months old, she was exhibited by J&S Wareham from Heathfield in East Sussex, bred by Dennis Gall and led by Sarah Wareham. Junior Interbreed champion at the Royal Highland, reserve Interbreed at their local Heathfield show. The Warehams sell their Galloway beef through their own farm shop in Heathfield. Reserve in the Galloways was the male Turbo Tam of Nethercleugh, 5 years and 9 months, bred by P. Hunter Blair and exhibited by J&S Ross from Shorehead in Dumfries and led today by Stephen Taylor. Reserve male champion at the Royal Highland both last year and this year. And in fact, we were reserve male champions last year here at the Great Yorkshire. In the Galloways, we can see that Mrs. Hirima, the Klondike Farms and Trolos Farms all won prizes. Now to the belted Galloway, judged by Mrs. Smith from Usk in Monmouthshire. The breed champion and female champion was Clifton Celandine, 2 years, 3 months, bred and exhibited by Anne Bell from Dumfries, and led by Hayden Ross. Was junior champion here last year and her first outing. Second in her class this year at the Royal Highland. Reserve for the breed and reserve female champion was Mockram Lilac VI, 4 years, 6 months old, bred and exhibited by the Mockram estate from Newton Stewart and led by Helen Ryman. They were Royal Highland champions this year from an 85 breeding cow herd. In the Belties, there was Keeley's, Newtoncroft Farms and the Kirks taking prizes. Now we come to the Highland, judged by Mr. Ormiston from Ballater in Aberdeenshire. And it was the female that became the breed champion, Solus Emma I of Blair Logan. A 3-year-old bred and exhibited by Blair Logan Highlanders from Alva in Stirling, led by Dexter Logan. Was reserve junior champion on her last outing here and continues the family legacy with her winning success. Reserve for the Highlands was Solus Emma IV of Benmore, bred by the late Judy Bowser and exhibited by the Blair Logan Highlanders. She followed her daughter to the top after being reserve overall and was reserve overall here in 2016. In the Highlands, we see Radfords, Phillips and Haleys also getting prizes. The South Devon, judged by Mr. Rowe from Liskeard in Cornwall. It was again a female that was champion, Kilrug Sass Zoom, a 3-year-old, bred and exhibited by Richard Harthorne of Kilrue Grug from Shropshire, led by Richard Harthorne. Breed champion at Newport, Shropshire, Cheshire, reserve female at South Devon and at Royal Cornwall. Her mother, grandmother and great-grandmother are all homebred breed champions. The reserve in the South Devons was Lallan Alvaro, exhibited by the father and son team David and Chris Irving from Dumfries and led by Chris. The reserve breed champion at Carlisle earlier this year and second here last year in their class. In the South Devons, the Harrisons, the Whiteheads and the Welshes took prizes. Now the Longhorn, judged by Mr. Woolett from Minehead. He chose the male Tetford Vader's Vortex as the champion, bred by Charlie Sutcliffe, exhibited by Victoria Hopkinson from the Briarmead Pedigree English Longhorns. Victoria's been showing here for some 3 years and has had 3 breed champions. Reserve for the breed and female champion was Tetford Twinkle, a 5-year-old, bred and exhibited by Mr. and Mrs. Charlie Sutcliffe from Louth. Charlie first exhibited here back in 1994 and had previously won the male and breed champion with Tetford Clansman. He recently exported a 2-year-old pedigree Longhorn bull to Holland. In the Longhorns, we've got Blockleys and Hallifields that got prizes. Finally, the British White from the natives, judged by Mr. Clark from Ipswich. His female Bulby Jasmine was the champion from the Delamore Farms at Norfolk, Clive Delamore leading. Previously 2 times winner of the British White Cattle Society Cow of the Year, and she won here last year. Reserve was Leverington Columbus, exhibited again by Delamore Farms and led by Les Cook. In the Whites, there was also the Cooks who took prizes. In front of us now, the British Charolais, sponsored by Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Limited. The classes formed part of the 2017 National Charolais Show. They were judged by Mr. Curry from Morpeth, and it was Balbithan Iona who was the champion. Bred and exhibited by Mr. and Mrs. White from Dorset, and led by the herd manager Jane Hoare. Has been national champion at 2 years old at the National Charolais Show. Won the Burke Trophy last year at the 3 counties and has won 7 out of 9 interbreeds last year. Reserve was Daverley Igalo, bred and exhibited by Mr. Thornley from Swadleycote in Derbyshire. And other Simmentals, other Charolais were the Blythes, the Davis, Knox, Whites, Browns, Millers and Watsons. Simmentals in front of us. Their champion, judged by Mr. Burgess, led our parade. Reserve for the breed is Pope's Fearless, bred and exhibited by JH and VG Wood, so they took champion and reserve. This one led by Mrs. Wood. They were the other part of last year's Blythewood Pairs winners, and also male champion and reserve into breed. In the Simmentals, the Currys, the Goldies and Barlows and Boddington Estates all winning prizes. Now, the British Limousines, kindly sponsored by Ripon Select Foods. They were judged by Mr. Hazard from Grantham, and it was the male that he made as the breed champion. Foxhill Farm Lord of the Rings, a 2-year-old, bred and exhibited by Mr. and Mrs. Alford from Columpton in Devon. So this champion from Team Alford was champion in Carlisle Show and at the sale in 2016, and male champion at the Highland Show last year. Reserve was Foxhill Farm Mamma Mia, who we have seen earlier as our interbreed junior champion. So in the Limousines, there was Priestleys and Coopers as well, winning the prizes. Coming up now, the British Blonde, judged by Mr. Kinnish from Bridgnorth in Shropshire, and the breed and female champion was Felltop Joyce, a 3-year-old bred by Andrew Stott and exhibited by Thor Atkinson from Ulverston in Cumbria. Last year, overall blonde champion at the Cheshire County and North Yorkshire, and this year, reserve of any other breed at Northumberland. Reserve for the British Blondes was Lucyland Jellybean, a 3-year-old cow bred and exhibited by Lucy Corner from Durham. These successes this year include interbreed champion at Otley, Cumberland, North Yorkshire and Arthington. In the Blondes, we've got the McNeils, the Donaldsons and the Appletons also taking prizes. The British Blue, just approaching the President's box, judged by Mr. Martin from County Down. It was the female that was champion, Solway View Illusion, bred and exhibited by Kevin Wattert from Lockerbie and led by Ali Jackson. Was breed champion at the Highland just last month. Reserve was Rymel Kiley, bred by Rhys Millichap and exhibited by Charlotte Alford from Devon. 2017 successes include the breed champion at the Royal Cornwall, at Devon County and reserve champion at the Highland. In the Blues, the Bucocks, the Jones and the Townends took prizes. The Solaires, to come next, were judged by Mr. Kelly from Londonderry, Northern Ireland. And again, it was a female that was champion. Cluehead Mary, a 2-year-old, bred and exhibited by Rob, Kath and Ian Livesey from the Firth Farm at Melrose. And it's Ian Livesey showing the animal today. They have 100 Solaire cows from the heart of the Borders. The herd first established in 1987 and makes it one of the earliest herds in the country. They've been showing here for some 6 years. Reserve for the breed was Cumbrian Jolie, bred and exhibited by T&I Walling from Selkirk. The Walling family farm a total of 800 acres in the Scottish Borders, and they have about 70 head of Solaires. Also Crockett's, Mrs. Fox and the Hallos were winners in the Solaires. Finally, we come to the commercial beef in the beef section, judged by Mr. Scott from Morpeth, Northumberland. His supreme commercial champion was Ooh La La, a British Blue Cross Limousin Cross, 14 months old, exhibited by Mr. Mellon and Miss Cropper from Long Preston in Skipton. And in fact, it's Claire Cropper leading this animal today. Reserve for the commercials, it's a Limousin Cross, 14 months old again, exhibited by Mark Harriman and Sarah Warriner from Pickering. This by Ketterdale fame. The animal was champion steer at Malton Show and we'll be going on to Rydale Show in just under 2 weeks' time. In the commercial beef, there were lots of winners in the commercial: Neil Slack, the Sedgwicks, Mudds and Bentleys, the Lions, Barker and Johnsons, Carries, Waynes, Warehams, and the Laws, Miss A.G. Laws. While names that all crop up again here on this showground when we run the Countryside Live in October. That is when we see a lot of these beef animals returning to Yorkshire. Now we move to the dairy. We have already seen the champion because she was at the beginning of our parade. Remind you again that the classes were sponsored by Asda and Arla. They were judged by Mr. Morgan from Carmarthen in Dufford. The champion was that Newberk's Jazz. So I'll tell you about the reserve breed champion, which is Littlebridge Gold Chip Honey, 2.5-year-old bred and exhibited by J. Miles and Sons from Northumberland and led by Lizzie Miles. She gives some 40 litres of milk a day. She was interbreed champion at the North Yorkshire County Show earlier in the season. In the Holsteins, prize winners included Messrs Coates, S and S Wood, the Panda Holsteins, and the Stable family. Well, good to see the Pandas. They've come all the way up from Devon. We had beef exhibitors, as I mentioned earlier, from Devon, and good to see dairy exhibitors here from Devon as well. It's a very long way in a car. It's an even longer way in a wagon. Now the dairy shorthorns, judged by Mr. Kite from Stafford. His breed champion was Churchroyd Bronte Wild Eyes, a 4-year-old bred and exhibited by IRG Collins and Partners from West Yorkshire. Ian Collins at the helm. This animal highest milk record was 7,841 kilogram. She was champion at Otley Show earlier in the year. She was heifer champion last year at the Dairy Expo. Reserved for the breed in the dairy shorthorns was Breckney Goldie 15, bred and exhibited by B and C.A. Harrison from Newcastle upon Tyne. Led by Paul Harrison, she calved just 3 weeks ago with her first calf. In the shorthorns, we've got Harrison's, Wilkes and Wendy Young taking prizes. Now the Ayrshires, judged by Mr. Broadley from Buxton in Derbyshire. The breed champion was Marley Coat C. Lily 23, 2.5 years old, bred and exhibited by G.G. Baines and Sons from Scaly in Northumberland. And Richard Baines, leading this animal, was breed and interbreed champion at Northumberland Show. Her dam was heifer champion here in 2012 and then went on to win all the major shows in Northern Ireland. Reserve Ayrshire was Marley Coat Brown Nell, bred and exhibited again by the Baines and led by Judy Irvine. Won the South West Scotland Show in 2015 and won her class at the UK Dairy Expo last year. In the Ayrshires, we've just got the Waterhouses and Sandersons additionally taking prizes. Now the jerseys coming past. Judged by Mr. Evans from Narberth in Pembrokeshire, his breed champion was Kenbrook Tequila Gillian, a 4-year-old, bred and exhibited by the Richardson family from Doncaster, and led today by Rachel Richardson. It's her second year in a row as the breed champion. Reserve breed champion was Saxon Tyler, bred and exhibited by the Saxby family and led by Richard Saxby. Other jersey winners include J.C. Stubbs, the Ravenfield jerseys and the Griffiths family. So Jim Blaze just getting up, Joe Blaze from Asda to come down and acknowledge our wonderful team there in front of you. The 159th Great Yorkshire Show has something for everyone. in addition to sticking to its original roots of promoting agriculture at the highest possible standard. Watching this parade confirms this by bringing top-class cattle to the fore, raised with the highest standards of animal welfare. Yorkshire as a county is unique in having so many agricultural shows and has the Great Yorkshire Show as the flagship. All these shows have cattle classes with quality stock competing from near and far and have encouraged excellence in farming practices for well over 100 years. The Honorary Show Director, Charles Mills, has brought the latest technology and precision farming to the show, as well as highlighting the importance of the event as being educational, both to the farming community and to those perhaps not directly involved in farming. Today we witness something very special, and of course there are many people to be thanked for their part in today's spectacle. First and foremost, the continued sponsorship from ASDA. And Joe, we do appreciate very much Joe Blaze here on behalf of ASDA. We're grateful for the enthusiasm and support of the judges. They have travelled from all over the country and even overseas to share their vast experience with us. The staff and the stewards of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, who has always worked so hard, especially in the run-up to the show and during the 3 days. Many thanks to the board carriers, who this year are from the Army Foundation College at Harrogate. Our chief cattle steward is Margaret Chapman, the 4th generation of her family to show cattle, winning her first rosette in the show ring at the age of 5½. Her experience and leadership are invaluable, and we thank her most sincerely for the way she inspires and encourages. And we also thank Guy Cowling and Frederick Fairburn, the senior cattle stewards, standing with Margaret there in the centre. Lastly, we thank the farmers, the handlers and the stockmen for giving us the opportunity to witness such a wonderful parade. A shop window of British agriculture. British farmers producing British food for the people of Great Britain. Ask for it in the shops and markets and support something that is so good in Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, the cattle parade.
Well, the Great Yorkshire always make a showcase of the Grand Parade of Cattle. Well done to all our stewards and indeed to Christine Barber herself for the tremendous production again of what is Grand Parade of Cattle, right to the very, very highest standards. Well, we've still got a very busy afternoon ahead of us. And as the cattle wind their way back to the stock sheds, it's time for the excitement of the Atkinson Action Horses. And if you haven't seen it already, well, stay very firmly in your seats, wherever you are, because it is a very exciting affair. The Atkinsons is now well printed all over the UK, are now a name that is very much involved, not only with Yorkshire, but also too with the film world, the television world. The former dairy farm in East Yorkshire has become very much home for the stable of not only television talent, but talent too of the big screen. Yes, the family farm in Goole of the Atkinsons transformed from a dairy farm over some 20 years into what has become one of the big crews of equine interest in the film world, has now taken over the family farm. And we've had a chance over the 2 days so far, and we're about to come to the 3rd day of their wonderful work. Well, that'll be the next action here in the Grand Ring. We also too, of course, have the band of the Royal Armoured Corps. military music been a big part of the main ring programme now for many decades. 2017 is no exception, and they'll set the scene before the competitors walk the course for the feature jumping event of the show, the famous Cock of the North. That famous championship sponsored by Ripon Select Foods, which has got an all-star cast this afternoon and is going to, I'm sure, live up to the great reputation that this competition has. And of course we close with our traditional closing ceremony together again with the Band of the Royal Armoured Corps at somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30. Well, the cattle are firmly back in their lines, and already our team from the Atkinson Action Horses are pretty well ready and waiting for what has certainly been one of the most exciting displays we've seen at the Great Yorkshire Show for many years. I'm sure there are many here that follow those great blockbusters, the Great Poldark, Sunday Night, Victoria, Peaky Blinkers. Well, if you just think back of the horses that you may have seen in those great shows, well, they're all horses that come from the Atkinson team of horses. The profession of producing horses for films is one that has developed greatly over the years, and there's several like the Atkinson horses now that serve the film and television world. And it's not something that happens overnight. There's lots of training, lots of work, lots of understanding of what's required, and you'll understand a little more about that when you've seen the display we're about to see. It's one of which a lot of training goes in. Indeed, the Atkinson family have had people overseas looking at various different sides of the profession, whether it be the Liberty horse side or the Cossack riders. There are many who've now looked overseas to ensure that they have the classic skills together with the horses behind the pictures we're about to see. So the family that have made the wonderful transition from dairy farmers to now the business of supplying horses for the film and TV world, and what is involved we're about to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome now the Atkinson Action Horses display.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all of you wonderful, beautiful visitors to the Great Yorkshire. Hello! Hello! Oh, how incredible it is to be here. We are Atkinson Action Horses, here to present to you today our stupendous equine stars of stage and screen. And yes, I do say stage. You may well even have seen our horses on stage at the Royal Opera House, as well as on your TV screens in shows such as Peaky Blinders, The Living and the Dead, Victoria, and of course, Poldark. You might even have seen Sebastian here opening this season as the crazy runaway horse on the cliff tops. But today we are not setting up shots. Today we don't have any second takes or second chances. Today it's all about showtime. It's all about live. It's all about everything as hard and as fast as we can, all for your entertainment. Now the first thing that you're going to see here in this arena is something very special indeed. That's because it's me. Hooray! All right, we also have Kat, Candice, Joe and Zach, hooray! Okay, what you're really interested in is what's between our legs. So please put your hands together for Sebastian, for Caban, for Ockle, for Jay and for Johnny. We have the ground crew ready and waiting in the middle, setting up the shield wall. And in we come. Whack! Ho-ho! They kept us up all night talking about how excited they were to be here at the Great Yorkshire. So now they are our target practice. Oh no, Kat! We've lost our weapons. Fortunately, Kat and I are riding a pair of Andalusian stallions who have some really dramatic movements up their sleeves. There we have another couple of lovely rears. Let's take it in. Let's use these not just as beautiful images, but as very practical weapons in the battle arena. Up to the shields we come, rearing up, boxing against them. Oh, the ground crew didn't stand a chance. Let's hear it for Sebastian and for Ockle. Now the ground crew are going to reform that shield wall, and they are going to carry on being used for target practice, because at the top end of the arena we have the horse archers. The shield wall is formed, in they come. Those arrows loosed. Oh, a veritable hail of arrows. But they have no time to relax. They have to turn and face the might of Caban, who will be brought in by the wonderful Joanne O'Dell. Here come Joe and Caban. Keep your eyes on that shield wall. Over they go, over the heads of our incredibly brave ground crew. Now the most important thing for our film horses is that once they have performed these really high energy movements, they're able to just completely relax and chill out. Oh, down we go. So relaxed that they will just take a little nip of grass in the arena. Oh, Come on in, Sebastian. And now, the wonderful Ockle. is going to take himself around to the front of the arena. Cat is just giving him a couple of taps on the quarters with the stick to let him know just what's going to come. Because here we have a huge battle maneuver, the Capriole. Not just under saddle, but under side saddle from Cat and Ockle. Now, Johnny Wilkinson, a horse that we use for a lot of our speed work. You'll recognise him from the cliff tops of Cornwall in Poldark, is coming in to face the fire and smoke. And he's joined by Caban. Let's hear it for Johnny Wilkinson and for Caban. And now, please welcome Mr. Ben Atkinson with the ultimate battle horse. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Arthur. And Arthur, he is going to show you just what weapons the horse has, just why the horse was the ultimate piece of battle equipment for so many hundreds of years. We work so hard on the strength of our horses, on their lateral work, the strength along their spines and their serratus muscles between their ribs so that they can perform so balanced, as you see with Arthur here today. He is able to support himself, leaping into the air and kicking out. The Capriole in hand from Ben Atkinson and Arthur. Oh, thank you so much. Now you better keep that round of applause going, because we are going to keep the energy super high as I introduce to you our trick riders. The first thing they're going to need to do is give their horses a dry run. This dry run is setting the horses sat-nav, letting the horses know exactly what we're going to ask of them and letting them know that they're going to be in control. At the same time, it gives us a chance to make sure that we're happy with the ground, that we're happy with how our horses are running, that we're happy with the straps on our saddles. We've been working super hard at our trick riding ever since we were told we were not allowed under any circumstances to join the Shetland Pony Performance Display team. Here for the first of our dry runs, Rosie and Jazz. Then we have Mike and Mojo, Ramon and Tonto. We have Lawrence and Duncan, Ricky and Tino, Candice and Jay. Then we have Joe and Caban. We have Kat and Johnny, and Zach and Amy. And now you've heard me introduce Amy. I think it's worth pointing out what an incredible job our stallions do, working in the arena, not only with other stallions here, but also working alongside mares as well. They truly are wonderful performers. They're so incredibly focused on the work in hand. Now, the next time our trick riders come past you, they will be hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They'll be hanging on by an arm, a hand, maybe just a finger as they go. Take a little look at their saddles as well as they go. You'll see that they're using Cossack trick saddles. These have a huge pommel at the front. They have girths, 3 girths, to make sure they are not going to slip or slide on those horses, because that's the last thing you want when you are hanging down, just as you're going to see from Rosie and Jazz as she's down into a death hang. In fact, it's a death hang out the charge with Candice, Carbine and Jay joining them. And then we have Joe in a buffalo wing on Caban. Zach Roberts takes the buffalo wing and turns it to a front wing. 2 tricks on 1 run with Amy. Now here comes the front ring from Cat Pickering on Johnny Wilkinson. Now we have the plank from Ricky Burnett, 13 stone of man and 2 stone of sun cream coming across the arena on Tino and on Tonto, lying across the saddle into backwards on the neck, joined by Mike Collin backwards on the neck into lie across the saddle, vaulting out on the offside. And now Lawrence Hansen on the huge and incredibly strong Duncan with the Cossack cross. Oh, it doesn't come much better than that. Oh, do you want to see one more, ladies and gentlemen? Thank goodness for that, because it's what's in the script. I'll tell you what, there's nothing like being pushed for time for having really quick ponies in a trick run, is there? We work hard in the gym as well as working our horses, you know, as hard as we can, as well as loving them so much in the school, making sure that we can do them justice when it comes to showtime. Who's going to be first to ride? Let's have a look up to the top end. It looks like it's going to be Rosie again with Jazz. Arthur giving himself a stretch as she comes into a reverse arabesque. Then Joe with a lie across the saddle. Beautifully pointed toes on Caban. Then we have the Cossack hang from Kat and Johnny. Here come Mike and Mojo. And Mike is up into a stand. And the wonderful young Mojo. Then it's the shoulder stand charge. If any photographers can get them all in, I'm sure they'll win a biscuit or at least 10 points. How incredible is that? The synchronization, the bravery of the horses. And they love it as well. The horses love that we can give them this trust. They love that we can give them the reins and tell them that they are in control. Now, we took the gymnastic skills that we developed in the trick riding, and we thought, how can we make this just a little bit more ridiculous? We decided that the way to do that was to put them over fences. You will see that we have a jump set up in the middle of the arena there. Once again, we'll give our horses a dry run. Just let them know exactly what we're going to ask of them. So as Candice comes over with Jay, you will see that she's going to drop the reins as she goes over, letting Jay know he needs to find his own pace, that he needs to see his own stride, and let him know that he's in control. We find that our horses, when we give them this control, they come in with their ears pricked. They really appreciate the amount of faith we have in them as we work together. Now, the next time they come over, they will be performing gymnastically, just as you have seen in the trick riding. This is where the lateral work particularly comes into its own, strengthening the horses up along their top lines, so that when, for example, Jay comes over with Candice hanging down by his side, that horse comes over straight, no twist over the jump. He's able to compensate with his strength for her weight, because when we're at home, it's the practice that makes the perfection in the show. Oh, but 4 faults from Mojo. Luckily, he had a great dressage, so it's not going to knock him down too much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for our trick riders. And we're going to move on to something truly beautiful and spectacular. As the trick riders leave, please allow me to welcome back into the arena Mr. Ben Atkinson, this time with his young horse. This is Malik. Now, Ben has known Malik essentially since before this horse was born, having bred Malik himself, by which I don't mean, he bred him in a very non-physical way. He owns Malik's father, Almanzor, who you can see on the horse lines over at Atkinson HQ, and you can go and meet him as well, as he is Queen Victoria's horse on Victoria. But anyway, this is all about the son. Malik, when he was just a young horse, would be joined in the field by Ben, and they would see who could crouch the lowest or leap the highest, communicating just as you would expect to see between 2 young colts out on the moors. And now, as they have grown, so too the play has grown into something more refined, something more beautiful. Ben's cast aside his bridle. He's come in without a saddle, without spurs. You'll see that he does carry a whip, but this is not used to chastise the horse. Instead, this is an extension of his body. When the whip moves towards Malik, he moves away, but when the whip moves away from Malik, he moves towards it, as he wouldn't do with something that was used to tell him off. Instead, he sees it as an extension of his friend. And there, as it whistles above his head, you'll see that there's no contact. Instead, it's the sound of the whip which takes him from canter to halt and then down into bow. Now Malik is a show horse through and through, and he will take your applause as a reward in itself, not as a distraction, not as anything to be frightened of. When we bring our horses into an arena for the first time, and when they start off in these shows, we make sure that when people applaud, we reward our horses. And soon, the applause becomes to them something to let them know that they are doing absolutely perfectly. So if you like what you see from this partnership, please let Malik know. There's always so much debate about which gadgets are right to use with your horses, about when is the right time to use a different bit or to try to use more leather to bring your horse in. Now, you could never say that this horse is overbitted. You could never say that he has too many gadgets at his side. Instead, what he has is a bond that began at birth. There, as he is flipped over. And this is the extension of that play. As if by magic. And you can see now how chilled out, how relaxed this horse is in front of a huge crowd, not distracted by any sights or sounds, not distracted by any colors, not that he can see color, or noise, because as far as he's concerned, he's out here playing with his best friend, and there's nothing else he would rather do. For Malik's part, he's never known a father figure quite like that he has in Ben. And for Ben's part, he's never had a friend in a horse like that he has in Malik. So now, as they fly down the long side for the final time here at the Great Yorkshire Show, please give it up for Ben Atkinson and Malik. He's earned this final bow. A team forged in Yorkshire. Truly local stars. An incredible team. It's such an honor to have them here in this arena. Just one last time. But now, we have to move on. We are now on into the stunt section of the show. Sebastian, who you saw lead us out, is back. This time he's in with Benito, under the guidance of Mike Collin, with the lovely footman Glenn Lean. Hello, Glenn. And we also have, driving the Landor up at the top end of the arena, it is the founder of Atkinson Action Horses, Mr. Mark Atkinson. He is driving Dylan and Aramis, and he is joined by Mrs. Frankie Roberts. An incredible component of any carriage team is Frankie. You'll see her on more films than you know. But now we've got to move on to some stunts. As the Landor comes past the front of the arena, you're gonna see some of our riders come in too. Who's it gonna be? First, we have Lawrence Hansen. He's fresh and new onto the stunt register, even though he's been in the film industry all his life. He's joined by Cat Pickering. On he comes along on Johnny. Which horse do you want, Lawrence? He says he likes the look of that one a little bit better. So in they come alongside the Landor. horse-to-horse transfer. As Mike negotiates the show jumps down at this side. Okay, who do we have next? Come on then, girls. Here we have Candice Carbine. Candice and Jay, joined by Rosie and Jazz. You've seen the horse-to-horse transfer. As Sebastian decides it's all about him. We're gonna push the horses on. And here comes Candice and Jay, ponied in by Rosie and Jazz. She's reaching out, waiting for this corner where the horses have to slow. Horse to carriage transfer. And here comes Ramon Alvarez. On Tonto, board in by Zach Roberts. Hey, Ramon. It's great to have you here in England. How you doing? How you feeling? Whoa. Just take hold of this rope. Whoa, no, don't lean on me. There's no side on this side. Get out. The drag behind the carriage from Mr. Ramon Alvarez. But it's not just the bravery of our stuntmen we want to see. Here comes Ben on Malik. Oh, but Wolfie has a spear tipped with pure foam, and with a cry of Shetland Pony Performance Display Team, he takes out Malik, who has a foam allergy. Luckily, Ben has saddlebags filled with antihistamines, and up he gets. It's just movie magic. Now, let's have a look up to the bottom end of the arena. There he is. It's the Man Mountain, Mr. Ricky Burnett. He is gonna come and face my invisible shotgun. Okay, Ricky, are you ready? Pull! McClay's just about in there. Here comes McClay. And in 3, 2, 1, bang! He's down, flipping around into a stirrup drag with mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ricky Burnett. And now with the finale, here comes Lawrence Hanson with Dylan and Aramis stealing those horses away, leaving Mark and Frankie stuck there on the landau. Oh, Rosie, have you bought me a pony? Thank you so much. That means I can take a little bit of a salute, because that has been our finale. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Atkinson Action Horses. Please give it up for our wonderful horses. I hope you can remember each of them, because I've tried to introduce them to you all as we've gone. But please also give it up for our incredible ground crew. The founder of our team, Mr. Mark Atkinson, our wonderful show mama, Jill Atkinson, up in the sound box. And just to keep the heat turned up, Ben is going to breathe some fire over the heads of the audience as we leave. You can find us on social media, search for the Action Horses, and find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I don't know, Tinder. We'd love to see your pictures and see what you think of our show. Until we see you again, oh, Great Yorkshire, we love you so much. Goodbye.
Well, your commentator for Atkinson Action Horse Display was Charlie Barrett. And Yorkshire's wonderful Atkinson Action Horses have really entertained us proudly for 3 days and shown us exactly what television work and stunt work is all about. Great stuff. Thank you to Atkinson Action Horses for 3 wonderful days display. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more and seeing a lot more on our televisions too of their wonderful work. Well, drama follows drama, but before we get underway with the drama of the wonderful Ripon Select Foods Cog of the North, we're going to build you up with the traditional military band, which is something that has been a part of the Great Yorkshire programme for many decades. Many of our major shows, our county shows that is, are involved with one garrison or another right around the country, and of course it's the Catterick garrison that is very much the source of a lot of the military support that has been developed over the years for the Great Yorkshire Show. And as we set the scene for the big jumping competition of the show, it will be the music of the military band of the Royal Armoured Corps that will build up the atmosphere for this afternoon's classic. Well, any county show arena, let alone a Yorkshire arena, has got to be supported by the support of tractors, Land Rovers, and as you can see, all coming in for our team to set to work for the Cock of the North. Jason Apps, the designer this afternoon for the Cock of the North, assisted by Bob Ellis. And one little secret, let's tell you, as they set the scene, if you look towards the judges' box, there's the water jump. And there's a bit of history in there this afternoon, because that water jump has the last bottle of blue that came from the London Olympics. They were sorting around John Doney's garage, and they found this last bottle of blue. And so there's our last memory of the London Olympics in our ring this afternoon. Well, as I mentioned, the build-up to any of the big moments of the Great Yorkshire has always had military music, and 2017 is no exception, because it is to the garrison at Catterick we look in North Yorkshire, where one of the 22 regular army bands comes forward to entertain us in the build-up to the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome now, under their bandmaster Staff Sergeant Paul Mason, the band of the Royal Armoured Corps. Well, the band of the Royal Armoured Corps here for their build-up to the Cock of the North, here by kind permission of the Harrogate International Festivals. We're right, of course, in festival time of year. It is the 52nd Harrogate International Festival this year, and once again they've got a great summer of entertainment, which is now known not only around Harrogate and the area, but all over Great Britain. Thank you, Harrogate International Festivals, as we sit back and enjoy the band of the Royal Armoured Corps.
Chat with you about country fashion.
Of course you can.
Yeah? How's the show been for you?
Good. Good. Should put my jacket on so I'm smarter. So you're doing YouTube marketing?
Just do try and promote that.
Are you?
Doing posh filled Yorkshire puddings in supermarkets, so that'll go.
By the centre. Quick march!
The salute this afternoon taken for the Band of the Royal Armoured Corps by Elizabeth Brewster from the Harrogate International Festivals. Well, I wonder whether you knew that if you are aged, or lucky enough to be aged 16 or 17, you can actually join the Corps of Army Music and train at the Army Foundation College at Harrogate, and then go on to the Royal Military School of Music in Twickenham, and getting paid to train as well. So if you're at university, you could also earn where you learn, performing music part-time by joining an Army Reserve band. And if you'd like to know more about that and take up that opportunity, you go down to the Army Village here on the showground, and you can find the band's Facebook. You can look it up under the Band of the Royal Armoured Corps and learn about this wonderful opportunity. They are one of our 22 military bands. There used to be a lot more, and so we're privileged this afternoon to see one of the 22. We'll see them again in our closing ceremony. Let's give them a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, under their bandmaster, Staff Sergeant Paul Mason, the Band of the Royal Armoured Corps. Well, the band will have one more appearance, as I say. They'll be back for our closing ceremony when we bring the curtain down, following what is a very big last act. And what really does make you realise just what this competition means, all the big names are back here to watch this competition. David Broom, Harvey Smith, to name but two, who are with us this afternoon to witness what is quite genuinely one of the biggest national classes there is in the calendar. It's always one of the big set courses, and it's absolutely true yet again. A field of some 30 coming forward for this year's Cock of the North. It is sponsored by Ripon Select Foods, and it's £8,000 to the winner, $5,550 the second, $4,000 the third. It is very definitely one of the most valuable classes on the circuit during the year. The trophy, well, that is the wonderful Silver Challenge Trophy, the wonderful silver cockerel that was offered by James Ogden and Sons, and it's one of the classics. So the course is being walked, and once again, a lot of the feature fences, that's including that big double of walls that are a traditional feature of the famous Cock of the North. Again, there are several other fences that are always kept in, and it's very definitely the biggest course set for the competition. The length of the course, 535 metres, which will give a time allowed in the first round of 86 seconds. Now, this is a competition where we go potentially 3 rounds. Clear rounds in the first round will go forward to a jump-off. That's not against the clock. And then any equality at the end of that first jump-off, we go forward to a second jump-off, which is against the clock. So it's a test of stamina as well as the jumping ability over big fences. One of the other visitors here this afternoon, how good it is to see her. It is the British team manager, Di Lampard, who has been in that position now for several years and part of the squad that, of course, won that Olympic individual gold medal. Nick Skelton's wonderful win in Rio really brought a wonderful career to an absolute pinnacle on Big Star in Rio. Di Lampard, part of that, and Di, who was in the Queen's birthday celebrations, was awarded the MBE. Congratulations, Di, very well deserved, and it's good to have here this afternoon to witness what is an important competition for selection for our teams over the coming months and coming years. So the stage is set for an exciting couple of hours as we build towards the start of this Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North.
I shouldn't call him that straight. My young colleague, my job is to train him up as well, so you know, training to do my job so we can take my work as freelance. It's great, yeah, it's brilliant. Alright, we're back on.
Well, Ripon Select Foods, one of the big companies, big employer in the area, and also work closely with the farming community in the wheat they use. It's a company that has enormous implications in the area, and they're very generous to the Great Yorkshire Show. Mr. and Mrs. Martin Wood had some very good winners in the in-hand classes here at this year's Great Yorkshire Show, and they have been supporters of the famous Cock of the North now for a number of years. And when looking at the field we've got a very, very good competition thanks to their generous support. Best part of £25,000 going in to this competition. A field that includes a number of past winners. The Whittaker family, John and Robert, of course, winners. Robert Smith, winner on a number of occasions. And also to Robert Bevis. He won it 3 years ago with Pebbles. So, as is usual, there are a number back trying to win this. A competition which is very hard to take out of Yorkshire. It's one that the county's show jumpers really do work hard to try and keep it in the county. First round, remember it's the first of 3 possible rounds over in all 12 fences, the last fence being the big oxer coming away from the bandstand down the centre of the ring with the purple and white oxer with the lattice wings. That is fence 12 of the fences on the course. The water, always an influential one. Remember, it's got that last blue of the London Olympics. It's certainly the biggest water that we've seen this week. And of course, it comes at 6 with an interesting triple bar to an upright right across the arena. An interesting looking line. We've got Graham Fletcher sat alongside. Graham, you walked it with one of the great maestros of British show jumping, David Broom. Good to see him here, past winner of this. What's it looking like, 2017?
Yes, this is more than up to height. This is a strong, big course. You know, it's a real test for them. The distances are very fair. So what I mean by the distances, the horse strides between, say, for example, 6 to the triple bar 7. It's an even distance. They're all even distances. There's no half strides in there. That bit's very fair. A course designed by Steve Abbs and looked over by the maestro himself and Bob Ellis. And yeah, Bob was thinking they would get 8 clears. I would say round about that, but I would err on the 6 to 8 rather than 8+.
That's what you call playing cautious, Mr. Fletcher.
Why, do you want to bet?
Yeah, after the first round.
Okay.
So, all is set. The going?
Oh, the going is absolutely perfect. You know, we've got the ground in the main ring perfect. We're warming up on perfect conditions before they come into the arena. Beautiful all-weather arena there. Andrews Boyne surface, and so we can warm the horses up on perfect conditions, give them every chance. You know, they know on takeoff and landing, so the horses are comfortable. We can get them all tuned up and ready to come in to give their very best.
Well, the field is down to 28 at the moment. And just to remind you again, we can go 3 possible rounds this afternoon. The stage set for yet another Cock of the North Classic.
See, like, yeah. Which other shows do you have to go to?
Bramham, actually, that was good. I shadowed one of the riders there. Bramham, we shadowed one of the riders there.
Oh.
Do you mainly do equestrian stuff?
Well, the man in the hot seat this afternoon, Jason Abbs, will be nerve-wracking time for him at the moment. First Cock of the North, and of course assisted by, as Graham quite rightly said, the maestro Bob Ellis, man who's gone right to the very top and gone higher. His London performance with his team, and it was a team effort, he'd be the first one to say that. And not only he and Kelvin Bywater got the credit for the London, but of course there was all other members of that team too that grew in stature, grew in strength, and a lot of them here this afternoon in this Yorkshire arena to ensure that this is a competition up to its very, very high standard. Always a privilege to come and watch this. So the first on the way up, and the one to get us underway, is Stevie Crosby. Stevie Crosby with Trevor Farrington's TGF Rubin. Good winner in the county on the show jumping and Yorkshire County show jumping, one of the very best counties in terms of the world of show jumping. But they love a crack at this. It's what it's all about. So here we go. The first for this year's Cock of the North, Stevie Crosby, TGF Rubin. Well, Stevie wouldn't jump many courses as big as this in a year, and he has 3 down. 12 it is for Stevie Crosby, TGF Rubin. And Graham, what about that as a starter to the 2017 Cock of the North?
Yes, what he actually had to do was open him up for the water, drive at that, then he just got the horse a little bit flat for the verticals, hence why he had 3 of the verticals down. He was just going a little bit more forward than he was going up.
Well, remember that time allowed, 86 seconds, often does have an influence, but we'll see. As now James Whittaker comes in. James on the horse, Glenavadra, brilliant horse that won the Hickstead Derby with William Whittaker. Now with the talented James Whittaker, owned by Calvin MacDonald. Glenavadra, brilliant. $79.90, just gets inside the time, so no time faults, but 2 down. for Glenavada, brilliant, and James Whittaker, he has 8. And incidentally, those wonderful walls for the Cock of the North, that's one coming out over 165 and 155 going in. They are big walls. Now Julie Andrews jumps a good round at this year's Great Yorkshire. In the money on the first day, Julie Andrews riding her husband David's Willando B. Willando B, Julie Andrews. Just creeped in again, 79 seconds, 86 seconds time allowed actually, so safely in, but the 2 fences down, 8.
Yep, this track is jumping as hard as I thought it would. This is really taking some jumping. I mean, Julie on that horse, that's an international combination, been jumping on teams, and yet she finishes with 8 faults.
Well, now the young rider from Scandinavia, it is Pontus Benson from the Devonport stables, and he's riding Crush. Pontus Benson, Crush. Well, that, I'm afraid, is elimination for Pontus. Pontus Benson, based with the Devonports, eliminated for that second refusal. Next to go, in the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, young man who's been going very well here this week. It is Joe Clayton. Joe Clayton with the Geoffrey Billington's Conman JX.
Yeah, and this is an international horse, very big jump, a lot of scope. This is a real marker, because this would most certainly have the ability to jump this course.
Yes, you were quite right to applause. Do it again. Do it again. And his ride down to the double walls to the water was classic. Well done, Joe Clayton. Clear round number 1 to Conman.
Yeah, that horse showed his ability there. Shows why he's an international horse, and Joe, top-class ride there. Give him a real good trip. And that's what you're going to need to jump this course. Plenty of scope.
Well, now the turn of Robert Maguire. Another man with plenty of experience, riding his own horse, Anastasia van der Elle. It's who's going to join Joe Clayton now, the first clear in the 27 Cock of the North. Robert Maguire, Anastasia van der Elle. Also won the Fox Hunter Championship of the Horse of the Year show this. Sadly, 4 down for Robert Maguire, Anastasia van der Elle. So that's 16, 1 clear round at the moment, 2 on 8 are the best scores so far in this first round. Now a man who's gone very close to winning the Cock of the North. And of course the Whittaker's got a lot of wins, actually, of the competition. Rob Whittaker with the Brendan Studs, Noble Warrior. Been in good form, winner of the Grand Prix at Kent County. Rob Whittaker, Noble Warrior. Yes, we're off to the races. We've got 2 clear rounds. Rob Whittaker just squeaked clear with the Brendan Studs, Noble Warrior.
Yeah, really good round. Well played, Rob. very difficult line, that, the double of walls, then you have to really open them up to get the water. His horse was hesitating a little bit, but he drove him forward, then set him back up for the verticals. Very well ridden round.
Well, it's an amazing dynasty, isn't it, the Whittakers? We've got George Whittaker now, and he's riding one of Robert Whittaker's horses. It is Cipollini the fourth. 2 clear rounds in round 1 of 3 possible rounds. Cipollini the fourth, George Whittaker. It's 3 for George Whittaker. 3 down on Cipollini. 12 faults, 12. I'm telling you the walls up to 165 plus at the last wall. The water, well, that's also 4 meters. So there's a decent line down there. Now one of the challenges from the West Country, one of the few from outside Yorkshire in this year's Cock of the North, the young talents of Abby Birchmore Eames. Jack Eames is Willandry E. First Cock of the North for Abby. No trouble at the last. Good round for Abby Birchmore Eames and Willandry, but still has those 2 down. It really does show the scope of this course. 8 then for Abby. 2 clear rounds, Joe Clayton with Conman JX and Rob Whittaker with Noble Warrior. Cheshire now, and it's James Davenport. James riding Father Stephen's Tiger. James Davenport Tiger, number 28. And the last goes as well. 2 down. The planks going down as well. Only 2 have jumped those planks in those 2 clear rounds, Joe Clayton and Robert Whittaker. So it's 8 for James Davenport and Tiger. Well, now Robert Smith, the first of the past winners, and he's going to ride his own horse, Ilton.
Yes, I was lucky enough to win this competition 4 times on 4 different horses. Robert's beat that record, and he's in pole position for winners of this competition, and he's got one here that he could add to it yet again. This has a very good chance.
Oh, he's in there again. Father's won it. Robert's won it. There could be another Smith on the Cock of the North plinth still. 3 clears. Robert Smith joins the clears then with Ilton.
Yeah, when the going, as they say, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and that's certainly a price to Big Rob. He's a favourite.
Well, reaching towards the halfway point of the first round of the 2017 Cock of the North. And it's a Whittaker again. Ellen Whittaker's brother Joe it is. Riding one for Father Stephen. Virginia the 4th. Been on the edge of prize money on a couple of classes of this year's Great Yorkshire. Joe Whittaker, Virginia the 4th. A bit frustrating because he jumps a plank, but has 2 down. 8 then for Joe Whittaker and Virginia the 4th. Well, now 1 for owner Martin Dawes. Martin being the owner of some very good horses. And this is Rebecca Marsh. Rebecca riding Nelson Zed. This is the 13th to go out of the 27 due to come forward. Rebecca Marsh, Nelson Zed. Jumps the last two, but it's 3 down for Rebecca. And that's with Nelson said. So they're on 12. 3 clear rounds, remember. Joe Clayton, Robert Whittaker, Robert Smith, 3 clears, and then 4 on 8 faults. 5 on 8 faults, actually, but 3 clears. Now, here's a young lady who really has impressed here. She's gone very well, been a winner of a good class on day 1. It is Annabelle Shields riding her father, Robert Shields. Wet, wet, wet. But jumps the last. Never easy thing to say, a good round, you have 8 faults, but surely that was a good round, Graham. But with those 2 fences that have been coming down as the 8 for wet, wet, wet.
Yes, I think she's maturing into a top-class rider, is Annabelle, and, you know, hope in the years to come she gets the horses she deserves.
Well, the next one might want to be the smallest riders in the competition, but it will certainly not be without tremendous determination and talent. It's Pippa Allen. Pippa with Jack McGeoch's Hope Springs. Young lady who really has climbed the ranks and shows an exciting prospect for the future. Pippa Allen, Hope Springs. And that one fence down could earn her good money. 3 clear rounds, and that's the first on 4 faults.
Yes, maybe it could get a good money, but I think she deserved a lot more for that round. Really unlucky rail. One of our stars of the future, without a shadow of a doubt, Pippa Allen. Hear a lot more about her soon. And the way that horse has gone from being a bit spooky first day, Jack McGeoch's horse has really jumped a cracking round there, I thought.
Well, now one from the Fletcher Yard. It's young Alfie Bradstock, a man who's coming for his 2nd Cock of the North in the money last year on this very horse. KBIS Caicos, Alfie Bradstock. What a pity. So close for young Alfie. The second one on 4. 3 clear. Joe Clayton, Robert Whittaker, Robert Smith. Now, if experience is going to win this class, this could be a man in with a chance. It's Keith Shaw. When the tough get going, then anything's possible, and this man is certainly one of those. Keith Shaw, Mystic Hurricane. Mystic Hurricane, certainly with all the scope. Keith Shaw. Well professionally ridden round, I would suggest. Keith Shaw lucky coming out of the combination maybe, but he's done it. Clear round number 4. It's building, Graham.
It most certainly is. Yeah, all 4 good horses, and that one with a lot of good form behind it. Yeah, maybe a little bit lucky at the last part of the combination, but didn't he ride that plank well? That takes some jumping, but it won't be ridden better than Keith rode it then.
Well, now a lady who's always been credited to be one of the future stars, and my word, she really has ridden well over the 3 days so far. Could she join them? At the moment, we have not got a lady rider. Could she be the one that makes it? Louise Sewell with James Hughes' experienced horse, Piero the 6th. Oh, and didn't she ride those planks well? That's a great round from Louise Sewell, and we got our first lady through. Game on.
Most certainly is. Very well ridden there. She's at the top of her game, is Louise. She's always been a good rider, but I think this year she's riding better than ever.
Perhaps one for the notebook of Di Lampart. Now Morgan Kent. Now Morgan Kent with the HK horses, Dolores. 5 clear rounds, and now 8 left to jump. Jumps the last. It's a good round from Morgan Kent. Is the third one on 4 faults. Morgan with Dolores joins Pippa Allen and Alfie Bradstock. But 5 clear rounds. And if you want a pointer for clear rounds in this year's Cock of the North and you're looking for form jockeys, the next one will probably be on that list. The man from Scotland won the Southview Grand Prix and he's got some good form here. James Smith riding Graham Gillespie's Malibu. So the triple bar down for James Smith Malibu, and perhaps a surprising fence down in that line. Triple bar, not one you'd expect down?
Certainly not. And the second time it's come down today in an otherwise immaculate round, that wasn't it? I mean, really unlucky. The horse was giving everything.
Turn of Joe McGlory now. Joe McGlory with her own horse, Camilo. I would think Joe McGlory would be very happy with that. It's 4 faults, there's 5 clear rounds. Actually, there's now 5 on 4 too. And that 4 faults isn't looking quite so valuable as it did when we had the first one. Now we've got 6 left to go. Here's the man who won the Great Yorkshire International Stairway Round on this very horse. It is the very talented international star for Ireland, Billy Toomey, with Kim Barzolet's Kimber Flamenco. 5 clear rounds so far. Well, just become dad for the 4th time, Billy Toomey. And another one have the triple bar down. Looks such a classic round, but he doesn't add to our clear rounds of 5. 4 it is for Billy Toomey and Kimber Flamenco. Well, Billy a past winner, but so is the next one. Robert Bevis, 3 years ago, won it on Pebbles. Robert Bevis with Kate Mustill's Chablis. 5 clears, Joe Clayton, Rob Whittaker, Robert Smith, Keith Shaw, Louise Saywell. 5 left to jump. Oh, and the last goes as well. I'm afraid that's the best score of the class so far. Not the one Robert wanted, though. 28 for Chablis. Four to go, and there's several in with a squeak about another clear round. We've got 5, and here probably one of the biggest jumping horses in British show jumping at the moment. Harriet Nuttall on the horse that was a very good second behind the winner of the Hickstead Derby will come later. Harriet on Father Rupert's A Touch Imperious. Two for the girls. And anyone who's got money on that combination could well be in for a good ride. The round number 6 goes to Dorset's Harriet Nuttall. Harriet Nuttall and A Touch Imperious. This 2017 Ripon Select Foods Cog of the North is building very nicely, thank you. Now the great man himself, John Whittaker, multi-winner of this title, Team Harmonies, Talisman de Monsieur. Good luck, John Whittaker. 3 down. He gets a time fault. The great John Whittaker, his first cock of the north on the great Ryan Sun, and several since, but not 2017. Give him a hand as he bows out of the 2017. John Whittaker, Taliesin de Mazure. 2 to go. 2 riders who could easily join those clear rounds. 6 of them. Richard Howley, the young Irishman, based with HK horses at Wetherby, riding Chinook, another international combination that have been in very good form on the continent this spring. Well, I wouldn't think Richard Howley will be very happy with that. Lovely round, except that one error. So Chinook goes out. We've still got 6 clear rounds with 1 to go. They are Clayton, Whittaker Robert, Robert Smith, Keith Shaw, Louise Sable, and Harriet Nuttall. And the last, the winner of the Hickstead Derby 2017. Did it in style, Nigel Cow, with this very good horse of Mr. Simmons's, Golvers Hill. Last to go in the first round of the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North. He had his luck, but they all stayed. Clear round number 7. And it goes to Nigel Camp. Nigel Camp with the Hickstead Derby winner, Golvers Hill. Well, you said 6 or 7, Mr. Fletcher, didn't you?
Yes, yes. So we've got the 7. I mean, all big jumping horses. That was Nigel's winner of, as Mike said, winner of the Derby a couple of weeks ago. Harriet's horse, Nuttall's horse that was 2nd. You know, if they can jump the Derby, you know they can jump big jumps. Ilton, Robert Smith, you know, Conman, all big jumpers, and we're certainly going to see that shortly, as in the this can go to 3 rounds, the 3rd round against the clock, but now we're just going to see the fences get bigger, Again, testing their ability, testing the scope. We go, the first two are the same. We go fence 1, fence 2, and then we come the fence in front of the commentary position, the vertical, the black and pink vertical fence would, as I say, extra fence, fence 14, and then we go back to the triple bar, up to the vertical number 8, round again to the big vertical, the orange and white vertical number 9, 2 parts of the combination, first 2 parts, A and B, and then a long way before the jump, fence 11. Can they really put that plank any bigger?
Well, can they? We'll watch. Jason Abbs, his first Cock of the North, and he's certainly made a very exciting one. Ribbon Select Foods, our wonderful sponsors, an independent family business founded back in 1974 by the Wood family from Burstwith, the current family members of the 7th generation of flour millers and rusk manufacturers. And it's a company that really has expanded steadily over the period and is now one of the largest food ingredient manufacturers in their sector with customers worldwide. And what is so good is that they really work closely with the local farming community, source circa some 2,000 tonnes a week of wheat from Yorkshire farmers. They then mill that into flour, and this in turn is used to manufacture wheat-based products that include rusk, breadcrumb batters and stuffing mixes. And if you look onto the President's box, you'll see that fabulous trophy. It really is one of the best trophies there is anywhere in the world. It's the silver cockerel that, of course, gives its name to this wonderful class, the Cock of the North. And we've got a field of 7 that is worthy of this competition. You won it 4 times, Graham. What was your most memorable win?
You probably always remember the last one. It was Stanley Wilkinson owned, which was a great supporter of this show, on a horse called Wilkie. But the biggest I ever jumped was on a horse called Precan. I think it was absolutely massive by the 3rd round then, and it was the only one that actually jumped the 3 clears. But you know, you remember your wins here. It's a wonderful class to win, and that will certainly be going through the minds of all those 7 riders. You don't like being second.
£8,000 to winner, and some very good money down the line, and that's what's brought us this class field. Jason Abbs looks round just to check all is set. Let's remind you, in this first of 2 potential jump-offs, this not against the clock, 1, 2, and then that new fence at 14, right underneath the judge's nose. Hopefully they won't miss that one. 7, 8, 9, 10A, B, 2 elements of the combination, and finish over number 11, the big Yorkshire planks that caused some disappointments in round 1. So, our arena party from Alamein Company of the Army Foundation College here in Harrogate, sit down, and we've had the all clear to go for the first of 2 potential jump-offs. Let's take you one stage further this afternoon, Mr. Fletcher. The winner.
The winner. The winner. Yeah, I mean, any one of these could win. I think I'll go for Rob Smith.
I am going to have a go too. Do you know, I would love to see Harriet Nelter win it, but Louise Saywell just might, funnily enough, inch her way through. She's in that form.
Certainly is, yep. Always a winner. And as I said earlier, she's in the form of her life. But I think Big Rob might just squeeze it.
Well, those last-minute warm-up jumps, they're pretty important, Graham, aren't they? This is where that wonderfully new surface in the practice is really important, but an important time where you can win and lose the Cock of the North out in that practice jump.
Yes, it certainly is. The conditions there now from with that all weather, you know, fantastic, because before, when it got a bit firm in that collecting ring, horses, you know, taking off if it's a little bit slippy, or landing when it's hard, and then they feel as though they're getting a little bit jarred up, then they can't come in this ring to give the best. And, you know, just the same as an athlete jumping, you know, when he has to jump higher and higher, he wants the footing right on takeoff, right on landing, and that's what we've got, and that's where we'll see these horses go as well as they've been going.
So, first man up, it's Joe Clayton. Joe Clayton never won this title before, and he's riding Geoffrey Billington's Con Man JX. First to go in the first jump off. And that's the last, well over it. Good round. The time allowed, incidentally, is 59 seconds, not a problem. For Joe Clayton, that's our first clear round in jump-off number 1. Second to go. Another man lives down in Kent now, but a Yorkshireman through and through, and he'll be wanting to join Joe Clayton. It is Rob Whittaker with the Brendan Studs Noble Warrior. We're going to go to the wire. We'll have a jump off. Robert Whittaker jumps a clear round. 2 out of 2.
Yep, really jumping, and that horse really coming into his own. Another copybook round.
Well, now Robert Smith. Robert Smith, his own horse that he thinks an awful lot of and would love to win yet another Cock of the North. Robert Smith, Ilton. Robert Smith's draw is out. He looks determined, and he'll go through to that time jump off.
Yes, he hasn't let me down yet, has he? And I don't think he will.
3 gone, 4 to go. Second of 3 rounds. And we're off to Cheshire now. We're off to Cheshire with, this time, Keith Shaw. Keith Shaw with his Mystic Hurricane. Being a good winner of major classes in this ring before, he knows what it takes. Well, he lived dangerously, but he jumped the planks well enough, and he's gone through. 4 out of 4. 3 to go. 3 to go. And the first of those 3 are Louise Saywell. Louise on this pretty new ride to her. James Hughes is Pierre the Sixth. Louise joins them. Louise Saywell with Pierre the Sixth. Is it going to be all 7 through? 2 left to go in the first jump off. And then, of course, the next round will be against the clock. Can the last 2 join them? Harriet Nuttall now with A Touch, Imperious. Combination and finish second to Galvers Hill, who's still got to come in that Hickshead derby. Harriet Nuttall, A Touch, Imperious. Harriet Nuttall jumps clear. 6 out of the 7.
Yep, 6 out of 7. Harriet's horse has his own unique style of jumping, but she knows him so well, and he will cover the ground in the jump-off. What a jump-off we've got coming.
We certainly have. Cancelled the taxi because we've got another round to come. And now asked to go in this first jump-off is Nigel Cow, the horse that went head-to-head with a Touch Imperious in that Hickstead Derby jump-off. Nigel Cow, Galvers Hill. Well, a forming working hunter champion is Galvers Hill, but he's really stepped up to the plate in top-class jumping, and Nigel Cow makes it 7 out of 7 to go through to the jump-off against the clock in the wonderful Cog of the North, sponsored once again by Ripon Select Foods. Well, Graham, this is set up for a grandstand finish, the jump-off course.
Yes, it most certainly is, and as you see, they're putting the jumps up even bigger, so who can go quick over some really big fences. They start the Oxer by the President's Box, which with number 15, the blue and white Oxer. They then turn left-handed. The first part of that double has been taken away. The second part, the B, and then it's a long run up to fence 4, the multicoloured Oxer. And then, this is the interesting bit, because then they turn to that big double of walls. Who will turn quickest? Who will turn tight? A formidable double on its own, just when you're coming to it normally, but who can turn up to that double? And then it's a long run down to fence 16, and that's a big Oxer. We then go to the blue and white vertical that was fence 1. How tight can they turn there? And then, trust me, they will be doing the best to take the stride out to number 2, the yellow and black Oxer with the plank underneath. That's the last fence, that's the finish, and any one of these horses could win this class. This is a classic.
Well, it certainly is. I wonder whether you've seen those Ripon Select Foods fleet of lorries delivering all around UK to the food manufacturing companies. They've got a huge wide range of products. They include sausages, pork pies, a bit early to talk about Christmas puddings, but they deliver to those companies too. Fish fingers, there you are. Anyone who enjoys fish fingers, you'll see Ripon Select Foods on the way there. And these days, the company employs around 90 people, the vast majority living within a 5-mile radius of Ripon, where all the milling and food ingredient production is carried out. We're privileged to have them as a very generous sponsor in what is a classic, as Graham said. Well, I'd like to think we've certainly shown our praise for Arena Party, but I would like you, ladies and gentlemen, to put your hands together for a lovely bunch of junior soldiers who really have worked very hard for 3 days here at Great Yorkshire, making this arena again one that is to be the envy of the show world. Thank you to the junior soldiers of the Alamein Company of the Army Foundation College in Harrogate. Go on, give them another round of applause so they really can hear it. And I might add, what should come in that too is all of the team under Bob Ellis. Jason Apsu's designed this, but there's a big team out there that have been involved. They all need our thanks, because once again they've shown why Great Yorkshire is always a good show to come if you want to watch top show jumping. The 3 days of show jumping have been of the very highest level, and what's more, we're going to finish on the top note. Well, the all clear given, the thumbs up from the boss, and we can go. We can go for the final jump off against the clock for the Ripon Selector Foods Cock of the North. It's a classic, 7 to go. So let's make sure we give everyone a welcome, and let's show our appreciation for their performance. I bet it's going to be good. There'll be a lot of people, Graham. We're very glad to see those Yorkshire planks with the cross flags in front of.
Yes, certainly. That was probably the first thing I looked at to see whether it was in the last jump off. But I'm actually pleased it isn't, because they're really hard to jump when you're, you know, taking time to jump them, never mind when you're trying to go flat out. But there's still a lot of big jumps in this jump off. You know, they are now very big.
Actually, the one that really catches my eye is the one right in the middle of the arena. That Oxer at 16, which of course is just the third from home.
Yeah, that's a big fence, you know, and as I say, when you're trying to ride quick over it, how quick will the first one, you know, it's a hard call when you're in the first one or two. You know that the riders behind you are all capable of going quicker, so you just have to go actually as fast as you possibly can. And this horse, he wants to win. Joe Clayton so much wants to win this competition. He said he'd rather win this than nearly any other competition in the world. He will be really trying.
Joe Clayton, it is on Geoffrey Billington's Con Man JX. It's a horse that's gone better and better under the very capable hands of Joe Clayton as this show has gone on. Has he saved the best to last? And that'll be interesting going first. Joe Clayton, Con Man. Well, he didn't set out that fast, and it was that Oxer right in the middle, the big Oxer that has down 4 in 46.90. And he came out of the walls, Graham, in 26 seconds.
Yes, he had a very good turn to the walls, jumped those really well, and that's one place where he just opened him up to 16, and sadly, just, you know, the front end just didn't work as well as it had wanted it to do. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that one, but the horse still jumped very well.
Well, it wouldn't be a Cock of the North without a Whittaker in it, and here's a very competitive one. It is Rob Whittaker. He's riding for the Brendan stud with Noble Warrior.
This is quick.
Final. On 4.
Four, the brick out of the wall, 45.49, and interestingly he landed over that second wall 3 seconds quicker than Joe Clayton. So it's not surprising at the moment he takes the lead, the fastest 4 faults. 45.49 the time.
Yes, he executed his plan nearly to perfection. You could see how he turned up to the walls, just stroked the brick out, really quick to fence 16. Yeah, it was quick. And this man could be even quicker.
Yes, the only one left that has won it before. Robert Smith, Ilton. It's quick at this stage.
Last fence.
Great round. Great rounds. It's the fastest time, 44.67, and it's clear. He has laid the gauntlet down for yet another Cock of the North. Rob Smith.
He certainly has. It really is now catch me if you can. That's why I made him favourite. I don't think they will.
Well, there you are. You heard it here first from Graham Fletcher. We've got 4 left to go. Now, Keith Shaw. And it certainly won't be for the want of this man trying. No doubt about that. Loves a challenge against the clock. He rides Keith Shaw. He rides Mystic Hurricane. 44.67, that new target. Watch the clock on the big screen. He's clear. Slower. 50.64 is the time. So he can finish no worse than 5th, Keith Shaw. But it's Robert Smith, the national champion, out in front with Ilton, and there's 3 to go. All will give it a cut. Louise Saywell now. Louise Saywell with James Hughes' Pieta the 6th. Pieta being jumped in the big classes here in the previous by his owner James Hughes. First Great Yorkshire Show for Louise riding this horse. The leader, 44.67, Robert Smith. Second last goes down. 4:47.31. 47.31. So that is the slowest of the four-folders. At the moment, it's still Robert Smith leading Keith Shaw. And the fastest of the four-folders at the moment, Rob Whittaker with Noble Warrior. He's in 3rd. 2 to go. 2 to go. It is Harriet Nuttall on the Giant, A Touch Imperious. This has got the stride, the length of stride. Can she turn as tight as Rob Smith did on Ilton? Jumped out of the walls in 24 seconds. It's clear. 53 on the dot. So she goes behind Keith Shaw. She goes 3rd. It's Robert Smith, Keith Shaw, Harriet Nuttall. And there's 1 left to jump for that wonderful trophy in the President's box. And this will be a wonderful double if Nigel Camp can link this and the Great Hickstead Derby. Golvers Hill, 44.67, the target to beat.
Come on, Nigel, let's see you go. Show his scope.
This, the Battle of the Roses.
Yeah. The Lancashire lad. Come on, Nigel. That's a good turn. Come on, Nigel, go for it. Cheer him on.
Needs to be here in 24, 25 seconds coming out of this.
You're in touch, Nigel.
Now he's got to go. Just the last. 44.67. Has he done it? Yes, he has. 43.31. The winner of the 2017 Ripon Select Feeds, Cock of the North, Nigel Cobb, Galvers Hill. He does the double. Hickstead Derby and Cock of the North. Well, what a wonderful competition to end the show jumping of the 2017 Great Yorkshire Show. It has been of the highest order, and that's good news for British show jumping at the moment. A little bit in the changing of the guard in British show jumping, and that's a competition to warm the hearts with one or two that really might be horses and riders for the future. We'll be clearing the fences, and then we'll be having the presentation of awards by Mr. Martin Wood and his daughter Michaela. And then, of course, just to remind you, we have the closing ceremony for the 2017 Great Yorkshire Show. So, Graham, a classic?
Yes, it certainly was, mate. I didn't think anybody would beat Robert. I thought his horse looked outstanding. He's riding so well, top of his game. And Nigel, you know, with all the confidence that you have when you've just won a British jumping derby, he's going to Aachen next week. That'll set him up for that. But, you know, on the journey home tonight, he'll be thinking what a great double it is to do that, to win the derby and then to win this most prestigious of classes. He really challenged Rob, and you know, right from the off was having a real cut. I just wanted a bit of excitement on the last to go, and we certainly got it, didn't we?
Yep, we certainly did. So a win for Nigel Cobb with Galvers Hill. Second, Robert Smith. Third then was Keith Shaw with Mr. Carrigan. Fourth, Harriet Nuttall with A Touch Imperious. The fastest of the four faults then being Robert Whittaker with Noble Warrior there in fifth. Behind that will be Joe Clayton with Con Man there in sixth. And then in seventh place, Louise Sable with Pieta the Sixth. And actually in eighth place, the fastest of the four faults was James Smith with Graham Gillespie's Ballybu. Well, Graham, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us during the show jumping here. It's been a real pleasure, and I'm sure it's been enjoyed adding your experience and flavour to the commentary and the jumping. Thank you. Well, the top 7 come in, and I'm quite sure that you're going to give them a big round of applause. I hope you're going to stay for the closing ceremony, because it's been a great show. Huge team here put this show on, and every one of them deserve their appreciation. Well, Marty Wood coming down now with his daughter Michaela. Their wonderful support through Ripon Select Foods, that family company that has done this competition so much good and made it truly one of the elite competitions in the British calendar. Just congratulating a very good winner indeed. He's been here on a number of occasions before, but he's not had a moment like this. Well done, Nigel Cow, with Mr. Simmons' Golvers Hill, Cock of the North. Well, sorry, Nigel, but that wonderful silver trophy doesn't leave here. It certainly doesn't go across the Pennines to Lancashire. But your name will be on it. Nigel Cobb, Golvers Hill. A real transformation from working hunter champion to now a very exciting international horse for Nigel. Been on the scene a while, Nigel. He's been jumping here over a number of years, but he's not had a horse like this one before, I would think.
Ever allowed your own win, ever.
Pictures for those albums, and they do mean so much. And let's not forget the back line as Martin Wood comes to say well done to the national champion. He certainly gave Nigel a run right to the line. Robert Smith in second with his own Ilton. Looking as hungry as ever. In third, another man who's in great form, Keith Shaw from Cheshire with Mystic Hurricane. Fourth, Louise Sewell. Louise with James Hughes' Piera. Correction, actually, fourth, it's Harriet Nuttall. My apologies to a touch imperious. Fifth is Robert Whittaker on Noble Warrior. Sixth is Joe Clayton with Con Man. And it's seventh for Louise Sewell with Piera. And eighth, James Smith was with Ballaboo. Well, George Thackeray, a man who created a lot of the tradition of this Great Yorkshire Show, particularly in the lap of honour. And I wonder whether the stewards will remember that the winner of the Cock of the North turns left-handed and goes to the bottom of the grandstand and gets the full rundown of you in the grandstand. So make sure you give every one of these riders a big round of applause for the great competition they've given us. So it's lap of honour time. A great Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North. Well done to Nigel Cow, Golvers Hill. Great win for the Lancashire lad, Nigel Cow, Golvers Hill. Well, it's time for the last act. The bringing of the curtain down for 2017. And who better to do that than one of the best bands there is in the land, one of 22 military bands, led in by their bandmaster, Staff Sergeant Paul Mason. It is the band of the Royal Armoured Corps. will you please stand for the ceremony of sunset? Well, we come now to the traditional closing ceremony of the Great Yorkshire Show. We're joined by the carriage, the Green Victoria carriage, driven by Joanne Moore from Warwickshire, the groom Georgia Deacon, with the Beckhouse horses Vespa and Beatrice, horses bred by the Lady and Smith of Beckhouse Carriages in Cropton, Yorkshire. And of course the tradition is when the retiring president, Lord Middleton, comes down to the front of the president's box and hands over the traditional crook to the president-elect. And that president-elect, a man known very well to the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, having been honorary director for a number of years. And that, of course, is Mr. Bill Cowling. So it will be the handing over of the staff from the retiring president, Lord Middleton, to now Bill Cowling as the first part of the traditional ceremony. Bill Cowling, of course, the president-elect taking on for many years, was chief cattle steward, and then a very hard-working honorary director in a very successful period for the Great Yorkshire Show. And so, following on from the handing over of the traditional Great Yorkshire crook to the new president, our retiring presidents will now be taken from the Great Yorkshire Arena with this lovely landau from Joanna Moore at the end of what has been a wonderful year as our president of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society. And of course the honorary director these days, Charles Mills, just thanking both Lord and Lady Middleton for their wonderful work in the last year. And I think probably this is the appropriate time, as our president and his wife leave us, to say well done to the staff and to all the team that have put on the Yorkshire Show for 2017. Despite the very difficult day on Tuesday with that damp start, The weather helped, but we've seen two wonderful days since. And without the tremendous teamwork of the office and all those on this great showground, it wouldn't have been possible to have 3 such brilliant days for the 2017 show. May we show our thanks to all that team for another great show 2017. And now, the traditional send-off of Hip Hip Hooray for our retiring president and his wife, Lady Middleton. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Well, I know from those who have been retiring presidents, this is always quite an emotional moment after what has been, I'm sure, such an enjoyable year for Lord Middleton as president of the show. A family that have been so long associated with Yorkshire and particularly the show, and as a result his enthusiasm and work as president has once again been so important. So that green Victoria carriage driven by Gianna Moore with Georgia Deacon as groom, regulars at the Lord Mayor's show in London, and also, interestingly enough, the London Bus Museum too. And recently they did days filming with the Atkinson Action Horses on ITV's Victoria last year. So there's been a real connection with this team now who take on this traditional closing ceremony. Their regular work, well, as you might expect, it's weddings, but it makes a great sight for our retiring president tonight and his wife. And how appropriate, in our hand parade this afternoon, we had, of course, the Middleton Pack of Hounds. Lord Middleton having been a master for a number of years. Thank you, sir, for a wonderful year, and we look forward to seeing you here again, I'm sure, in years to come. Well, as I've said on numerous occasions through the last 3 days, military music's so much part of the history of not only this arena, but of course, the Yorkshire Agricultural Society. And it's appropriate that the final curtain comes down to the band that have played such wonderful music and given us colour in this ring over the last 3 days. The association with Catterick and the services is one that's long and loyal as far as the Yorkshire Agricultural Society is concerned. And so that's why it's so appropriate to have the band of the Royal Armoured Corps under their bandmaster staff, Sergeant Paul Mason, march off. And so, Honorary Show Director and the President-elect take the final salute, together with the stewards of the President's box for the final salute. Well, as the band march off, a reminder, of course, one of the major occasions for the agricultural world here on this wonderful showground is Countryside Live. 21st and 22nd of October, here in some of the great facilities on this showground. And next year's show, well, it starts on Tuesday the 10th of July, and of course is the 160th celebration of the Great Yorkshire Agricultural Society and the Yorkshire Show. Very much hope you've enjoyed the 2017 show, and may we bid you a very, very safe journey home and look forward to seeing you next year. Goodbye.